OTR Visual Radio. I'm Mr. H. I'll be your host for this evening. Tonight's compilation is Boston Blackie, starring Richard Kalmar. And I have to say, I think I say this every compilation with Boston Blackie, this is one of my favorite old-time radio detective shows. I mean, is it corny sometimes? Yes. Do they take some big leaps to solve the cases? Yes. And is there a lot of organ music? Yes. But to me, it just embodies like what these old-time classic shows sounded like. And all in all, we're just in for an evening of fun. So now it's time to put the cares of the day behind you. Travel back to 1946 with Richard Kalmar in Boston Blackie. So sit back, relax, and enjoy the program. And as always, thanks for tuning in.
Flight 17. Municipal Tower to Transcontinental Flight 17. Over.
Hey, that's us time. Better take it.
Check. Transcontinental Flight 17 to Municipal Tower. Flight 17 to Municipal Tower. Over.
Police instruction. Check and see if you have male passenger occupying seat 24. Passenger occupying seat 24 wanted by police. Repeat. Over.
I'll take it, Tom. Better hop out and check with the stewardess.
Okay.
Pilot Wallace, Flight 17.
Be right back,
Tower.
Joe.
We're checking the occupants.
Oh, Miss Cambridge. Miss Cambridge, could I see a minute?
Be right there. Hi, Tom. Now, if it's about dinner tonight, you could have
It's not.
waited.
Come on in here, Betty. After you.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, Joe, what's the score? Police want us to hold the plane at the north end of the runway until we take off with one of these passengers.
Which one?
Say, who's in C-24, Betty?
C-24?
Yeah.
Well, let me see my list. Awfully good-looking young fella. Oh, yeah. Name is John J. Jones. I'm kind of interested in him.
Oh, you are you? Well, that's very nice, but so are the police. And he's not John J. Jones, my deluded damsel. The police know him as Boston Blackie.
And now, on to Dick Calmer as Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy. Friend to those who have no friends.
The Chicago police have been very thorough, haven't they, Rollins?
Yes, Inspector Faraday, they sure have. Well, there's the plane now, Inspector.
Yeah.
And Blackie's got to be on it. We know he was on the plane when it left Detroit, and it hasn't made any stops.
Yeah, Rollins, but Blackie's likely to get out of anything, anytime. I remember once I had him in 2 sets of handcuffs. The next minute...
No handcuffs.
No Blackie. Chances are I couldn't have made a charge stick anyhow. I've never been able to tie anything on him in 6 years.
You'll be able to arrest him now, won't you, Inspector?
You're sure Blackie's the man, Miss Moray?
Why, of course I'm sure. I was with my grandfather when he was robbed. The thief wore no mask, and I recognized Boston Blackie.
Uh-huh.
I'm sure it was Blackie. But why do you keep asking me if I'm sure?
Well, I just wanted to be certain, that's all. I've been waiting to get a witness against him to make a positive identification for a long time.
Oh, here she is. Do you think you'll have the money with him? I can't wait until I get my hands on it.
There's a lot of money in this world, Miss Moray. What I can't wait to get my hands on is Boston Blackie. Go ahead in, Miss Moray. I've been keeping Blackie in my hotel room until our plane leaves for New York. But I couldn't get anything out of him. You talk to him yourself. Go ahead. Rollins is in there guarding him. I'll be right here outside the door.
All right, Inspector Faraday.
Blackie always was a soft touch for a girl. Here's hoping you get something out of him.
Inspector, you'll never know how important it is to me that I do. Hello?
He won't say a word, miss. Just sits there like he did all the time the inspector was questioning him.
Well, I'll try. Blackie. Boston Blackie. Would you talk to me?
About business or pleasure?
Maybe a little of both. Sergeant Rowland, Could Blackie and I go over in the corner and talk?
Sure. I don't know why not. I'll stroll over to the window. Blackie gives you any trouble, just let me know.
Well, Blackie, will you talk to me now, please?
Sure. I've been waiting for a chance like this to have a little chat with you, Miss Murray. You identified me as the man who stole $10,000 from your grandfather.
Yes, I did.
You know you never saw me before in your life, Miss Murray.
Well, I wish I had. Then I wouldn't be in such desperate trouble now.
You're in trouble. You had me arrested because you're in trouble. What do you want, company?
Oh, please, let me explain. From what I've heard of you, Blackie, you're the only man living who can help me. But I had no idea of where or how I could reach you.
So you made up the story of my stealing your grandfather's money?
Yes, I did. I knew the police could trace your movements where I couldn't, and I knew you could get away with it from Inspector Faraday once I'd seen you.
Well, thanks for the confidence. What do you want me to do?
I want you to recover a diamond that was stolen from me.
You've got the wrong boy, lady. If the diamond was stolen from you, let the police get it back. They're in that business.
But that diamond, Blackie, the rest of my life depends on it. I must have it back by tomorrow night. Please help me.
With these handcuffs on and 2 policemen guarding me, I couldn't be of very much help to anybody.
But those handcuffs. Haven't I heard that you can get out of them whenever you want to?
Yes, but I've got to want to first.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm more than sorry. I'm miserable. I just knew I had to reach you, and I guess I've messed everything up. No, I'll never...
Wait a minute, Miss Murray. We'll figure a way out. Here, wipe your eyes with this handkerchief.
Thank you. Oh, your hand. You got it out of the handcuff.
Shh. Now let me have your bad time story.
Oh, I don't know how I can laugh.
It's easy. Just open your mouth, close your eyes, and think of Inspector Faraday. Never fails. Come on, Miss Murray. Tell me the whole story before Rollins gets restless.
Well, you see, I'm engaged to George Atwater. We're to be married soon, and yesterday he brought me something to look at. The Rockwell diamond.
The Rockwell?
Uh-huh.
That's worth a fortune.
Well, George's father has millions, but he doesn't like me.
Hey, Miss Murray, you all right over there?
Oh, yes, officer, thank you. I won't be a minute now. Blackie, the diamond belonged to George's father. George brought it over to show me, and then he was suddenly taken ill. I thought it was safer if he left it with me, and he agreed. And sometime during the night, it must have been stolen from my apartment.
I get it. If you don't produce the Rockwell, you're in a spot.
Mm-hmm.
Well, when do you have to have it, Miss Murray?
Tomorrow night. George gets back from a trip then, and he'll want it. And oh, Blackie,
Tomorrow night, huh? Doesn't give me much time to work, but I'll try. Call Rollins over here.
All right, but why?
Don't ask questions. Get him over here.
All right. Officer?
Yeah?
Would you come here a minute, please?
Sure, miss. Glad to. Did Blackie tell you anything? No, but I've got something to tell you, Rollins. Yeah? What's that? This.
Oh, you shouldn't have done that, Blackie. You shouldn't have hit the officer.
There's a line I expected to hear. Now, listen. I'm going out that window and down the fire escape. As soon as I get moving, you scream for Faraday.
All right.
Tell him what happened. That I socked Rollins, gagged you, and put these handcuffs on you.
I understand.
You finally worked this handkerchief from around your mouth and screamed. Got that?
Yeah. And Blackie, please remember that getting back that diamond means my marriage and my whole life's happiness.
Okay. If I get the diamond back, get married. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if instead of Boston Blackie, from now on, I'm known as Chicago Cupid. Shorty, listen. When a piece of ice like the Rockwell diamond is lifted, somebody's got to know something about it.
Blackie, I've been out all night on that case. Honest, nobody knows nothing. The only thing I could pick up was that a fella named Atwater owns it, and none of the boys would touch it, except Duke Walton. Why, it's as hot as a pistol. But the Duke, he's been bragging that he'll have it one of these days.
Yeah, where can I find him?
I don't know. Hey, look, Blackie, why don't you lay off, huh?
Shorty, I promised to get that diamond back. I chartered a plane out of Chicago last night after breaking out of that hotel room. Young Atwater isn't due back in town till tonight, so I still have a little time, thank goodness. I'm going to waste some of that time on a visit to the Atwater house.
Well, ain't you a little out of your class up there, Blackie? You know, they got an awful lot of dodos, Atwater.
You know something, Shorty?
What?
After the way that Moray girl smiled at me in Chicago, I kind of feel like $1 million myself. Atwater in?
Well, I'm George Atwater. Who are you?
George. Oh, my name is Jones, Mr. Atwater. John J. Jones. I'm a friend of your fiancée.
Well, a friend of Lee's. Come in.
Thank you. I really didn't expect to find you in, but if you don't mind, I'd like to ask you a question.
Well, I wasn't due home until tonight, but go ahead. What's the question?
Mr. Atwater, where do you usually keep the Rockwell diamond?
I don't know what you're driving at, Mr. Jones, but we keep it in the library in the wall safe. Only it's not there now. My fiancée has it.
Would you open the safe for me, please?
Well, now, Mr. Jones, you're a perfect stranger to me. Even though you say you're a friend of Miss Moray's, you could hardly... So this is a hold-up, huh?
I'm sorry I had to pull this gun on you, Mr. Atwater, but I want to see that safe. You don't mind if we walk into the library, do you?
I do mind, but I don't suppose that matters.
Not a bit. So, the Rockwell was kept in that safe, huh? The combination, Mr. Atwater. And keep your hands where I can see them.
Sorry, Mr. Jones. I seem to have forgotten the combination.
Well, I haven't time to make you remember it, but, this safe doesn't look too tough. Come over here where I can watch you while I go to work on it.
All right. There's nothing inside of the safe. Go ahead, open it.
Quiet. Take that watch off your wrist and put it in your pocket. It's making too much noise. I can't hear the tumblers drop. Come on, take it off.
All right.
I think I've got the first one. Now for the second one. This box of yours is pretty simple, Mr. Atwater. In fact, it's about the most unsafe safe I've ever seen. Yeah, that's the second number, all right. Want to be a good boy and tell me the last number? No? Okay, be a bad boy and watch me find out for myself. There. That'll do it. I'll try the handle now. Well, made it.
My compliments.
Save them. Let's take a look in this jewelry box. So the Rockwell diamond wasn't in the safe, huh? Well, what's this then?
Well, that's the Rockwell. I meant to leave it at Miss Moray's apartment, but I changed my mind.
Open up this door. Come on, open it up.
Faraday.
Unlock the door, Mr. Atwater. It's the police. Open up.
Faraday must have phoned back and Shorty watched and trailed me here.
You don't mind if I close this safe door to you, Mr. Jones? I want you to be caught with that diamond still in your hand. This seems to be my day for unexpected...
Keep away from that door, Atwater.
You don't scare me. I'm going to open it. I'm coming.
I'm going right out this window.
Quick. He's got the Rockwell diamond and he went out the window just now. He must still be in the garden.
I've got 2 men out there, but maybe I can spot him from here. Blackie! Blackie, stop!
Hold it, sir. Oh, shoot. We got him.
And he's got the Rockwell diamond.
At last, Boston Blackie caught red-handed.
Now, back to Boston Blackie. Because she had to find Blackie to help her recover the stolen Rockwell diamond, Lee Moray, George Atwater's fiancée, had Faraday arrest Blackie. But Blackie escaped, returned to New York, and started the search for the stolen stone. He located it in, of all places, George Atwater's safe. Just then, however, Faraday appeared. Blackie made an effort to escape, but was captured. As we return to our story, Faraday has Blackie in jail.
Well, how do you like our cells, Blackie? Air conditioning between the bars and everything. Comfortable enough for you?
Sure, this one's wonderful, Faraday. I wish you'd try sleeping on that mattress they have in here. I gave up in the middle of the night and slept on the stone floor. It was softer. Hey, Faraday, how about a couple of pillows?
Oh, poor Blackie. Too bad I didn't hear you. I've suddenly gotten very deaf. Isn't that awful?
You've suddenly gotten very deaf, and you've always been very dumb.
Very funny, Blackie.
Yes, I know. New gag writer.
Yeah, last one have to go back to kindergarten?
Yes, they told me how much all the other children miss you since you stopped going, Faraday.
Skip it, Blackie. Where's the Rockwell diamond?
Rockwell diamond? What's that?
Listen, Blackie. You had that diamond in your hand when we broke in. Atwater saw it there. Now, where is it now?
You listen, Faraday. You're going to have to let me out of here in a couple of hours. You haven't got a thing to hold me here.
No? Breaking into the Atwater house?
I broke out of the house, not into it. See if that's a crime, Inspector.
You opened the safe in the library and stole the Rockwell diamond. Now, how about that?
You sure I did? Did that safe look forced? Did you find the diamond on me?
No, no, and no. But, Blackie, I'm telling you this, man to man. We've got a case against you. But young Atwater screaming about his diamond. Says you had it 1 minute, we grabbed you the next minute, so it can't be missing. Only it is. All right. You tell us where you hid it, and I'll get him to drop all charges. Now, how's that, Blackie?
I don't know.
You must have it stashed somewhere. Now, look, give me your word of honor to bring it back to me today, and I'll let you out. Your word's always been good with me, Blackie. Now, come on. Well, don't you want to get out of jail?
I don't know now. Kind of a nice jail, you know. Air conditioning between the bars.
Blackie, be a good guy, huh?
Okay, Faraday. As a favor to you, I'll come out. And you'll have your diamond back 2 hours after I leave here. But I'm not to be bothered during that time by the cops. Understand?
Bothered? You'll be protected. Thanks a million, Blackie.
That's all right, Faraday. I'll get plenty of satisfaction every time I remember you begging me to get out of jail.
Hello?
Miss Murray, this is Blackie. Can you talk?
Yes, of course. Nobody's here. Did you say?
Did I get the diamond?
Mm-hmm.
Yes and no, Miss Murray. Nobody ever stole it from your apartment.
What?
Atwater says he took it with him when he left you the other night.
Oh, that's impossible. He didn't, but I know he didn't. I even looked at it after he left.
Miss Murray, will you meet me by the shrubbery alongside the library window at the Atwater house in exactly half an hour?
All right. But what are we going to do?
We're going to rob a safe, Miss Murray, with police protection. Keep that flashlight steady, Miss Murray, please.
Right.
If we're lucky, the safe won't be locked.
Why not, Blackie?
Because nobody knows I put the diamond back in it when the police pounded on the door. And it was only slammed shut by young Atwater.
Oh.
Well, here's the safe. There, see, it was open. And here's the box that holds the Rockwell diamond. Put your flashlight on it and we'll take a quick look.
All right. There. What? The box is empty.
Uh-huh. Atwater must have seen me put it back and grabbed it. But why is he telling the police that I have it?
And see that I'm not disturbed. Yes.
Quick, put out that flash. Get back to these curtains. Hurry.
All right. Blackie, what are you doing?
Shh, I'm counting the clicks on the dial. 7, 3, 4, 2. Got it.
Hello? This is George Atwater. I got your message, but why did you call me here after I don't care about that. You have to expect it to be hot for a while. And look, remember this. I'm washed up with you and that crooked roulette wheel of yours. Yes, if I hear of anybody who wants to buy it, I'll let you know. Goodbye.
I think I understand everything now, Miss Murray. But I've got to find the man Atwater just called.
But how can you? He didn't mention any names.
No, but I counted the clicks as he was dialing that number. If my ears haven't let me down, I can call that number, too. Anyhow, I'm going to try.
You think that man has a Rockwell diamond?
Yes, I think so. But you don't have to worry about it from now on. You won't be blamed because it was missing from your apartment.
But, Blackie, you're in a mess now, aren't you?
Kind of. I promised Faraday he'd have his diamond back in 2 hours. And I can't keep that promise. I can't keep my word. But I guarantee whoever has that diamond won't keep that either. Faraday won't listen to me, Shorty. He's got every cop in town looking for me. I gotta work extra fast now.
Well, gee, Blackie, if there's anything I can do...
Hold it, Shorty.
Yeah.
I'm trying that number George Atwater called.
Hello?
Hello. Atwater told me to call you.
Yeah? Who is it?
I've got cash I'd like to trade in for something you got. Atwater says maybe we might...
Says, huh? Okay, I'm in a rooming house. 632 West 100th Street. First door on the right as you come in. Get here fast and we'll talk business.
Okay. Goodbye.
It worked, Blackie.
I don't know. It was a little too easy. Come on, Shorty. We're going up there and get Faraday's diamond, unless his dragnet gets me first.
Hey, Blackie, duck. Duck down the doorway.
Okay. What is it, Shorty?
It's a prowl car. Just coming this way. Gee, I never saw so many cops as we passed on the way up here.
Never mind, Shorty. Stay flat out against this door until it's time for what I told you to do.
Yeah, okay, Blackie. Blackie, who really stole the Rockwell diamond, huh?
Nobody stole it, Shorty. Atwater left the stone at Lee Murray's apartment and then returned later that night and lifted it so that Miss Murray could report it stolen to the police.
Oh. But, boss, why did Atwater want the dame to report the diamond stolen?
So he wouldn't be involved.
Oh.
This guy I called up, the one who lives in this building, had something on Atwater and wanted the diamond at his price for clamming up. Atwater had to get it for him, see?
Yeah. You mean he stashed it in his own safe until he could reach this guy and turn it over to him. Only you took it out of his safe before he could do it. But when you slipped it back in, he grabbed it first.
Right. I thought it was pretty cute when I put the diamond back in the safe, but Atwater must have seen me. Well, wish me luck, Shorty. And don't forget what I told you to do.
Okay, boy.
So long.
Yeah, who is it?
I called you a little while ago. Open up.
Okay.
Duke Walton. Put that gun down, Duke. You and I can make a deal.
You think so? Blackie, you're not as cute as you thought. I called Atwater back and found your call was a phony. Too bad. Too bad for you. I got to get rid of you.
Wait a minute, Duke. There's something
I'm going to wait a couple of minutes, Blackie. Some friends of mine are coming over with a car to take you for a little ride. Now sit down in that chair and put your arms behind your back. Go on. I ain't the patient type.
Okay, Duke. How's that?
That's better. Now I'm going to tie you up nice and pretty.
Hey, Duke. Duke, look under the door. That's smoke.
Where? Hey, that's right. Well, that makes things even easier. This joint's a fire trap. I'll scram out of here and leave you tied up.
Fire! Fire! The whole building's on fire! Get out of there!
That does it. So long, Blackie. Me and the Rockwell diamond are getting out of here nice and safe, which is more than I can say for you.
Wait a minute, Duke. I've got a proposition.
Sure, but I got a date. I'm going to lock you in here.
Are you, Duke? What are you going to use for key? Take a look at that door. It's locked.
Well, I'm going to open it right now. Where'd that key go?
I've got it, Duke, right here. I locked the door and removed the key when I had my back to the door after you got the drop on me.
Well, give it to me. We'll both be burned to death.
Sure, Duke. Here it is. Catch.
Don't throw it. Now where'd it go? Down here someplace. I heard it.
And I'll help you look. And look what I found.
Why, you
Missed me, sucker.
I'll get you for this, Black. Hey! You're breaking my wrist.
Drop that gun. There. Okay. Okay, now where's the diamond?
Never mind the diamond, Blackie. The fire. We'll both be trapped in here.
There's no fire, sucker. My pal Shorty burned some papers in the hall and pounded on the door.
What?
Now give her that diamond. You have it on you. You said you were leaving with it.
I ain't got it, Blackie. When I find your phone call was the plan, I give it to a guy to hold for me.
You're lying, Duke. I'm going to search you. Turn around with your back to me and keep your hands in the air.
Okay, but I tell you, I ain't got it on.
We'll see. Here. Here. Huh. You're pretty cute, Duke.
Got to see my baby pictures.
I'll bet. Listen, you heel. Heel? That reminds me. It's the one place I didn't look. Take off your shoes, Duke. Come on, take them off.
Okay, you win, Blackie. The ice is in my right shoe. There's a slide in the heel. The diamond's inside.
That's being sensible, Duke. I'll just take the diamond out of the little slot, and at the same time pull myself and Inspector Faraday out of a great big hole. Well, Faraday, this must be a bargain day. You've got your diamond, and I've got you thanking me for solving another case.
What have I got to thank you for, Blackie? Miss Moray had come to me with a problem in the first place.
You'd still be in the first place wondering how to get from there to the second place.
All right, so you found the diamond. If I admit that, will you be happy?
Oh, I've been happy for 2 hours, Faraday.
Yeah? Why?
2 hours ago, Mary Wesley phoned to say that she was back in town. I'm taking her to dinner.
Well, why not invite me, too?
You, Faraday? Well, you don't need any dinner. You kept saying I was guilty in the Lee Moray case. And I made you eat those words.
Library, young lady. Please lower your voice.
Oh, I'm very, very sorry.
Oh, my dear young lady, you don't have to overdo it.
Well, I wasn't overdoing it. I was just speaking too softly for a moment to make up for speaking too loudly a moment before.
Oh. Is there something I can do for you, or have you just come into the library to be annoying?
Oh, I'm sorry. I really am, and there is something you can do for me. I understand you have a valuable first edition, and I would like to see it if I may.
You may see it. But whatever it is, you can't take it out.
I can't.
No, all the rare and valuable books must stay in the vault. I'll give you a pass. Name, please.
Mary Wesley.
Address?
1219 Dale Avenue.
Uh-huh. Here, here's your pass. Give it to the attendant when you get into the vault.
Thank you. Now you tell me something. Where's the vault?
Right there, that first door on the left.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much.
Quick, somebody, quick! In the rare book vault, the attendant in there is dying.
What? What's the matter?
I don't know. Where's the telephone? He just lost over. I'll call an ambulance and get a doctor. You and you two help him. Somebody do something.
And now meet Dick Calmer as Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy. Friend to those who have no friend.
Please, can't you people be quiet? This is a public library. People are trying to read in here.
Not anymore, they're not. And when I want quiet, I'll get it. Quiet! Quiet, everybody! See what I mean?
Yes, Inspector Faraday. And now if you lower your voice, everything
If
will
I
be...
lower my voice.
Yes, Faraday. It's easy. Just lower it to match your IQ.
Quiet, Blackie. What's your name, lady?
Jane Calvin. I'm the assistant librarian in charge of this vault.
Uh-huh. What happened here?
I don't know exactly. I was busy. I can explain, Inspector Faraday.
You can. Who are you?
Oh, my name's Vivian Peterson. I was there in the vault when the attendant collapsed.
Alone?
Yes, only the attendant and I were in there. When he fell to the floor, I thought he was dead and ran out to call an ambulance. One of these other women must have called the police. Yes, I called the police.
What did you do, Miss Wesley? Remove the body?
There wasn't anybody, Inspector Faraday. When I got in there, we found out the man was alive, and when the ambulance got here, it took him to the hospital.
Oh, I see.
How do you happen to be here, Blackie?
Mary called me when she thought there might be trouble here. How right she was. She must have known you'd come down on the call.
That's enough out of you, Blackie.
Inspector, please.
Yeah,
this is
Miss Calvin, I know. This is a public library.
And people are reading, Faraday. Don't you wish you'd learn to?
Look, Blackie, you have no business being here. From what I can see so far, neither have I. Come on, Rollins, we're getting out of here.
So soon, Faraday? Oh, don't do that. They have some picture books in the children's department. Why don't you...
You be quiet, Blackie.
Faraday, lower your voice. This is a public library.
People are reading.
Come on, Rollins. There's nothing wrong here. A guy faints and they call the police. An ambulance. And Miss Wesley here calls Boston Blackie. It's a good case for you to work on, Blackie. There's no crime, no suspects, no angles, no mystery. And you got just the kind of a mind...
Oh, good heavens, how awful.
What do you mean, how awful, Miss Calvin? What's awful?
A first edition of Radway's Faust. One of the most valuable books in the vault is missing.
What? How do you know?
This paper. The checker here just gave it to me. Radway's Faust is missing. It's the only copy of its kind. It's worth thousands. It's been stolen.
Now, calm down, Miss Calvin. Tell me, was it here before the attendant had his attack?
Yes, it was.
So there's no crime, huh, Faraday? Not much. You're right. This is just the case for me.
Blackie, you stay out of this. You hear me? Stay out of this, or...
public library, remember?
Yeah, I know. People are reading books.
Well, that's nothing. But apparently people are stealing books, too.
Hey, you over there. Is this the road to Johnstown?
Yes, just keep driving straight about 4 miles. Hey, there's a car stop back there where you just stopped. Somebody following you?
I wouldn't be surprised. Thank you.
Better take it easy on that road, lady. It's got a pretty sharp lane there.
Oh, darn. Fine time for a blowout. Well, look who's here.
Hello, Miss Peterson. Were you going somewhere?
Yes, I was, Miss Wesley, and if you are, don't let me stop you. I knew you were following me, of course.
Did you? You should be glad I was. Come on, I'll give you a lift back to the city. You can't very well ride back on that flat tire.
I wasn't going back to the city.
Well, maybe you weren't, but you are now.
I thought it was your boyfriend, Boston Blackie, who was the tough member of your team, Miss Wesley. I don't know why you followed me, and I don't care.
Well, you will. Look, Miss Peterson. Inspector Faraday told me that Angus, the library attendant, was fed knockout drops. You were the only one in that library vault when he keeled over. Now, I think there's a connection, especially since you suddenly decided to leave town.
Better mind your own business, Miss Wesley. Better get in that car of yours and keep going.
Nope, unless you meant that would be better for you. I'll tell you something else I found out. That you worked for Harold Benson, the rare book dealer.
What about it?
Worked for a rare book dealer. Very rare book missing from a library. And you were in the library at the time. Doesn't that strike you as being peculiar?
Miss Wesley, I don't think you realize I was searched before I left the library after the book was reported missing. By the way, were you...
Nope.
Mary Wesley, friend of the notorious Boston Blackie, just happens to be in a library where a very valuable book is suddenly found missing, isn't searched when she leaves. Doesn't that strike you as peculiar?
Get in this car, Miss Peterson. Get in here before I...
What? Knock me out the way you did the library attendant?
Well, no, but that isn't such a bad idea. Maybe I will, at that.
Then again, maybe you won't. See what I mean?
Oh, pretty. Pearl handled and quite effective, I imagine.
This done? Very.
Well, at least it proves that I was right. Miss Peterson, you don't dare shoot me, and when I tell the police what I know...
What is it you know, Miss Wesley?
I know the whole story. That you worked for Harold Benson, that he paid you to get hold of that copy of Radway's Faust, that you took care of the library attendant with knockout drops, that you got the book out somehow, and that you delivered it to Harold Benson.
So you think I was trying to get out of town because Benson paid me to steal that book?
Of course I do. Well, it's right. It has to be.
Does it? Well, Miss Wesley, for your information, I just left police headquarters. They told me Harold Benson was murdered in his store an hour ago. Oh.
Phew. Oh, I'm just about licked, Mary. This book vault is small, but it's got more good hiding places.
I know. Blackie, you've been looking for hours. Why don't you give up?
Why? Because we searched the late Mr. Benson's store, we searched Benson's home. We couldn't find that book. That means only one thing.
Yeah, the book must still be here in the vault unless that Peterson girl took it. And Blackie, I still think that Vivian Peterson is guilty.
I think not, Mary. She just got scared when Benson was killed and tried to get out of town. Well, this loose board in the wall here, this is our last hope.
Hey, you pulled that board all the way out. You know that? What's behind it?
The end of our last hope, Mary, a blank wall. And that's what we're up against, too, a blank wall. That book just isn't here.
And you don't think Vivian Peterson has it? Where is it?
I don't know. It's obviously been taken out of here. But by whom and how? And where is it now?
I wish you wouldn't ask questions like that.
Maybe it's the questions that annoy you, Mary, but it's the answers that bother me.
Yes?
Joseph Caldwell.
Yes.
John Tobin, a book dealer, Mr. Caldwell.
Oh, so?
You are in the market for a certain book.
A certain book? Yes.
Very valuable book.
Yes.
The first and the only edition of Radway's Faust.
Oh,
Most definitely, Mr. Toby.
I have it for you, Mr. Caldwell.
You do? But how? I have long been under the impression that the only one in existence is in the vault of the city library.
Was in the vault, Mr. Caldwell. I have the book. Now, if you have the prize...
Oh, but that goes without saying, Mr. Tobin. If you have the book, of course I have the prize. But tell me, how did you manage to procure the book?
How, Mr. Caldwell? I'm not surprised that you asked. A lot of other people would like to know that, too.
What's the matter with you, Blackie? I've got a murder case on my hands, and all you worry about is a stolen book.
You're what's the matter with me, Faraday. No, I shouldn't waste my time trying to explain things to you. Don't you see, whoever stole that book also murdered Harold Benson.
What makes you think so?
I think so because Benson was an honest man. He knew who stole the book and threatened to go to the police unless the book was returned. He was shot and killed for his trouble.
And you ought to be shot and killed for the trouble you caused me. All right, so your theory is okay. Whoever stole the book killed Benson. Who stole the book?
Now, you're with me. First of all, let's figure out who didn't.
Well, Mary Wesley didn't.
Oh, that's generous of you, Inspector. No, Mary didn't.
Miss Calvin didn't.
The library attendant? No, I think not.
Miss Peterson didn't.
No, she proved that, I think, when she decided to come back to town with Mary.
Benson didn't. He wasn't near the library. Besides, he's dead.
Excellent deduction, Faraday. So who did steal the book?
Nobody. Who's left?
Angus. The attendant in the vault.
Why, you get dumber every day. How could Angus have stolen the book? He was carried out of the vault unconscious. Besides, he was in the hospital when Benson was shot.
Faraday, your logic is perfect. And so is your record for not getting anything done. Sure, I know Angus is an impossible suspect, but the possible suspects are either dead or innocent.
So?
So, if you won't bother to go see Angus at the hospital, I will.
Go ahead. What can he tell us that's important?
I don't know. I only hope nobody got to him first and made sure Angus wouldn't be able to talk.
Now, back to Boston Blackie. The disappearance of a valuable book from the public library is noticed when the vault attendant is taken to a hospital. Vivian Peterson, employee of Harold Benson, rare book dealer, is in the book vault at the time the theft is discovered, but Benson is subsequently murdered, removing one of Blackie's suspects. The book is still missing, but unknown to Blackie and the police, it has fallen into the hands of a Mr. Tobin who plans to sell it. Blackie and Mary Wesley have gone to the hospital to visit the ailing guard.
How are you feeling, Mr. Angus?
A little weak, thank you, but better.
Good. I'm Boston Blackie, Angus, and this is Miss Wesley.
How do you do,
How do you do?
Do you know what happened at the vault just after noon today?
No, I don't. I hardly know what happened to me. All I remember is being in the vault 1 minute and then waking up in a Crawford ambulance in the next.
In a Crawford ambulance?
Yes.
That's strange. I should think you'd have been picked up by an ambulance from this hospital. Yeah, that's beside the point, I guess.
What happened at the vault, Blackie? What?
The one and only copy of the first edition of Radway's Faust was stolen.
Stolen? Oh, no.
Oh, yes. I understand you passed out after you came back from lunch.
Yeah.
Where did you eat?
In the counter restaurant across the street from the library.
Who'd you eat with?
No one. I ate alone.
Alone, huh? Knockout drops made you keel over in the rare books vault, but you ate alone. Angus, who was in the vault when you passed out?
Some girl. I don't know who she was. Why do you ask?
I think she stole the book, Mr. Angus. That's why he asked. And I still think she killed her boss, Harold Benson, too. Blackie, won't you follow that hunch of mine?
Gentlemen, even a restaurant too in the dark.
Miss?
Yeah, mister, what do you have?
Nothing on your menu. Just a little information.
Well, just a minute. I gotta wait on some paying customers.
Sure.
Blackie, what are we doing in this restaurant?
Just following your hunch, Mary.
Oh.
Angus says he ate here alone. Maybe he's not telling the truth.
Now, that's just what I've kept saying. Vivian Peterson was in the vault when Angus passed out. She was there when the book was found missing, and the fact that she works for Harold Benson, a rare book dealer, is just too much to be coincidence. Right?
Certainly doesn't sound wrong.
Now, what's this information you want, mister? Make it quick. I'm busy.
Do you know Angus, the attendant in the rare book vault of the library?
Angus? Well, sure, I know him.
Good. Did he eat here this noon?
This noon? No, he ain't been here in a week. He's been meeting some dame across the street and going down to some other restaurant.
He met this dame this noon?
Yeah.
How do you know?
'Cause I seen her walk down the library steps today, and she's a looker. You couldn't miss her.
Is she tall, good-looking, long black hair?
That ain't wrong, mister. How'd you know?
Because from the description you just gave me, I know she is Vivian Peterson.
Yeah? Well, maybe that means something, but doesn't to me. I'll be seeing you.
Blackie, Mr. Angus said he didn't know Miss Peterson, and this girl said that she saw them together.
So she did, Mary. Which proves your hunch. Angus is not only lying in a hospital bed, he's lying, period. Come on, Mary, let's get out of here.
Where are we going now?
I think we'll pay a little visit to Vivian Peterson.
Uh-oh. Where do you drop me? Oh, my gosh, Blackie, it's raining.
I don't know why you say that. It's practically a cloudburst.
Well, the restaurant is waterproof. Let's go back inside.
We're going to get a cab, I hope.
And go see Miss Peterson?
For business reasons, Mary. Vivian Peterson called a Crawford ambulance for Henry Angus. I think the private ambulance angle tells me how the book was taken out of the vault.
Well, it doesn't tell me, so suppose you do.
The book was carried out on top of the Crawford ambulance stretcher and under the unconscious form of Henry Angus.
You mean after Miss Peterson gave Mr. Angus the knockout drop? Then she went into the vault with him, waited for him to pass out, slipped the book under him, and then she called the Crawford ambulance service and had them pick up Mr. Angus and the book at the same time.
Right. Look, you stay under the awning. I'll go down to the corner there and see if I can get a cab.
All right.
Don't go away now.
I won't.
A taxi! Taxi! Okay, don't stop.
Looking for something, Bud?
Yeah, a cab, but put away that gun. Not even that'll get you a cab in weather like this.
I ain't looking for a cab. I'm looking for you. In this car here.
Why, I sure will. With pleasure. But I'm not going to get in with you. Nice car the fellow decided to lend me. Much better than a taxi. Hey, Mary! Mary!
Coming, Blackie, coming.
Did you get a cab?
Private car, Mary. Hop in.
Blackie, where did you get this car?
See that fellow lying back there on the sidewalk?
Oh, my gosh, what happened to him?
No, nothing. Hop in. He tried to force me into his car here with the help of a gun, but I persuaded him to lie down and let me take the car by myself.
Oh, good heavens.
No, good riddance. I don't think he was inviting me to take a joyride with him.
No, not with a gun in his hand. Well, are we still going to see Vivian Peterson?
Yes. We know how good she looks. Let's find out how well she talks.
She doesn't seem to be home, Blackie.
No, Miss Peterson is probably going to be as tough to find from now on as that book. Now, let's try the door. Huh, it's open.
Good. How soon will we hear from Inspector Faraday about who owns the car we, borrowed?
I don't know. I phoned him the license number half an hour ago. He should know by now. We'll call him from here. Oh, it's dark in here.
There's the light switch.
Oh, yeah. There. Give me a light switch, and with my college education, I can turn on almost every light in the place. Bright in here, isn't it?
Yes, glaring. And look what I'm glaring at.
Uh-oh. It's Miss Peterson, and she looks slightly dead, Mary.
Oh.
I'd better call the police. There's the phone.
Blackie, I suppose you realize that I wasn't exactly right about Miss Peterson's being guilty.
I do now. You almost had me convinced, though.
Well, then stop gloating, will you?
Faraday speaking.
Faraday, this is Blackie.
Now what do you want?
To tell you something very interesting, but first I called you a little while ago to check on the license number of the car I picked up from a guy. You do it?
Yeah, the car belongs to John Tobin. So what?
So nothing. But I've got a little something for you, Faraday.
What? You promise to leave town?
No, it's something that won't please you quite as much as that. It's another body.
Yeah, well, if you think... Another what?
Body. B-O-D-Y, body. And when it was walking around, it was called Vivian Peterson.
The Peterson girl, huh? Well, I'll be...
You probably are, Inspector. She's dead in her own apartment, and I don't think she'll go anywhere till you get here. If you hurry. Bye. Well, that's that. What are you doing, Mary?
Still trying to pull a Boston Blackie and find a clue.
Trying to show me up, huh? What'd you find?
What did Inspector Faraday find out about the car you appropriated?
Oh, a man named John Tobin owns it. Why?
John Tobin, Blackie, he's mentioned in one of the letters here on Miss Peterson's desk.
What? I'll see them,
Here. Here it is.
Let me read it. It says, since your present employer will not procure the book for me at any price, I have contacted John Tobin. The same offer goes if you want to work with Mr. Tobin. You will get 10% of my purchase price of the book. Signed, Joseph Caldwell.
That's a funny way to spell Joseph with an S. Sounds foreign.
And I can sound foreign too, Mary.
Blackie, what are you going to do?
Find Mr. Tobin's phone number in the telephone book. Miss Wesley, I, Mr. Joseph Boston Blackie Caldwell, would like to make the appointment to see him.
Hello?
Hello. Mr. John Tobin?
Yes.
Joseph Caldwell speaking.
Joseph Caldwell? Yes?
I understand you have that book that I wanted. Are you ready to see me and do business?
Well, I'm ready to see you.
Is good. When?
You better come right over, I think. Yes. Come over right away.
I will be there. Thank you. Goodbye.
Goodbye. This is a complication.
Yes, Mr. Tobin? Mr. Tobin, why do you take out from that drawer a gun?
Oh, don't be alarmed. It's not for you, Mr. Caldwell. It's for the man who just called to say he was Mr. Joseph Caldwell. Yes, come in.
Mr. Tobin?
Yes.
I'm Mr. Caldwell. I was on the telephone with you.
Oh, yes. Come in, Mr. Caldwell.
Thank you.
We can get right down to business, Mr. Caldwell.
Yes, I think so. We can... who is this man?
You don't know Mr. Caldwell? He's Mr. Caldwell.
Uh-oh.
He was here when you phoned. Now, don't move, whoever you are. This gun might not care who you are.
I'm Boston Blackie, and don't worry, I won't move.
I advise you not to, Blackie. I won't be as easy to handle as the man I sent to pick you up in my car.
Oh, so you sent that man to pick me up, did you? Did you think I was getting too close to tracing that book to you?
That's right.
Complimentary gesture, I'd say. May I ask one favor?
The dying man and the last request? What is it?
May I see the book that caused all this trouble?
That can do no harm now. It's in this drawer here. Yeah, you may look at it, but please be careful that I see what you're doing.
Oh, I'll be so careful it'll hurt. So this is the lead we found. Rather heavy, isn't it?
That isn't important. It is old and it is rare. That is important. Mr. Caldwell here is prepared to pay plenty for it.
I must have the book. I must have it.
Well, you'll get it according to Mr. Tobin's plans, but not according to mine. Huh? I think he'll get it right in his big fat face. Poor boy. Doesn't think straight, doesn't shoot straight.
Oh.
Now, don't you get gay, Caldwell. Just sit where you are. Well, a little learning can be a dangerous thing, they say. Spoken a big book. I threw that pretty accurately, don't you think?
Well, I do not know. I do not know what this is about.
No? It's about a book that was stolen. It's about an attendant who was knocked out. It's about a book dealer and his girl assistant who were murdered. And it's about the most complicated case I've ever worked on.
So your theory was right, Blackie.
Yes, Vivian Peterson stole the book from Mr. Tobin, all right, with the help of the ambulance men who were in on the plan. My theory about the murder of Harold Benson was right, too.
Okay, sir, take a bow. Now, let's see. Benson figured out who had the book and threatened to go to the police. So Tobin killed him and had a clear field to sell the book to Mr. Caldwell. And Tobin killed Miss Peterson, too, didn't he?
Right.
Why?
Same old story, Mary. Miss Peterson didn't bargain for murder when she agreed to steal the book. When Benson was killed, first she tried to run away, then she threatened to go to the police. Our friend Angus wasn't in on the deal. All he did was fall in love with Vivian Peterson and lie to us about not eating with her.
Well, as long as the police have recovered the book, I don't think they'll be too rough on him, do you? Even though he may not get back his library job.
Maybe not. You know, Mary, I'm satisfied with everything about this case except one thing.
What's that? Something you wanted to do and didn't?
Yes. I wanted to tiptoe up in back of that librarian, Miss Calvin, and whisper in her ear, "Quiet, please. People are reading."
Oh, Mary, you can't mean it. What could I do in a musical comedy?
What everybody does in a musical comedy, Blackie. Act and dance and sing. Oh, now, darling, you just have to do it.
Yes, you simply must do it, Blackie. The club is counting on you to do it.
They're counting, are they, Mr. Merriweather? Well, you're director of the show. Direct them to start counting me out right now.
But, Blackie, Miss Wesley says you can sing, and the dance routines are simple, Blackie, but terribly simple. And we're doing Gilbert and Sullivan's Mikado. The dances are hardly more than little toe, heel, toe, kick, toe, heel, toe. Ouch! Well, you know what I mean.
Blackie, you mustn't forget the cause. We're staging the performance for the Orphans Foundation. And,
Yes, what is it?
Also, I have a confession to make. We have already advertised that you will be in the show.
Oh, Mary, sometimes
You'll do it then? Oh, this is wonderful, marvelous, simply superb, Blackie. Rehearsals start at 9 tomorrow morning. At 9 in the morning, sharp, but on the dot of 9.
What time was that again?
Well,
never mind. I'll be there. Only I've got a hunch I'm going to wish I weren't.
And now back to Dick Calmer as Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy. Friend to those who have no friend.
Whose deal is it, Arnold?
I think it's Rogers.
Yeah, it's mine, Lester. This will have to be the last hand.
Oh? Why?
Well, they're opening this broken-down theater for the first time in a year to do a benefit performance of the Mikado.
You're just spoiled, Roger. Being superintendent of a closed theater must be pretty soft. Well, it looks as if you'll have to work for a while.
Only for a few days. Rehearsal's called in an hour, so this is the last hand.
All right, deal. Maybe I'll have better luck this time.
I'll need more than luck from now on. I'll need money. What's the matter, Lester? Haven't you sold one of your statues yet?
No. Too many lowbrows in the world. Well, go ahead. Will you deal, Roger?
Oh, sure. Here we go.
And give me something I can play with this time, Roger, will you?
I'll try to, Arnold.
Hey, wait a minute, Roger.
What's the matter?
Let me look at those cards.
What are you talking about?
You know what we're talking about. You've been cheating us, Roger. How long?
No, look, I'll explain later. I've got to get this theater ready for that Mikado.
Now, wait a minute, Roger. I want to see those cards.
Now, let him go, Lester.
But he's been cheating.
Yes, I know.
I've been losing to him for 2 years, ever since the three of us started playing.
So have I, Lester.
Yeah, you're rich. You've got more to lose.
I know, so I lost more. You know, I never thought a lifelong friend would do this to me.
And I never thought I could be tempted to do what I'm thinking to a lifelong friend.
All right, now, I must have quiet. Please, dear people, I simply must have quiet. Now, this is a dress rehearsal, not a garden party. And I insist on having your strictest attention at all times. Now, places, everybody, places. We'll run through the Wandering Minstrel number right now. Miss Wesley! Oh, Miss Wesley!
Oh, yes, Mr. Merriweather.
Now, where is Boston Blackie? I must have Boston Blackie on stage, please.
He's right here trying to get backstage and stay there. Go on out, Blackie.
Now, please, Blackie, you're holding up the rehearsal. We simply must get on with the rehearsal.
All right, Mr. Merriweather. Let's get the rehearsal over with so I can take off these tights. Do I have to wear these tights?
Of course, the costume is as much a part of the role of Nanky Poo as the role itself. All right, now, places, everybody. The Wandering Minstrel number. Ready at the piano? That's enough. Now, all right, Blackie, you know what you're to do while you're singing?
Sure, practice ducking and weaving so I won't get hit too often during the performance.
Oh, now that's enough, please. That's enough frivolity for now. Now, you're to walk up those stairs past that open trunk at the landing there and around the balcony as you sing. Now, here we go, everybody, and no matter what happens, keep the performance going. The most important thing is to keep up the performance.
Keep up the performance? What about these tights?
Ready, everyone? Splendid. Here we go. Music, please. All right, now, Blackie. Remember, you go up the steps as you sing. The theater is packed with an enraptured audience. Sing.
A wandering minstrel I, a thing of shreds and patches, of ballad songs and snatches, and dreamy lullaby. My catalog is long through
Hey! Blackie! I said to go straight through the scene, and I meant straight through the scene.
I know, but you see...
Nothing must interfere with the rehearsal. Now, you're at the top of the stairs. Now continue past the trunk and go on with the song.
But, Mr. Merriweather,
no
I just...
excuses, simply no excuses. Go on with the song.
All right. You at the piano, pick up from the beginning. There is a body here, it's in the trunk and murdered. A knife is sticking in it, and so it had to die.
Was a body a murder? Oh, my goodness.
Blackie, this is awful. Is somebody really dead, or is this just a joke?
If this is a joke, Mary, that man in the trunk died laughing. Doesn't he look dead to you?
Oh, my gosh.
Wait till Faraday sees him in the trunk. And, oh, brother, wait till he sees me in these tights.
Sure, I'm here on a murder case. But you in tights, Blackie. I can't stop laughing. You ought to see yourself. Boston Blackie in tights. Who are you supposed to be?
Me? I'm Nanky Poo.
Yeah. Nanky who?
Poo. And as Mr. Merriweather would say, poo to you.
Merriweather? Who's Merriweather?
Our beloved director. Wait till you see him.
Oh, that was Merriweather. The little fellow who kept screaming, "The show must go on."
Well, that's him. Look, he's the boss. I've got to...
Inspector. Yeah, Rollins?
They're the things we found on the dead man, Inspector. We just identified the body.
Yeah? Whose is it?
It's a man named Roger Knowlton. He's superintendent of this building. His wife identified the body.
His wife, huh? Where's she?
In her apartment. Down these steps, backstage toward the front.
Thanks. I'll have a talk with her later. Let's see what you found on Knowlton's body. Put that in here on the table, huh?
Here, sir. Here you are. It's papers, coins, playing cards, and a lot of junk.
Wonder why anyone would kill a theater superintendent. It's a funny thing to find in a man's pockets. A deck of playing cards.
Let me look at those. Well.
What do you mean, well?
Well, for one thing, I can tell you that the reason Knowlton was a marked man is that these are marked cards.
You seem to feel a little better, Blackie. Is that why you're going to talk to Mr. Knowlton's wife?
I feel better because I'm out of those darn tights. But I want to talk to Knowlton's wife because of that deck of cards Rollins found in her late husband's pockets.
Why? What was it? Uh-oh.
Mrs. Knowlton?
Yes.
I'm Boston Blackie. Could I speak to you for a moment?
Yes, if you'd like.
Yes, I know. It's your husband's death I want to speak to you about.
Oh, I see. Then come in, of course.
Thanks. Oh, Mrs. Knowlton, this is Miss Wesley.
How do you do? How do you do? Oh, come in and sit down, both of you.
Thank you. I'll close the door, Blackie.
All right.
Oh, look what I've done. I tore the sleeve of my dress.
Oh,
that's a shame.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I should have warned you about that nail on the door. I'll be glad to mend your dress for you.
Oh, no, thank you. I'm afraid anyway, even mended, the tear will show.
Oh, no, it won't, really. Look, see here on my dress, a tear is mended and it scarcely shows.
Why, you sew beautifully, Mrs. Knowlton. Doesn't she, Blackie?
Yeah, she does. Mrs. Knowlton, the police found a deck of playing cards in your husband's pocket. Marked cards.
Marked? They think my husband cheated at cards? That's impossible. People who cheat usually win, don't they? And if he had one, he'd have given me money. Yet he's never had money to give me, as you can see by my home, by my clothes.
Then perhaps the cards weren't his. Perhaps he was being cheated, Mrs. Knowlton. Do you know with whom he played?
Yes, I do. 2 men. Arnold Grimes and Lester Boswell. But I don't think either one of them would cheat my husband. They were his close friends.
They were? Well, maybe one of his close friends got near enough to him to put a knife in his back.
Oh, wrong English. Wrong English.
Grimes? Arnold Grimes?
Yes? What are you doing in this club? You're not a member.
I'm Boston Blackie, Mr. Grimes. Sorry to have to interrupt your billiard game, but I'd like to talk to you.
What about... Now, there's a billiard shot I've been trying to make for 6 years. Know anything about 3-cushion billiards, Blackie?
Not much, but I know a lot about murder. Did you know Roger Knowlton was dead?
Yes. Now, if I give the ball that kind of
How'd
English...
you know?
How'd I know what?
That Knowlton was dead.
Heard it on the radio. Never seen this shot made?
Once. How well did you know Knowlton?
What business is that of yours? Look, can you make this shot?
I can try. And I can also try to find out how well you knew Knowlton.
I'll go ahead. Here's a cue. Let's see you make the shot.
All right. You played cards with Knowlton. Did you know Knowlton cheated?
Sure. Let's see you make the shot, will you?
I didn't say I'd make it. I said I'd try. You knew Knowlton cheated, and still you played with him.
Why not? No law says I can't be cheated if I want to be. Well, can you make that 3-cushion shot?
Maybe, if I do it like this.
Huh. You even made it look easy.
It was. If Knowlton cheated you, why did you play cards with him?
Because I could afford to lose. I'm rich, you see. He was broke. And he wouldn't let me lend him a dime. Give me a chance to help him. Say, show me again how you made that shot, will you?
Sorry, Grimes, I haven't time. The next shot I make won't be at a billiard ball. It'll be at Lester Boswell, the 3rd member of your card-playing trio.
Go away. I told you I'd pay the rent next week. Go away, will you?
I don't want you to pay me the rent, Boswell. I just want to pay you a visit. I'm Boston Blackie.
All right, just... Come in.
Thanks. Say, what is this place anyhow? A stone quarry?
A stone... I'm a sculptor. This is my workshop. I'm busy working. What do you want?
Just a little information about Roger Knowlton. Look, Boswell, did you know Roger Knowlton was found dead this afternoon?
What?
You dropped your chisel. Now drop the act, Boswell. You knew he was dead when I came in here. He was murdered.
Murdered?
Yes, for cheating at cards. For cheating you at cards.
Well, yes, he did cheat me, but he cheated Arnold Grimes, too. Grimes had as much reason as I to kill him.
Oh, no. Grimes had less reason because he has more money. You're handy with a chisel, Boswell. Maybe you were just as handy with a knife. And maybe your fondness for marble prompted you to leave Knowlton stone dead.
And now, back to Boston Blackie. While rehearsing for a benefit performance of The Mikado, Blackie finds Roger Knowlton knifed to death in an open trunk. A deck of marked cards in the dead man's pocket indicates the dead man was cheating both wealthy Arnold Grimes and Lester Boswell, a poor sculptor. As we return to our story, Arnold Grimes, who allegedly lost money purposely to the dead man, comes to see Knowlton's widow.
It's very nice of you to call, Mr. Grimes. I really didn't expect you to...
What did you expect of your husband's lifelong friend, Mrs. Knowlton? Now, Mrs. Knowlton, let's not pretend with each other. Your husband died a rich man, you know, but before he died, he unfortunately made me a poor one.
I don't know what you mean.
I mean, he won so much money from me with those marked cards of his that I'm broke. Almost ruined. Now, you should be satisfied with half, don't you think?
Half? Half of what?
Half of the money he won. I'm perfectly willing to get back only half and let you have the rest.
I think you'd better leave, Mr. Grimes. Maybe my husband did cheat. I don't know about that. And how much he won or what he did with the money, I don't know about that either. He never gave me a penny of it.
You're lying, Mrs. Knowlton.
Am I? Do I look like a woman with money? Does my home look like money? My clothes, my hands, my hair?
Look, your husband won thousands of dollars from me. Tell me what he did with that money or I'll...
Oh, you'll what, Mr. Grimes? Kill me, too?
I didn't kill your husband.
Oh, didn't you?
No, Mrs. Knowlton, I didn't. But I have a pretty good idea who did. This is Grimes, Arnold Grimes. Open the door, Lester, will you?
All right. The door's open. What do you want, Grimes?
I want to talk to you.
About what?
You know very well about what.
Some other time. Right now I'm busy.
How come, Lester? Put down that hammer and chisel and quit making those stupid shapes out of that rock.
You pig.
You murderer.
You're the murderer. You dare to accuse me? I could kill you for that.
Put down that chisel, Lester. Onto the job on me that a knife did on Knowlton. I said put it down.
Oh, you're breaking my arm.
I'll snap your arm in two if you don't drop that chisel.
All right. There. Now, are you satisfied?
No, Lester, I want to know what you did with the money you took from Knowlton after you killed him.
I'm sorry I dropped that chisel.
I'm sorry you did, too. I could kill you now and claim self-defense.
Don't you come near me.
No, I'm getting near enough to get my hands on you.
No, you won't.
Put down that statue, Lester.
Sure, I'll put it down like this.
You don't throw as fast as I can move, Lester. Don't try that again. You might have killed me.
Don't give me any ideas about killing. Because it wasn't Knowlton I've always hated. It's you.
Well, I guess Mrs. Knowlton isn't at home, Blackie.
Well, she is, Mary. She's allergic to doorbells. I'll try once more.
Oh, why? We tried for 5 minutes. Let's go. Mrs. Knowlton can't tell us anything anyway.
No, I suppose not. Well, come on, we'll go. Hey, what's this in the trash can?
Looks like a rag.
An expertly patched rag, Mary, that yesterday was Mrs. Knowlton's dress.
Well, what about it? Looks as if it needs throwing out. Look at that tear on the side of it. That's a new rip.
Yes, and the dress in this trash can gives me a new angle on this case. Where's the telephone?
Oh, there's one right over there on the wall by those steps leading to the stage.
Good, come on. I'm calling Faraday.
What for?
I'll tell you at the same time I tell Faraday. Eavesdrop and learn.
Oh, goody. I've done some of my best learning that way.
I've taught some of my best lessons that way.
Blackie, does that dress in the trash can really mean this much to you?
It means I have Knowlton's killer. Isn't that a lot?
Oh.
Faraday speaking.
Inspector, this is Blackie. I have Roger Knowlton's killer.
Well, stop wasting my time, Blackie. Goodbye.
Instead of goodbye, be a good boy and listen to me a minute.
All right. 1 minute, that's all.
Faraday, arrest Mrs. Knowlton for killing her husband. I found her dress in the trash can.
A dress in the trash can? Well, what does that prove?
Proves plenty, Faraday. It's a dress with a small tear in it that's going to rip this case wide open.
Yeah? How?
I'll tell you how. It's little things like a lost button, a paperclip, a speck of dust that spoil the most carefully worked out murder plots in the world. This torn dress is another killer's little innocent mistake.
What's a mistake about it? The dress was torn. Maybe it had to be thrown out.
Oh, no, Faraday. Mrs. Knowlton has been mending and patching her torn and worn-out clothing all her life. Why? Because she had to. She seldom had money enough for new clothes. The dress I found in the trash can wasn't badly torn. But she threw it out. Why?
All right. Why?
Because all of a sudden she has money. Her husband's money, the money she killed him for. Faraday, she suddenly gave up the habit of a lifetime, and only because she suddenly had no reason to keep it up.
Hey, this is beginning to make sense at that.
Well, you'd better make time and get down here. Mrs. Knowlton's not here, but she'll be back.
I'll be down in 10 minutes.
Make it 5. Come on, Mary. Let's go out in the theater.
Okay.
We're going to look for the money Roger Knowlton won from Grimes and Boswell.
Have any idea where it is?
No, but I know where it isn't. In a bank. Oh, the police would have found it already. He obviously hid it somewhere.
Where?
I don't know where, but his wife knows. I think it's in the theater somewhere. That's my bet. Let's get our hands on that money, and then Faraday can get his hands on our murderer.
Boys, pull up in front of the place.
Right, Inspector.
Rollins, you take a squad of men around to the back. I'll go in the front way here.
Yes, sir. Come on, men.
All right. Hey, where'd those shots come from?
Inside the theater, Inspector.
I think they did, too. Get around back on the double, Rollins. I'll block this exit.
Right, let's go, fella.
All right. Hey, what's going on in here?
Faraday, is that you?
Yeah. Who's that, Blackie?
Yes.
What's it so dark in here for?
Somebody turned out the lights.
Well, what's the idea of the target practice in the dark? Hey, what's the idea of shooting at me, Blackie?
Turn off that flashlight, Faraday. I'm not shooting at you. Arnold Grimes is.
Arnold Grimes? Well, what's he doing?
Turn off that light. Turn it off.
All right, it's off. Who screamed?
Mary did. I told her to duck down behind a row of seats and keep quiet. And you better keep quiet, too, or keep moving around.
I'm all right. Don't worry about me.
Okay, but what's this all about? Where are you, Blackie?
Over here. Oh, wow. That was close.
Well, what's Grimes shooting at you for?
Mary and I were looking for the money Mrs. Knowlton stashed when we saw Grimes across the theater doing the same thing. I yelled to him, and he ran up on the stage. Then the lights went out, and he started shooting.
Uh-huh. And you thought it was Mrs. Knowlton who killed her husband, huh?
Well, I'll admit this. Wow. Gee, that was close. Throws my theory haywire, but I can't be right all the time.
Boy, is this a laugh. You send me on a chase for Mrs. Knowlton and run right into the real killer. Blackie, you're not so smart. You're just a... Yipe!
I'm not so smart. You're not going to be even alive if you don't keep moving.
Oh, no? I'm waiting for a chance to get a good look at the flash of Grimes' gun. Then I'm going to let him have a shot or two from mine. I saw it that time. Here goes. Hear that? I got him, Blackie.
Hey, Inspector!
Yeah, Rollins?
I found the light switch.
Well, turn it on.
Yes.
Phew. Oh, it's good to be able to see again.
And look up there on that stage. I got Grimes, all right. See the body?
Nice shooting, Inspector.
Come on, let's go see if he's still alive.
All right.
Blackie, may I get up off the floor now?
Yes, it's safe, Mary. Come on.
Woo! Thank goodness.
Yeah, it's safe, Miss Wesley. Thanks to me, our pal Blackie didn't even have the right killer. But I got him. So it was Mrs. Knowlton, was it, Blackie?
Well, that's what I thought till I saw Grimes. The lights went out and the shooting started. Up these steps here, Mary. Watch out.
Right.
Well, Blackie, looks as if I could get... Hey, this isn't Grimes. Look, it's a woman. There's a gun in her hand.
It's Mrs. Knowlton. But it was Mr. Grimes who ran away from us.
Maybe, but it was Mrs. Knowlton who did the shooting.
If Grimes was here, he won't get far. I've got men at every exit.
Oh.
Hey, Blackie, this woman's alive. And maybe she'll talk.
No. But, Blackie, if it wasn't Mr. Grimes who shot at us, where is he?
I don't know, Mary. He must have ducked out of the theater.
Never mind Grimes. All right, Mrs. Knowlton. You killed your husband, didn't you?
You might as well tell us, Mrs. Knowlton. We know the truth already.
Oh, do you? Well, all right. I shot at you, and I killed him. Are you satisfied?
Satisfied? Sure. But why did you kill him?
Because he was leaving me. He was caught cheating at cards. I followed him. I saw him get the money. He had it hidden. I took it from him after I killed him and hid it myself.
Where did you hide it, Mrs. Knowlton?
She'll never tell anybody anything anymore, Faraday. She's dead.
Blackie, please come up to the stage. We simply must get on with the rehearsal.
Sure, Merriweather, but we simply must find the money that Mrs. Knowlton hid in this theater, too.
Blackie, I was just thinking of something. I know where that money is.
Of course you do. What's the matter with you, Miss Wesley? Hanging around Blackie or faking your mind?
No, Inspector, no, I don't think so. Unless you mean improving it.
You know better. Well, I gotta get back to headquarters. Question that guy Grimes.
Why must you? Just because Roland caught him running out of this theater? He was probably only looking for Knowlton's money, just as we were when he spotted us. We scared him off.
If both of you would just stop for a minute, I'll get you that money. It's right here in this seat.
Just like that, huh, Mary? Right here in this first seat in the last row.
That's right.
Oh, Blackie!
In just a minute.
Neither one of you believe me, do you? Well, all right then. Just watch what I find when I tear the seat cover off. There you are.
Hey, Blackie, look what's falling on the floor. Money. Lots of it.
I see it, but I don't believe it. Mary, how did you know it was there?
Well, it was Mrs. Knowlton's seat, for one thing. You see, we gave her and her husband a pair of complimentary seats for the first performance. And then while we were standing here, I happened to see that the cover on this seat had been ripped and very neatly sewed up again.
Of course that's where Mrs. Knowlton would hide the money. Her own seat in the theater was the safest place. Only she would be sitting on it.
Now, Blackie, please, we simply can't wait any longer.
Okay, Meriwether, I'm coming. Nice work, Mary.
Thank you. See that you do as well with your song.
Oh, and look as good in those tights.
And keep out of trouble, Blackie.
I've been in trouble before, Mary, but this time I'm really going to be in a tights spot.
Out of my way.
Just a minute.
Let me through here, will you?
Hey, get in line with the rest of us. What's the big idea?
Never mind what the idea is. Just let me through. I gotta get in there.
Why, a minute. Who do you think you're pushing?
I'm sorry. I just gotta get into that office and I've gotta get in fast.
Out of here.
Please excuse my breaking in like this, but it's just that I gotta...
Hold it there, soldier. Take it easy.
It's ex-soldier, and I want to apologize because I couldn't wait online. I know that this was the wrong thing to do, but I gotta have an apartment. I gotta get back to my job right away.
Well, in the case of an ex-soldier, I don't think anybody minds too much. We have a few apartments left. Of course, our building isn't up yet, and we're just renting from plans. Tom, let's have that blueprint on your desk, will you?
Right, Mr. Davidson.
We'll try to help you if we can. What's your name, sir?
Palmer, Jim Palmer, and I've got to get back...
Hang on, Mr. Davidson. The house plan.
Hey, look, that's all Greek to me, that blueprint. Just tell me, can I get 4 rooms in it?
I think so. In fact, you can have the last 4-room apartment that's left. The deposit will be $300.
Wow, that's plenty steep, isn't it? But I guess maybe I can climb it. I'll have to go to the bank first, though.
All right, soldier. But take your time. We're glad to save an apartment for you.
Oh, thanks. Thanks a lot. I'll be back in an hour. Thanks again, Mr. Davidson.
Bye, Mr. Palmer.
Hey, Tom.
Yeah, Bill?
We just made ourselves another $300. And there's a mob outside just waiting to make us rich.
Well, that's great, Bill, but don't you think we've made enough?
Uh-huh. We set a goal for ourselves. We said we'd sell 100 apartments in the forthcoming Bryant apartment house to 1,000 people and then skip.
Yeah, I know, but won't Mr. Bryant get wise to us before we hit the 1,000?
Not a chance. He'll never know what we're doing till after we skip town with about $100,000 in deposit money. Then we'll leave 1,000 tenants holding their breath and Henry Bryant holding the bag.
And now meet Dick Calmer as Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy. Friend to those who have no friend.
Well, Mary, where do you want to go? I'm taking the afternoon off and you out.
Let's leave then, Blackie, before your mind gets... Oh, that phone is what I meant.
It might be nothing.
Don't you just wish it weren't so?
I'll answer that when I get through answering this phone. Hello.
Boston Blackie?
Yes, this is Blackie.
Blackie, this is Jim Palmer.
Who?
Well, you don't know me, but I need your help.
Yeah, what is it?
Look, I'm only out of the service a short while, Blackie, and I'm being swindled.
Well, tell me about it, Jim.
I paid $300 to a couple of guys over at the Bryant Realty Company this morning. They promised to save me an apartment in a new building they're putting up.
Go ahead.
Well, I found out they've been signing people and taking deposits for days. They couldn't possibly have that many apartments, so I went in and demanded my money back.
And they wouldn't give it to him?
No, Mr. Johnson said it was another man, Mr. Davidson, who was in charge of refunds, and he said Davidson was out of town. Look, maybe everything's okay down there, Blackie, and if it is, swell. But I just can't afford to lose $300.
I see, and even though you can't get it back, you think I can.
I'm sure you can, Blackie, and don't forget, if this guy Davidson is swindling me, he's swindling hundreds of others. If this deal is crooked, I'll kill the one guy in back of it. Believe me, I will.
Whoa, take it easy, soldier. I'll meet you for a few minutes, and then, if this is a racket, I'll go down to the real estate office and make a little noise myself.
Charlie? Oh, hiya, Bill. How the motorists behaving on your section of the highway?
Okay. Being a motorcycle cop ain't what it used to be. Only if I had to chase a car going as fast as one last week, I'll need a propeller on this cycle of mine. Things quiet down your way?
Yeah. Only place they like to cut loose is from the top of that hill down to the bottom here. I guess it's a roller coaster effect they get when they see... Hey, Charlie, look. Look at this crazy fool coming down the hill now.
Holy jumping Jehoshaphat. He must be doing 90.
Yeah. Maybe you'll need that propeller on your cycle sooner than you think. Wow, here he comes.
You mean there he goes?
Yeah, here we go. Kick it, boy. Come on, I'm right with you.
Sure ain't slowing down any.
I'll say he isn't. He's got enough momentum going down that hill to coast from here to the state line.
He better slow down before he gets to that curve. Because if he doesn't...
He's doing it now, Charlie. Look at the sap going to that turn.
Go into it, nothing. He's trying to straighten it out. He's going to crack up.
Good night, Charlie. He'll certainly crack up.
Oh, he won't, Bill. He already has. Slow down. We don't have to chase him now.
No, but one of us better chase to a call box and get him an ambulance.
Yeah. I guess we better have a look at him first.
Yeah. All right. Ah, look at that car.
What's there left to look at? Well, no fire yet. Guess the guy must have cut his engine off just before he crashed. Can you see him in there?
Yeah, I can. This door's smashed. We'll have to pry it open.
Maybe if we both pull on it.
All right, we'll try. Come on now, Tuck. That's it.
Wow, sure jam.
Yeah, there. That got the door off. Now let's get this guy out.
Now, wait, Bill. There's no use moving him. He's dead.
Dead, huh? Well, it's no wonder. He cracked up going 90 easy.
The crack up didn't kill him, Bill. He's been dead a long time. Look at those bullet holes in his head. Hello.
Good afternoon, sir.
My name is Jones. I saw your ad in the paper the other day, and I'd like to rent an apartment in the building that you're going to put up.
So would a lot of other people, Mr. Jones. Only they were early people. Sorry, we're all filled up. Have been since the day the ad appeared.
Oh. By the way, is your name Davidson?
No, I'm Johnson, Tom Johnson. Mr. Davidson's assistant.
Well, tell your boss I'd like to see him, will you?
Well, you can tell him yourself as soon as he comes in. Went to lunch at 12. Ought to be back in a few minutes. It's after 1 now.
All right, I'll wait.
Well, sure, have a seat.
Thanks. Say, who's the guy in the picture on the desk?
Oh, that's Davidson. The guy likes himself so much, he's got to look at his own picture all day long.
Nice-looking guy. Looks as if he might have been an athlete.
Oh, he was once. Won the heavyweight boxing championship in the Navy a few years ago. So proud of it, he has crowns and anchors tattooed on each arm.
Is that so? Big fella, huh?
Yeah, plenty big.
What do you know about his background?
What's that to you?
Oh. Cute kid, huh? I asked you a question.
And I asked you one. What's that to you, remember?
Look, Buster, I said my name was Jones. It's not. I'm Boston Blackie.
I'm so scared. Look, I'm shaking.
Maybe you weren't when you heard my name, but you are now, and I'm seeing to it. Now, what do you know about Davidson?
Let go of my coat. Let me go or I'll plant this right on your chin.
I'll let go of something, but not your coat. It was just a sample. Now, get up and keep your hands where they belong, at your sides. That's better. Beginning to think that my friend Jim Palmer was right. That this is a racket. Now get on the telephone and call whoever owns that building that's going up.
Call Mr. Bryant? I don't think I could do that.
No? Try thinking again about it. Come on. I've got a date with my girlfriend, and I can't wait here all day.
All right, I'll call him.
This could be a very cute setup you have here, pal. Maybe Mr. Bryant would like to know about it.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Hello?
Hello, Mr. Bryant. This is Tom Johnson.
Yes, Tom.
Mr. Bryant, there's a man named Boston Blackie here in my office to see Bill Davidson. He insisted I call you. Is Davidson at your place?
No, he isn't. I haven't seen him all day. What's this Blackie want to see him about?
Give me that phone. Hello, Mr. Bryant. This is Boston Blackie.
What is it, Blackie?
Listen, Mr. Bryant, I think your Mr. Davidson here has been using your apartment house project to make himself a barrel of dough.
What?
He swindled my friend Jim Palmer and maybe 999 others.
Oh, this is awful. What will he do?
I don't know what I'm going to do yet, but I know what you ought to do.
What, Blackie?
Go somewhere and hide. You'll want to be good and lost when 1,000 people start screaming for their money. So long. Look, Johnson, are you sure Davidson went to lunch at 12 o'clock?
Well, Blackie, when I came...
Well, Blackie, here I am.
Oh, hello, Mary. I've been expecting you.
Hi,
Hey, what's that in the paper you're carrying there? Something in the headlines about a murder. I can see part of it. What's the rest of it say?
I don't know. I just bought the paper. Something about a man in an automobile crash who wasn't killed by the crash, but by a couple of bullets in the head. That's as far as I read.
You mean you stopped reading there? Here, let me see that.
Sure, here you are.
Thanks. Oh, by the way, Mary, this is Tom Johnson.
How do you do?
Hi.
But don't get to know him too well. He thinks he's tough.
Oh, you had trouble, Blackie, did you?
No, he did. I'm sure hunch happy today. You know, maybe this unidentified body is the missing Bill Davidson.
Bill Davidson? Who's he?
The renting agent here, Mary. I think he built a beautiful racket for himself and then did a fade out.
Yeah, it is funny that he hasn't come back from lunch.
Yeah, I think so, too. I'll ask you again, Johnson. You sure Davidson went to lunch at 12?
Well, I'm not positive. I went out, and when I got back at 12:30, there was a note from him saying he'd gone out at noon.
Well, then, Blackie, maybe it was Mr. Davidson's body that was found.
Maybe. Anyhow, we know what Davidson looks like, thanks to this photograph on the desk here. I'm pretty sure Davidson was killed, so I'm going to see Inspector Faraday. Only if Davidson is alive, he'll be playing an awfully dirty trick on me.
Come in.
Hello, Faraday, old pal.
Don't old pal me, Blackie. Now get out of here. This is police headquarters. Or didn't you know?
It's surprising to me that you know where you are. Faraday, old man, I have a confession to make to you. Up until now, I never thought you had the brains of a cricket.
Oh, you've changed your mind, huh?
Yes, and I apologize for my former thoughts. I think you do have the brains of a cricket.
Well, at least you finally learned something. Now, tell me what you came down here. What did you say? I've got the brains of a cricket.
With apologies to the cricket, of course. Faraday, I wanted...
Well, whatever it is, the answer is no. Now, you and your crickets, get out of here.
All right. But then, of course, if I leave, I won't be able to identify that body that was found this morning. So long, Inspector.
Oh, wait a minute, Blackie. Talk, but talk fast.
Okay, get an interpreter in here so you can tell what I'm talking about.
Blackie, for the last time, start talking. I'm being calm. I'm not going to lose my temper. But you're going to talk, and I'm going to sit here nice and quiet while you do.
Well, that's what I don't like about you, Faraday. You whisper all the time. Okay. Your unidentified body is a man named Bill Davidson.
Oh, it is it? Bill Davidson. You haven't even seen the body. You can tell me it was Bill Davidson. Who's he?
A real estate rental agent who worked for Henry Bryant. I think he pulled a rather tricky swindle and tried to beat it out of town.
Oh, you do, huh?
Sure. I got a brainstorm, and I can give you a perfect description of the body.
Well?
Tall fellow, blonde hair, and an anchor and crown tattooed on each arm.
Perfect, Blackie. Absolutely perfect. Perfect nonsense. The guy we found was short, bald, and wasn't tattooed. Now get out of here and don't bother me. And the next time, do me a favor. Don't get a brainstorm. Get a concussion.
And now back to Boston Blackie. Jim Palmer, ex-soldier, made a $300 deposit on an apartment in a building yet to be erected. and Boston Blackie smells a racket. But when Blackie gets to the real estate office, the agent is not there. Then he hears of the murder of an unidentified man and thinks it is perhaps the missing rental agent, but apparently it is not. As we return to our story, Blackie, deciding to pay a late visit to the office of the Bryant Realty Company, finds someone there before him.
I'll get in there if I have to.
Good evening, Palmer.
Huh? Oh, Blackie. Hiya.
Pretty late to try to do business with the Bryant Real Estate office, isn't it?
I gotta see those guys. I gotta have my dough back.
You obviously do, but look, this office is closed. Won't be open until tomorrow morning.
But I can't wait until then. I gotta have my dough as soon as I can get it.
Look, Palmer, when you first called me on the telephone to say you thought this apartment thing was a racket, you threatened to kill anyone who cheated you, remember?
Yeah, well, what about it?
I still have a hunch about that unidentified body that the police have. In fact, I came down here to do some checking myself. Now, if you had nothing to do with any killing, go on home and...
Get away from me, Blackie. I'm staying here.
Soldier, don't push.
Well, then let me handle this my own way. Don't make me go to work on you, too.
No, I wouldn't want you to do that, Palmer. You might get hurt. Now, be a good boy. As long as you're on the right side, you're on my side, and vice versa. We'll go into the real estate office and look around.
Go in? We can't. The joint's locked.
Yes, but it'll be unlocked in a minute.
Oh, yeah, Boston Blackie. That's right. I forgot. You're supposed to be pretty good with locks, aren't you?
Fairly, but I don't think I'll make the headlines for opening this one. There. Open already.
Hey, Blackie, how'd you do that?
I keep that particular art of mine such a secret I hardly know myself. Let's go in and look around. Wonder if a little snooping would tell me what happened to Davidson or where he is. Wonder if there's anything interesting in this file.
Yeah, but how do you know where to look?
I don't. Uh-oh. Here's something already.
What is it?
A stack of deposit receipts for the apartments in Bryant's buildings.
Gee, that's a terrific wad of papers. Well, there must be 1,000 receipts in that stack.
Yes. There are only 100 apartments in Bryant's building. This particular one. Look here.
Huh?
Look right here, for instance. Here's apartment 9C, rented to 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 8, 10 different people. Same apartment, but rented to 10 different people. This proves your theory, all right. That's a nice racket.
Why, the dirty... Here, give me those papers.
Hey, not so fast. What do you want with them?
The names and addresses of those people. I'm going to get the whole gang of them together, and we're going to tear Davidson apart.
That's a good idea if you can find him. But I'm afraid he's made his money and has skipped out of town. See that grin on his face in the picture there?
What picture?
There on the desk. Looks like he just...
Hey, are you kidding, Blackie? That's not Davidson.
It's not Davidson?
No. Davidson is a short, bald-headed guy with a funny...
Short and bald?
Yeah.
Thanks, Palmer. Thanks very much.
What for?
For telling me that Davidson's dead. Found murdered at 10 o'clock this morning.
Dead? How do you know?
Faraday described him. But I didn't know it was Davidson because his assistant, Tom Johnson, told me the man in this picture was Davidson.
He did? Well, why would he do that?
Why, because Johnson was in on the swindle with Davidson and killed Davidson for his half of the take. He told me this was Davidson's picture to delay me. Tom Johnson's the man we want, and the man I'm going to get.
Blackie, if you come in and out of my office much more, I'm going to have him put in a revolving door.
Don't do it, Faraday. You'll have to go through it, too. You're spending too much of the time as it is.
Well, maybe I like to spin.
You do? Well, suit yourself, old top. Faraday, I just got a correct description of Davidson, and it fits that unidentified body.
Correct description? What's wrong with the first one?
It was based on a picture.
On a picture? Look, Blackie, pictures don't...
I know, don't lie, but liars have pictures. And Tom Johnson lied to me when he said the picture on Davidson's desk was a picture of Davidson.
Why would Johnson lie? Sooner or later, we'd have identified that body as Davidson's?
Sure, but it would have been later. And where would Johnson be by then? Probably right where he is right now, hundreds of miles away with thousands of dollars. Can I use your phone?
No.
Thanks.
I said no.
I know. I asked you only to be polite. Too bad you couldn't be polite and say yes.
Yeah, well, I said no only because I knew you'd use the phone anyway.
My, aren't we clever with each other?
No.
Hello?
I'd like to speak to Henry Bryant, please.
Speaking.
Oh, Bryant, this is Boston Blackie. Do you know where I can get in touch with Tom Johnson?
Tom? No, I don't. He called me last night and said he might be out of town for a day or two. The building's completely rented, you know, and there's not much for him to do.
No, I don't suppose there is. Well, thanks. Thanks just the same.
That's all, Blackie. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Well, did you find Johnson?
No, and Brian doesn't know where he is.
Well, I suppose you do.
I have a hunch he's out of town, and if that's so, we're out of luck.
Quiet, everybody, quiet, and I'll explain why you're here.
Yeah, Palmer. What's the idea of calling us out on a rainy night and getting us jammed into this dump of a warehouse?
I'll tell you why. Just take it easy. Take it easy. All of us gave a deposit of $100 or more to the Bryant Real Estate Company to give us apartments when his new building was finished.
All of us?
That's right. 1,000 of us paid deposit money on just 100 apartments.
You mean to say...
I mean to say that Mr. Davidson and Tom Johnson swindled us out of our money. Davidson is dead and Johnson's run away with the dough.
Well, what can we do?
I'll tell you what we can do. Bryant himself is the one responsible for this. He hired Davidson and Johnson. And Bryant's rich, and we're going to make him give us our money back. Now, take it easy. Take it easy. He'll do it. Or he'll be an awful sorry guy. But first, I want to... Let me finish, will you? Take it easy now. Let's give him a chance to square himself. Let's go see him right now, right?
Right.
Well, come on, then. What are we waiting for? Somebody tossed a rock through one of the front windows. That ought to bring him out.
Hey, look, the light on the porch of his house just went on.
Yeah, the door's opening. Is that Bryant?
I don't know.
Well, we'll soon find out. He's got his hands raised. He wants to talk. Now, take it easy, everybody. Quiet. Let him talk. Let him talk.
I'm Mr. Bryant. Now, what do you people want with me?
We paid deposits on apartments in your new building. 100 apartments were rented to 1,000 different people. We want our money back.
Wait, please, wait.
Quiet, everybody. Give him a chance to talk.
Thank you very much. I know just how you people feel. I just found out about this thing myself. Believe me, it came as a terrible shock to me.
We want our money.
Please let me finish.
Let him finish, everybody. Let's hear what he has to say.
All right, Bryant, talk.
Listen, everybody. I'm insured against what happened to you. You'll get your money back, every cent of it.
Don't give us that.
The bank's open at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Now, be at my office starting at 9:30, and I'll see that each one of you's refunded every cent that you gave Davidson and Johnson.
All right, Bryant. That's okay with me. Is it okay with the rest of you? Okay, Bryant, I'm coming up to shake hands on that. Let me get by here, will you? Come on, let me get through. I'm sorry, bud. Well, Bryant, thanks.
That's all right, son, and I won't let you down.
You hear that, everybody? Are you satisfied? Okay, Mr. Bryant, we'll see you at your office in the morning.
I'll be there, and I'll have your money, too.
Okay, let's go, everybody. Come on. It's all right.
Well, Tom, how did I handle that?
Ah, you were great, Bryant. The fools think we're going to give them their dough back, eh?
Yeah, they're going to be at my office tomorrow morning to get it. We'll be miles away by then.
We sure will. Say, that idea of yours having a phony picture of Davidson on Davidson's desk was great, Bryant.
Better than that. That, Tom, was you letting Davidson think that you and he were pulling a swindle behind my back when you and I were really just letting him collect the money for us.
And the cops will go on looking for Davidson for weeks on charge of swindling when they've already got his body in the morgue.
Uh-oh, someone at the door. Probably one of the mob coming back. You better get out of here.
All right, I'll go upstairs and get packed.
Good. Yes?
Mr. Bryant, I'm Boston Blackie.
What do you want?
Well, first, I'm wet and I want in.
All right. You're in. Now, what else do you want?
Oh, nothing much. You probably got rid of that crowd just leaving your house by giving them some smooth talk. But I don't want talk. I want money.
What money?
The money you swindled from your prospective tenants. Took me a little time to figure this out, but I'm sure I'm right. I'd like something else, too. An admission that you killed Davidson.
I killed Davidson?
That's right. Want to tell me about it?
Not right now. Oh, just a second. I can tell you I killed him.
I killed him and put him in his car and sent him crashing down the hill. Now, what about it?
Nothing except for us to go to headquarters. Thanks for talking, Bryant. You've made this very easy.
Well, look behind you and you'll see someone who's going to make it very tough. That's the reason I didn't mind admitting the murder.
I'm not falling for that one, Bryant. Where's Tom Johnson, your assistant?
Right behind you.
Not exactly right behind you, Blackie. There's a gun between us.
Uh-oh.
So you wouldn't fall for someone behind you, huh? Genius, aren't you?
Tom, don't kill him here.
I won't. The longer he stays alive, the longer we wait till we're safe.
Well, what'll we do with him?
Well, those hands of his are tricky. Grab that cord off the drapes and tie him up. Work fast now.
All right, but keep a gun on him.
You let me worry about that. You watch his hands, they're fast.
I'm watching them. Oh. All right, Blackie, all right. Hey, you turn around and put your hand behind you.
Sure, Bryant, I'll turn around. But I'll put you in front of me.
Hey, let go of me, let go.
Sure, when I'm through, you think it's your shield. Now, Tom, I'm coming after you.
Stay back or I'll shoot.
Go ahead. You'll hit Bryant, not me.
No, Tom, I'm in front of Blackie. You'll hit me.
I've got to.
Just got you in the arm, Bryant. Now I'll give it to him. Here you are, Tom.
Don't.
What, are you kidding?
Oh, my God.
There. There, Bryant. That'll put Tom to sleep a little while. When he wakes up, maybe Faraday will sing both of you a lullaby.
Mr. Bryant's safe open yet, Blackie?
It will be in a minute, Mary. There.
Gee, I hope the money's in here.
There she is, Plumber.
And there's all the money, too.
Wow, that was some haul, wasn't it?
Yes, it was, soldier. And look at it, all in cash, all ready to carry. Here, you take it, soldier. It's all yours.
With pleasure.
Why won't you feel rich for a little while?
Sure will, Miss Wesley, but I'll feel still better when I meet all those people at Mr. Bryant's office tomorrow and give them each their share.
How many people did Mr. Bryant swindle?
Some 900 odd.
Odd people, Blackie.
Yes, Mary. Bryant swindled 900 odd people. But this money and what the law promises to do to Bryant and his pal Johnson will make them even.
Well, so the great Boston Blackie condescends to visit the lonely Henry Rice. Aren't you afraid your friends will look out and find out about this, Blackie?
I'll take my chances with my friends, Rice. But I'm not going to take a kicking around from you.
I'm kicking you around?
You know what you're doing. You're framing a murder on my friend Shorty.
Oh, terribly unfair of me, isn't it?
You know what it is. An out-and-out frame. The police are looking for evidence on the murder of that fellow Ashley. And you have phony evidence that makes it look as if Shorty killed him.
So I do. A cigarette lighter, I think, with Shorty's initials on it.
And Shorty's fingerprints on it, too. And it was found at the scene of Ashley's murder.
I know. I made sure it would be found there. I've got it, you know.
Yes, for now. But I'm getting it back. Shorty has a record. If the police connect him with Ashley's death, Shorty's as good as dead himself.
Yes, he will be, won't he? It looks as if your friend Shorty will go to the chair for murder, and you, the great Boston Blackie, won't be able to do anything about it.
I might.
I doubt it. Unpleasant position you're in, Blackie, but very pleasant for me.
Look, I'll give you $10,000 for that lighter.
Not interested. Making you miserable is worth 10 times 10,000.
Then what will you take for the lighter?
Nothing. You see, I have everything, Blackie. Everything. Even you in a jam.
Look. You're an art collector, aren't you?
Yes, of a sort.
Of the sort who'd like the Abbott painting in his collection?
Well, now you're getting interesting. But the Abbott is not for sale, Blackie. It's in the City Art Gallery and under heavy guard.
I know. But if you promise to give me Shorty's lighter, I'll get that Abbott for you.
You will? How?
I'll steal it.
That's absolutely impossible.
You let me worry about that.
You can't do it, Blackie. You can't do it.
Can't I? It's 4:00 in the afternoon now. By 9:00 tonight, I'll have stolen that painting.
And now back to Dick Calmer as Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy. Friend to those who have no friend.
Look in the left-hand top drawer of my bureau, will you, Mary? I think you'll find a razor blade with a handle.
All right.
Should be right in the front of the drawer. See it?
Yeah, I have it. Here.
Thanks.
Blackie, why are you collecting all this stuff?
I can't tell you, Mary.
Why not?
Because in the first place, you wouldn't like it, and in the place to tie us for first, you wouldn't believe it. Now, let's see if I have everything in this bag.
Well, you have a razor blade with a handle, you have a knife, rubber gloves, and adhesive tape. That's everything you asked for so far.
Then I guess I have everything I need. Now, all I have to do is close the case. There. And be on my way. So long.
Blackie, what are you going to do? Is it something wrong?
Who, me? Do something wrong? Mary.
Yes, you do something wrong, Blackie.
Mary, you've hurt my feelings. All I'm going to do is get Shorty out of a jam.
With a knife, a razor blade, adhesive tape, and a pair of rubber gloves?
Yes.
What have they got to do with getting Shorty out of a jam?
A lot. And you're asking a lot of questions.
Not getting any answers. Oh, Blackie, please tell me where you're going. I'll worry myself sick.
Oh, all right. I'm going to the city art galleries.
With a knife?
And a razor blade, adhesive tape, and a pair of rubber gloves. I'm going to steal the Abbott painting.
You are going to do what?
Steal the Abbott painting and give it to Henry Rice.
Oh, Blackie, you're not.
But I am. And don't worry. As soon as he gives me Shorty's cigarette lighter, I'm going to see that the painting goes right back to the gallery.
Well, I should think so, but that's not what worries me. It's how you're going to steal it. There are steel doors and steel shutters on the windows of that gallery, and there are men with guns everywhere. Oh, darling, I don't know how you can possibly steal the Abbott.
Don't you, Mary? Well, don't feel too badly about it. Ask a million people, and they'll tell you it can't be done. But ask me, and I'll say it can.
Come in.
Inspector Faraday.
Yeah, Rollins?
Pick up your telephone. There's a little surprise waiting for you on the other end of the line.
Now, who is it? Little Red Riding Hood?
No.
Rollins, you've been around Blackie too much.
No kidding, Inspector Faraday. Somebody very interesting wants to talk to you.
Yeah?
And it's funny that you mentioned Blackie because he wants to talk to you about Blackie.
Yeah? Who is it?
Pick up your phone and see.
All right, I'll pick it up. But, Rollins, if this is your idea of a joke, I'll give you an idea of what it's like to be pounding a beat. Hello?
Hello, Inspector Faraday. This is Henry Rice.
Henry Rice?
Yes, you remember me, of course.
Remember you? Rice, if it takes me 100 years, I'm going to...
I'm so glad to see you remember me and still hold me in such high esteem.
Hold you in high esteem. I'll high esteem you. I'm going to hold you for murder.
My, how you love me. But I didn't call you to have you boost my ego. I thought perhaps you'd like to know something about your friend Boston Blackie.
I know all I want to know about him.
Oh, but you don't, Inspector, you don't. You've always wanted to send Blackie to the same iron-covered cottage you have for me, but you've never been able to prove anything against him.
I will someday.
Really? Well, Inspector, this is that day.
Yeah? What are you talking about?
Blackie, and what he's going to do tonight. He's going to steal the Abbott painting from the City Art Gallery.
He's what?
You heard me, Faraday.
Yes, I heard you. But I don't believe you.
I'm not asking you to believe me. I just wanted you to know that the painting was to be stolen. And yet you couldn't keep Blackie from getting it. Have a pleasant night, Inspector.
Listen, Rice, he hung up.
Now, wasn't that sort of a surprise, Inspector?
Oh, you still here, Rollins? Yeah, it was a big surprise. And guess what he wanted?
What?
To tell me Blackie is trying to steal the Abbott painting from the City Art Gallery tonight.
Trying to steal the Abbott?
Get that, Rollins. Rice thinks I'm dumb enough to fall for that.
Yeah, you'd have to be dumb to fall for it. Not even Blackie could break into the City Gallery, much less break out of it with the Abbott painting.
Yeah, not even Blackie. Why, that painting is so heavily guarded that... Rollins, stop laughing and get me a squad car.
Yeah.
If Blackie's going to steal the Abbott, what are we laughing about?
No, Inspector Faraday, the gallery isn't closed. We're open till 9 tonight.
I see, Mr. Lawrence. Then you still have your regular number of guards on duty, huh?
Oh, yes, of course. Even though there are a few people in the gallery this late, it's almost closing time.
And nothing's missing?
Well, believe me, this place wouldn't be so quiet if anything were missing. Much less the Abbott painting you thought was going to be stolen tonight.
I didn't think it was going to be stolen, Mr. Lawrence. I just heard a rumor that somebody was after it, and I came down here to check. Just routine.
Well, I certainly appreciate your interest in my gallery, Inspector. Oh, may I show you around?
No, thanks. I have to get back to headquarters. Sorry if I had you worried about your Abbott painting, Mr. Lawrence.
Oh, I don't ever worry about it, Inspector. It's the most heavily guarded painting in my gallery. Well, what was that?
Sounds like someone broke a window on the front part of the gallery.
Yes, and there was a scream in that gallery there, too.
Come on. I think we better have a look over there.
Yes, I think we'd better. Here, what happened here? What happened?
I don't know, Mr. Lawrence. I just standing here, and all of a sudden the window behind me broke.
Someone must have thrown a stone in from the outside.
No, sir. Nothing fell in here. I'd say someone in here threw something out the window.
Well, did you see anyone throw anything?
No, sir. None of these people here threw anything. Must have been thrown by someone standing where I couldn't see them, sir.
Mr. Lawrence! Mr. Lawrence!
Here comes another one of your guards, Mr. Lawrence.
Yes, and from the Abbott gallery, too.
Mr. Lawrence! All of a sudden the lights went out. When I turned them on, the Abbott painting was missing.
Well, turn in the alarm quickly.
Tom's gone to turn it on already.
Well, throw the switch that locks the doors and the window shutters.
All taken care of, Mr. Lawrence. Yeah, there goes the alarm.
Oh, dear, the Abbott's stolen. I can't believe it.
I can, Mr. Lawrence. Round up everybody in the place. Don't let anybody out. I want to question everybody. Even though I know the guy who stole your painting. All right, Blackie. I've questioned and searched everybody in the place, including you. And no one has the painting. Where is it?
You did the questioning and the searching. You tell me where it is.
That painting's been cut out of its frame. You cut it out and got rid of it. Now, how did you get it out of here?
The painting is missing?
You know very well it is. Because you stole it.
You can prove that, of course.
No, I can't prove it. But you're here. I got a tip you'd steal it, and the painting is missing. That's all I need to know.
Oh, no, Faraday. You also need to know where the painting is. And until you know that, you can't say I stole it.
All right. I can't say you stole it. But I can think it.
You can what? You can think it? Faraday, you couldn't think your way out of a revolving door. Tell me something. There was a commotion in the other end of the gallery just before the painting was stolen. What was that?
Oh, somebody threw something out of a window.
The painting, maybe?
No, it was just a stone. I thought maybe it had the painting wrapped around it or something. But a cop on the street saw it fall. That was just a stone.
You're sure?
Yeah, that was part of the thief's scheme. To create a commotion in another part of the gallery so he could come in here, turn out the light, and grab the Abbott.
Oh, yes. Very clever idea.
It was your idea, and I know it.
But can you prove it?
No, I can't prove it.
Then, of course, I can go.
Yes, you can go. But when I find that painting, Blackie, your friends will find you in jail.
Oh, good morning, Mary. Come on in.
You better let me come in. Have you seen the morning paper?
No, what have I done now?
You've stolen the Abbott painting.
Oh, that's not news. That's old stuff. I did that last night.
Yes, but how did you do it, Blackie? The way it was guarded, with even Inspector Faraday there.
Oh, just genius, that's all. Just sort of an...
There's a phone call for you, genius.
Thanks. Hello.
Good morning, Blackie. This is Henry Rice.
Oh, Henry. Good morning.
Yes, isn't it, though? And I see the papers where you had a good night.
Oh, fair.
You got the Abbott, Blackie. How did you do it? How did you do the impossible?
It wasn't easy, Rice. I just made it look that way.
And now back to Boston Blackie. Blackie's friend Shorty is being framed for the murder of a man named Ashley. Gang leader Henry Rice, who hates both Blackie and Shorty, has the phonied evidence against Shorty, and in order to get it, Blackie promises to steal the valuable and heavily guarded Abbott painting. The morning papers announce that the painting has been stolen. And as we return to our story, Blackie is asking Henry Rice to keep his part of the bargain.
All right, Rice. I stole the painting for you. Where's the cigarette lighter with Shorty's fingerprints on it?
Where's the painting, Blackie?
I'll deliver it.
I'll surrender the lighter on delivery of the painting.
Oh, no. I don't trust you. You crossed me. You tipped off Faraday that I was going to steal the Abbott. But I got the painting for you just the same. Give me the lighter and I'll deliver the painting.
Fair enough. Here it is.
Thanks.
Now, when do I get the painting?
In a little while. But tell me something. Why did you call Faraday and tell him I was going to steal the Abbott if you wanted the painting so much?
To tell you the truth, Blackie, much as I wanted that Abbott, I didn't much care whether you got the painting or Faraday got you.
No?
No. You see, it's hard for me to decide which I do most. Like that painting or dislike you.
Faraday speaking.
Hello, Inspector. This is your old pal, Blackie.
Listen, you. I don't want to talk to you until you're ready to tell me what you did with that painting. And then I'm going to talk to you through bars.
You mean they're putting you in a cage?
I'll cage you, Blackie. What do you want?
I want you to meet me at the City Art Gallery so I can give you the Abbott painting.
I wanted you in on this, too, Mr. Lawrence, in case Blackie is just pulling another fast one. I don't know too much about pictures.
Well, I'm glad you called me in, Inspector Faraday. The Abbott was stolen from this room. Oh, Blackie, how did you do it? And where is the Abbott now?
One thing at a time, Mr. Lawrence. You can see how I stole the painting. There's the frame for it, still there on the wall, empty.
Yes, you cut the picture out of its frame, that's obvious. But how did you do it without anyone seeing you?
Well, that was the easiest part of it. I waited until there was no one here, then caused that commotion outside.
While everybody was in the front hall of the gallery, you had time enough to cut the Abbott out of its frame, roll it up, and take it away.
Yes, but not very far. Come on. The Abbott's in the next room. Taped to the back of another picture.
Oh, thank heavens, man. I thought we'd seen the last of the Abbott forever. Where? Which picture?
Right there. The painting of the two children. Oh. Hey, it's gone.
Huh?
Was hanging there last night.
Blackie, we sold that painting out a half hour ago.
What?
Yes, to a man named Smith. Smith from Kansas City.
Smith from Kansas City, huh? I know who that is, all right. An old friend of mine. See you fellas later.
Oh, no, Blackie, you're not going anywhere. This is another one of your tricks. You're coming to...
Not to jail, Faraday. At least not with this gun in my hand.
A gun? Oh, good heavens, why...
Good heavens, Mr. Lawrence? Goodbye.
Hello?
Mary, this is Blackie.
Oh, hello, Blackie. Did you give the painting back to Inspector Faraday the way you promised?
I tried to, Mary, but I couldn't. It's gone.
Gone?
Sold to a man named Smith from Kansas City for $250.
Oh, Blackie, no.
No is right, Mary. I think I know who has it, and it's not John Smith, and he's not from Kansas City.
All right, who has it?
A man who seems to like to play tag. And, Mary, if you don't mind, I'd like you to get into the game.
I don't see any reason for this call of yours, Blackie. As you can see, I am Smith of Kansas City, and I have what I want.
You mean you're Henry Rice of New York, and you think you have what you want?
Oh? Then what is that painting hanging on the wall behind my desk? Two very lovely children. Recognize it?
Yes, that's the painting I taped the Abbott to.
Surprised?
Frankly, I am. I didn't think you were smart enough to figure out how I'd steal it.
But I was smart enough, wasn't I? I arrived at your method of stealing it by the simple process of elimination, my dear Blackie. You see, it couldn't be taken out of the gallery, and so when I heard it was missing, I knew it must still be in the gallery. And so I looked, and so I found it.
Oh, fine. Is the Abbott still taped to the back of that painting on your wall?
Not quite. You'll never find the Abbott, I can assure you.
Even if I did find it, Rice, I wouldn't be finding the Abbott.
No?
No. If you knew anything about art at all, you'd know the painting I stole for you was a phony.
I don't believe it.
Look at it closely and you'll see. Come on, we'll look at it together and I'll prove it to you.
No, Blackie. You can be more clever than that, really. I can look at the painting myself and tell whether or not it's authentic.
Then go ahead, look at it.
And have you follow me to it? Oh, no.
Then you're going to spend the rest of your days with a phony painting. But that's not my worry.
You know, Blackie, you've aroused my curiosity. I hate to think I've been cheated, but I think you'd better stay here while I go look at it, if you don't mind.
I do mind. What was the buzzer for?
You'll see. Ah, there. Turn around and look at the reason for the buzzer. Come in, Max.
Yeah, boss, sure.
Where did you find a guy this big? In the redwood forest?
Rather overgrown youngster, isn't he? Max, I have to run out a minute. Do you think you could persuade this fellow to remain here and quietly until I return?
Oh, sure, boss. I got a friend here in my pocket could convince him like this. Some convincer, huh, boss?
That's good work, Max. That should keep him asleep for a little while. I'll be back in a few minutes.
Hey, you know something, boss?
What?
I like to hit guys on the head. It does something to me. Oh, you come to now, huh? Good. I'll let you get up, and then I'll hit you again with my blackjack. Oh, hi, boss. You're back, huh?
Yeah.
Hello, Bryce. You see the painting?
Yes, and it's authentic, all right.
Huh?
Never mind, you wouldn't understand, Max. Blackie, your trick, alas, didn't work.
Well, you can't blame a guy for trying, can you?
No. You'll never find the Abbott, Blackie. You know, I've outsmarted you at every turn. I feel rather good about that.
I'll get that painting back.
You'll never even see it again. Now, don't you envy me, Blackie. I have the Abbott painting. I'm free and clear of any suspicion. But the police are looking for you, and you don't even know where I've hidden the painting. Well, now, I think you've done everything you can for me, Blackie. You may go now.
Well, thanks for something, anyway.
No hard feelings, Blackie. Here, I'll make amends by taking you to the top of the steps. Well, here we are, Blackie. Just one flight down, and you're in the street.
And I suppose you think out on my feet, too.
I trust not. You'll need to be rather nimble to sidestep the police. Don't forget they're looking for you.
Thanks for the warning.
Don't mention it.
Blackie.
Good girl, Mary. You're here right on time. Did everything work all right?
Perfectly. I did just what you told me on the phone. I waited outside Rice's office door, then I followed him down the steps, and from then on I didn't let him out of my sight till he went into another building. But, where's the Abbott?
You show me the building Rice went into, and I'll show you the Abbott. This is the door he went into when you followed him, Mary?
Yes, Blackie.
This is a warehouse. But warehouse or palace, this is where Rice hid the Abbott.
Yeah, but it's such a big warehouse.
We'll find it. Come on, let's go in. Say, the door's unlocked.
That's good.
No, that's bad. Means there's probably a guard around here somewhere.
Shh. Well, this seems to be nothing but an anteroom. There's another door there. Should we try that one?
Come on, but quietly.
Don't worry.
No. Shh.
I hear footsteps.
Yes, and I see the man who's making them.
Oh, I see something else, too. This is a gambling casino. It's empty now, but Rice must use this place every night.
And here comes Mr. Footsteps. We'll have to take care of him before we do anything else.
I hope he isn't as big as that Max you were telling me about.
No, he isn't, but he's got a gun. Be quiet, or we'll be telling the angels about him.
You're so right.
Shh, here he comes. Hey, you. Thanks for turning your chin.
Why, Blackie, you hit him only once, you selfish. Not even a second sock for me.
Mary, I would gladly trade that second sock for a second sight that would help me find the Abbott.
Oh! Any luck in finding the painting over there, Blackie?
No, Mary. Let me find it under this tabletop.
Well, I have torn things apart till I'm exhausted. It's the last place I'm going to look.
Well, look over the old places again. We may have missed something.
Oh, dear. Well, it's not here. I'm going to rest a minute.
I'll rest in a minute. Not here. I'll try this. Over here, maybe under this table. Nope, nothing here. I'll try over there.
Mind if I play a little roulette while you look?
No, go ahead.
I love roulette when it's for fun.
I love looking for things when I can find them.
Uh-oh. Red and even.
The situation here is black and odd. Oh, gosh, I guess Rice has us fooled completely.
Oh, no, Blackie, you'll find it. Want to quit for a while and, play a little roulette?
No, I
stranger?
gotta start thinking again. I'm sure if Rice came here, the painting is in here.
Red and even. Let's see where the little ball stops this time.
I wish it would stop on the painting if I... That's it.
What?
Stand back, Mary. That roulette wheel is turned for the last time.
What are you going to do?
Take that table leg here and smash the roulette wheel.
Oh, golly. In a million pieces. And I was just about to spin it and make a fortune.
Mary, we found a fortune. Look under what's left of the wheel.
Well, looks like a roll of canvas.
Here, look at it. When I take it out and unroll it, look.
The painting!
Yes, the painting, Mary, and suddenly the whole picture is changed.
Well, Blackie, so you went to all the trouble of stealing the Abbott just because of Shorty's lighter.
Yes, and now Shorty has his lighter, and the art gallery has its Abbott, and everybody is happy, I suppose.
Well, I'm not happy. Why didn't you tell me Rice was framing Shorty and let me get that lighter from him?
Because by the time you'd have cleared Shorty, he'd have been sent to the electric chair.
Shorty was innocent.
Of course he was. Well, if you're unhappy because I didn't let you help clear Shorty, I'm unhappy because Henry Rice was the cause of all this, and he's going free.
Oh, no, he isn't.
You've arrested him? Well, what for? Running a gambling joint?
No, we couldn't prove that. But the DA has a great case against him, Blackie. And all because Rice made you steal that painting.
But you can't say Rice stole the painting. I did.
Yes, you stole it, Blackie. But who got it after you stole it?
Well, Rice did. Oh-ho. I'm beginning to see a little flaw in Rice's master plan.
And what a flaw. You didn't actually steal the Abbott. Technically, all you did was move it from one room to another. So that clears you. I'm sorry to say. But the painting was taken out of the gallery, so Rice goes to jail for receiving stolen property.
Good work, Faraday. This all started with Shorty's cigarette lighter. But it looks like Rice met his match.
Found it, Larry. Found it.
You're not kidding, Bill. Are you sure?
Positive. Don't get so excited you stop pumping air to me down here.
Keep your helmet on. I'll keep pumping. You sure it's the sunken ship we're looking for?
We were looking for the Argus, weren't we?
Yeah, but make sure it has the gold in it before we get too excited.
Okay. Give me a little more line.
Yeah.
There's a big gap in her side I can look into and see right into the hold.
Okay, but be careful. Don't get caught in the current and lose your footing.
Just keep my lines tight, and I won't. Keep pumping air.
I'll pump you enough air for a month if you found that gold.
Just enough for now will do.
Well, Bill, what goes? You see anything yet?
See anything? I can see everything. Larry, there's more gold here than I thought was in the whole world.
You found it, huh?
I sure did, Larry. We're rich.
You mean I'm rich?
What are you talking about?
You'll know in a minute. Pull on your tow line.
Huh?
Pull on it, Bill.
Okay, but... Hey, Larry, it's loose.
Sure. I got it loose.
What's your idea? What...
And here goes your airline, too, Bill. I'm cutting that.
No, Larry, don't. No, you can't.
I can't, huh? I already have.
Oh, Larry, don't. I'm
pulling out of here, but fast. As soon as I cut this phone line.
Oh, Larry.
So long, Bill, old pal.
And now on to Dick Calmer as Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy. Friend to those who have no friend.
I know just how you feel, Sarah. Your brother was a swell guy. And believe me, there was nothing I could do to save him.
I'm sure there wasn't, Larry.
Honest, there wasn't. I was pumping air to Bill when all of a sudden the phone went dead. Then I saw bubbles on the water, and when I pulled on the tow line, it was limp.
Something underwater must have cut the lines.
Yeah, I'm afraid that's what it was. Sarah, I want you to remember that Bill and I were partners. And Bill's death doesn't dissolve that partnership. You're in if I ever find that gold.
No, I wouldn't want it. It'd remind me too much of Bill. I think you'd better go now, Larry. I think I'd rather be alone right now.
Yeah, sure. Anything you say. Well, so long, Sarah. And I'm sorry.
It's all right. Bye, Larry.
Hey, goodbye.
Bye, Larry. I'll be seeing you.
Yeah, sure, kid. So long.
What are you bawling about, sis?
Bill.
Yeah, me all right. Came in the back way so nobody would see me. Thanks for feeling so miserable when Larry told you I was dead. It's very complimentary.
Bill, it really is you. You're alive.
Yeah, sure am, sis. And that was some story Larry told you about how I died.
He thought you did die. What happened?
What happened? Larry tried to kill me, and I'm alive now only because I'm a smart diver. I'm going to be just as smart a killer.
Bill, don't talk like that.
Why not? As far as anybody knows, I'm dead. So I'm going to kill the guy who tried to kill me. And I'm going to get away with it, too.
Yes?
Boston Blackie?
Yes, again.
May I come in?
Yes, with a capital why not?
Thank you. Blackie,
Don't tell me. You're in trouble. Oh, you know someone who's in trouble, and you've come to me for help.
Yes, Blackie. It's my brother.
Well, what's he done? Swindled, embezzled, or murdered?
He hasn't done anything yet, but he's going to kill a man.
He is? When?
As soon as he finds him. And he's going to get away with it, too.
That's a popular misconception, Miss...
Bronson. Sarah Bronson. My brother's name is Bill.
Bill Bronson, the diver?
Yes.
Oh, now, wait a minute, Miss Bronson. Your brother died this morning. I heard it over the radio not an hour ago.
My brother's very much alive, Blackie. And it's because everyone thinks he's dead that he thinks he can get away with murder.
Well, I have a hunch he's right, up to a point. Who was he going to kill?
Larry Matthews, his partner. That wasn't an accident under the water this morning. Larry tried to kill Bill by cutting his lines.
Uh-huh. So Bill wants to stay dead and get his revenge. I think you'd better go to the police, Miss Bronson.
No, I don't dare.
Why not?
Bill's gone almost crazy after that experience this morning. He said he'd kill me if I went to the police. But he didn't say anything about going to you.
I see. Well, I'll see what I can do for you.
Whatever it is, you'll have to do it fast. Bill is...
Excuse me. Hello.
Hello, Blackie. This is Charlie Kingston.
Oh, hello, Charlie. I'll call you back in just a minute.
Nothing serious, Blackie. I'm just keeping a promise I made to you.
What promise?
You know about never jumping into a new business deal without telling you what I've done?
Well, tell me about this one some other time, Charlie, will you? I've got to keep a man named Larry Matthews from being killed.
Did you say Larry Matthews?
Yes.
He's going to be killed? Good heavens, no. I won't have anyone murdered in any of my offices.
What?
He's downtown in my manager's office right now, and they just closed a deal for $100,000.
What kind of a deal?
A salvage job. I bought half interest in $2 million worth of gold Matthews and Bronson, that dead diver, found. I saw the chart myself.
Look, Charlie, phone your manager and tell him to hold Matthews there. Bronson isn't dead. Matthews tried to kill him, and now the diver is out to kill Matthews.
What? Well, I don't understand.
Never mind what you don't understand. Phone your manager, tell him the whole story, and tell him to hold Matthews there. I'll get there myself as soon as I can.
So that's what the score is, Miss Matthews. Oh, excuse me. Sure, Mr. Walton. Walton speaking.
Oh, Henry, this is Charlie Kingston.
Oh, yes, Mr. Kingston.
Look, is Larry Matthews there?
Yes, he is.
Good. Keep him there. And don't let him leave your office under any circumstances.
What's the matter?
His life is in danger. Somebody's looking for him to kill him. Boston Blackie will be down there in a few minutes to take over. Now wait for him.
All right, but I don't understand.
Now, don't try. Wait till Blackie comes and then get that chart from Matthews. I want that chart.
Don't worry, Mr. Kingston. I'll get it for you. Bye.
Goodbye.
Anything wrong, Mr. Walton? You look a little pale. Nothing much is wrong, I hope, Mr. Matthews. That was my boss, Mr. Kingston. He wants me to keep you here in my office until Boston Blackie gets here. Why?
Why? Because your life is in danger.
Huh?
Mr. Matthews, do you know of anyone who's trying to kill you?
No, no one in particular. But I'm not surprised my life's in danger. Yours would be, too, if you owned something as valuable as that chart of mine.
Yes, I suppose so. Well, we'll own it soon.
Mr. Kingston asked me to be sure to get it from you.
Well, you've given me your check. Come on down to my house at the waterfront and I'll give you the check.
Mr. Matthews, I can't let you leave this office. Mr. Kingston's orders.
Well, if you want that shot, you'll come and get it now. I want to close this deal and get rid of that check.
Aren't you afraid to go out on the street?
I'll take my chances. I got a gun right here, see? Come on, I want to get this deal over with.
All right. I'm going with you. Just a minute.
Hey, what are you taking out of that drawer?
My gun, Mr. Matthews. If you're in danger, I'm in danger, too.
Here's my house. Wait till I unlock the door, Walton.
Sure. Well, so far, so good. We haven't seen anyone who even looked as if he wanted to kill you.
That doesn't make me a bit unhappy. Now, come on in. Oh, wait, I'll turn on the light. There. Now, come on in, I'll get you the chai.
Okay.
I never had enough money for a safe, so I always hid anything valuable under the floor.
I see.
This loose board here is my safety deposit vault. Here. Here's your chart right here. I'll see if they can get anything else now. Let's see, how do you turn out the light? Oh! You dirty double-crosser, Waltham. You got me, but maybe one of my bullets got you, too.
Hi, Blackie.
Hello, Mary.
You know, I've been waiting in this office for you for 1 hour.
I got here as quickly as I could, but I wasn't worried. I knew Matthews would be safe as long as you were here.
Well, I'm here, but Mr. Matthews isn't.
What?
I hope I won't have to tell you a dozen times. Mr. Matthews went out with Mr. Waltham.
But didn't Kingston phone here and tell...
Excuse me. Kingston Enterprises, good afternoon.
Well, this is Mr. Kingston. Let me speak to Mr. Waltham again, will you?
Mr. Waltham's out, Mr. Kingston.
Oh, I see. Oh, did he leave with Mr. Matthews and a Boston Blackie?
Boston Blackie? No, sir, I don't even know him.
I'm Boston Blackie. If that's Kingston, I'd like to talk to him.
Oh, Mr. Kingston, Blackie wants to talk to you.
Oh, by all means.
Here you are, Blackie.
Thanks. Hello, Charlie.
Blackie, what's the matter down there? Where's Waltham and Matthews?
Well, that's just what I want to ask you. Didn't you phone Waltham and tell him to keep Matthews here?
Yes, the minute I was through talking to you.
Well,
what is it?
he isn't here now.
What happened to you?
And I hate to think what's going to...
Well, wait a minute, Blackie. Here's Waltham now.
Good. Matthews with him?
No, good heavens, Blackie. Waltham's wounded.
Badly?
Just a minute. Waltham, what happened to you? Here, sit down here. I've been shot. I went with Matthews. I got shot.
Charlie.
Look, sit down. Yes,
Charlie.
Blackie, yes.
If Waltham can talk, put him on the phone, will you?
All right. Just a minute. Can you talk, Waltham? Yes, I think so. Good. Here, I'll hold the phone for you. It's Boston Blackie. He wants to talk to you.
Waltham, can you hear me?
Yes, Blackie.
Where's Matthews?
Dead, I guess. I don't know. It happened too fast.
Who shot you?
I don't know. I couldn't see. It was too dark down there.
Down where?
In Matthews' house. We went there to get the chart showing where the gold ship was located. We were in the house when the lights went out. There were shots from the darkness. Matthews fell. I was hit, but I got away.
Where's Matthews' house?
On Wharf Street.
Okay, I'll go down there and see what happened. Matthews still has the chart?
Yes. Yes, he has.
Well, maybe I can find it. Maybe I can find him. One thing, I promise you, I'll find something. Well, I can say one thing for Wharf Street, Mary. It's not pretty, but the sea air is wonderful.
Smells fishy to me.
So there's this little situation we're in. Well, the man at the fruit stand said this is Matthew's house, 219.
I don't see any signs of excitement. Maybe Mr. Waltham dreamed up his story about being shot.
If he did, he dreamed up a bullet hole, too, Mary. And that's awfully realistic dreaming. Let's go in and see if we can find anything.
All right.
The lights are on inside. Let's have a look around.
Okay. We've searched downstairs. There's nothing here. What's with you?
Hey, Mary, that's Faraday.
Hey, who is that? Keep looking, Rollins. I'll go out and see who it is. Blackie. You.
Yes, Inspector. Me.
And me, too.
Don't remind me. Blackie's bad enough.
Bad enough, Faraday. You mean good enough, don't you?
Good enough for what?
To tell you what happened here.
A guy named Larry Matthews was killed. That's what happened here. We found his body inside. I suppose you know who killed him.
Sorry to disappoint you, Faraday, but yes, I do know who killed Matthews. It was his ex-partner, Bill Bronson, the diver. Ho-hum. Want to hear more?
Keep talking. You don't know how stupid you sound. Listen, Bill Bronson's sister came to see you today, didn't she?
Yes.
And you told her to come to see me, didn't you?
Yes, but she wouldn't do it.
Well, she changed her mind. Women do that, you know.
So?
So, Blackie, you think Bill Bronson killed Matthews, huh?
I know he did. How do you like that?
Well, an hour before Matthews was killed down here, a cop arrested Bill Bronson uptown, and he's been in jail since. How do you like that?
And now back to Boston Blackie. When Bill Bronson, diver, found a sunken ship with its long-lost cargo of gold, his partner, Larry Matthews, cut his air hose and lines and left him for dead. But Bronson miraculously lived and swore vengeance on Matthews. The diver's sister, knowing of her brother's plan, came to Blackie for help. But before Blackie could get to Matthews, someone else got to him with a gun. And it wasn't Bronson, because Bronson was in jail. As we return to our story, Henry Waltham, who was with Matthews when he was shot, is having a bullet wound dressed by a doctor.
Still hurt, son?
Yes, it does, Doctor.
You're lucky you're still alive. That bullet just missed puncturing your lung.
Yeah?
Yep. You'll have to take it easy for a while. Yeah. That dressing will do for now.
Thanks. Thanks a lot, Doctor.
Well, let's see how you respond to treatment before you thank me. Here we are. What's your name, son?
You have to know that?
Yep.
Okay. It's Waltham. Henry Waltham.
Henry Waltham. Mm-hmm. And how did you get that bullet in you?
I told you when I came in. It was an accident.
I know. Now suppose you tell me the truth.
Look, what's it to you how I got shot? You're a doctor, not a policeman.
I know, but I have to report this to the police.
What? You've got to report it? Oh, no.
But it's the law. I'd lose my right to practice if I didn't.
Well, you're going to lose a patient if you do.
Lie down, son. You're still too weak to
I'm not too weak to get out of here.
Oh, no, you don't?
Oh, yes, I do. Here's something. Steady your feet.
Come back here, you. Come back.
Oh, no.
Operator, get me the police.
Wonder when that diver's going to signal us, Blackie. He's been down there long enough to have found $10 million in gold.
Well, I wish he'd find Waltham while he's at it, Charlie.
Blackie, do you think Mr. Waltham killed Mr. Matthews?
I don't know, Mary.
Oh, Mr. Kingston! Mr. Kingston!
Yes, Captain Arnold.
The divers found something down there, Mr. Kingston. Wants to talk to you.
Well, thank you, Captain Arnold.
All right.
A couple of extra earphones, Blackie. You and Mary might like to listen in.
Thanks, Charlie.
Oh, I'd love to. Just wait till I get mine on. Okay, then.
This will be a great moment if he's found that gold. Hello down there. This is Charlie Kingston.
Sorry, Mr. Kingston. No luck here either.
But Captain Arnold said you'd found something.
Yes, but not a ship full of gold. Just the end of the sandbar. And a drop-off so deep, my light won't hit the bottom of it.
Well, I guess we're in the wrong place again.
I'm afraid we are, Mr. Kingston. I wish you'd had a better look at that chart. I can't make many more dives today.
I realize that. Well, come up and try just once more, will you?
Sure. Once more.
Oh, Captain Arnold.
Yes, Mr. Kingston.
Have your men bring the diver up. We still haven't found the right place.
Yes, sir. All right, men. Let's bring the diver topside. If he only brings down there, worth bringing up.
I'm afraid you'll have to wait until you get that chart and find your gold, Charlie.
But I may never get it, Blackie. Remember, I only had a quick look at the chart.
Oh, look, they're cranking the thing that brings the diver up. I'm going over there and watch him come out of the water.
Well, don't try to help anyone, Mary, or they may have to pull you out of the water, too.
Okay, I'll be careful.
I think we'll try looking for the gold over there, a few hundred yards.
You're just wasting your time looking for it without that chart, Charlie. And I'm wasting my time out here, too. I ought to be looking for Waltham.
You think he killed Matthews, do you?
Well, I'm not sure.
I'd hate to think that Waltham killed Matthews. You know, he said a third person entered the room just as the shooting started.
I don't believe that story completely. That's why I want to find Waltham.
All right, men. The diver's brought to the surface. Come aboard. Come on, better step aside, ladies.
Oh, I'm sorry, all right.
Better come over here by us, Mary.
Oh, shucks. I wanted to watch him take the diver's helmet off.
He's going to go down again in another spot, Mary. Maybe you can watch then.
Well, you can see him from right here now, Mary.
Well, it isn't as good as being close, but... Oh, look. He's up on deck now. He looks like the man from Mars, doesn't he?
Yes, he does.
All right, men. Stop the pump. They got his helmet off.
Well, Mary, you saw them take the helmet off.
Blackie, look! Look, there's an awfully big launch, and it's heading right toward us.
Good night. The fool doesn't see us.
Start all our engines in time to get out of his way. Captain Arnold! Captain Arnold!
I see him, Mr. Kingston. Gonna crash into us.
Hold on to me, Mary.
Back. Blow the whistle. Tom, grab that son of a bitch and break. What do we do? Yell, everybody. It's the last time to swerve off.
Yes, that's right. Here, come here, Mary. Stay close to me.
All right, I will.
Is everybody all right?
Well, I'm all wet.
I think I'm all right. You all right, Blackie?
Yes. I'm okay, but look, we're 5 or 6 miles from shore. I don't like this. See if anybody can grab a plank or something from the boat.
Good idea. All your men all right, Arnold?
Yes. Yes, Mr. Kingston. And here comes a launch. It looks like a police boat, too. Say, it is a boat. Hello there. Hello.
Save your breath, Charlie. They see us.
Oh, thank goodness.
They're swinging around to pick us up. Here they are. Here come the lifelines. They're ready to grab them.
Okay.
That's it.
Here, Mary. You take this one.
Oh, thanks.
Well, look who's playing paupers.
All right.
If it isn't Boston Blackie.
Faraday.
Haul him in, boys. All but that good-looking one there. He looks undersized to me.
Haul me up, Faraday, or I'll haul you in here with me.
What? When you know I can't swim?
That's why I'd like to have you in here.
Here, Blackie. I'm aboard now. Take this rope of mine.
Thanks, Charlie.
There, you ready?
Ready.
Come on. Up you go. There you are.
There. Oh, wow. Thanks, Charlie. You all right, Mary?
Oh, sure. Just dripping a little, that's all.
Well, there's some blankets in the cabin there, Miss Wesley. Better get into one right away.
All right, I guess I better, thanks.
I don't know what brought you out here, Faraday, but I'm glad something did.
Well, I came out here just in time to see that guy Waltham ram your boat.
Well, how did you know it was Waltham, Faraday?
Well, because a doctor reported treating his wound and told how Waltham slugged him and skipped out. Then the next report I got on Waltham was that he was seen getting into a powerboat in the harbor.
Oh, Inspector Faraday.
Yeah, Rollins, what is it?
Just got a radio message from shore, Inspector.
Yeah, so what?
So we don't have to look for Waltham anymore. He walked into the 18th Precinct station and gave himself up.
So you think Waltham rammed us, Inspector?
Okay, I was wrong. I suppose you know who rammed you.
I have a rough idea, and I think if I see Bill Bronson, I can smooth it out.
Bill Bronson? What could he have to do with this? He's still in jail.
Good. Let's go down and see him before he's released.
What makes you think he's going to be released?
You're going to release him. He still doesn't know that his ex-partner Matthews is dead, and Faraday, before you let him out of jail, I'm going to let you in. I have some bad news for you, Bronson.
I'm in jail, Blackie, and you say you have some bad news for me. That's funny.
Yeah, but this isn't, Bronson.
Hey, Faraday. You and Blackie got awful long faces. What's the matter?
Your sister's dead, Bronson.
Huh? Sarah's dead?
Yes. Killed by the man who tried to kill you.
Wait, that dirty Matthews out.
Wait a minute. That won't do any good, Bronson. All we want you to do is give us all the information you can. We found your sister's bodies in Matthew's house. Do you know any reason why she would be down there?
Yeah. Yeah, I know a reason, Blackie. Guess I'm it.
What do you mean, you're it?
Well, what am I in jail for? Because I said I was going out to kill Matthews for trying to kill me. Well, I guess this went down there to kill him just to keep me from doing it.
Only Matthews shot first.
Yeah, the low-down...
And that's enough of that, Bronson. Now, look, your sister's dead just because you wanted to take the law into your own hands. Now, if you've learned your lesson, I'll let you go free.
Yeah, I've learned my lesson, Inspector.
All right. Go home and be a good boy, because I don't want to have to teach it to you again.
Who is it?
Who's that?
It's me, Sarah. What's the idea? Bill, they let you out.
Sarah. They told me you were dead.
What?
Yeah. Said Matthews killed you. I told him you went down there to kill him for me.
You idiot, you stupid...
Now, look, you don't have to get sore. I had no way of knowing that.
I didn't have to get sore. I ought to kill you for what you've done to me.
What have I done?
What have you done? Because of you, you stupid fool, the police are going to be after me for murder. And why did I kill Matthews? For you.
You did not. It was your idea to kill him for the money and the charge.
All right, it was my idea. And it was also my idea not to get caught.
But you aren't caught yet, and I was tricked into saying that...
Sane enough to send me to the electric chair. And everything was perfect, absolutely perfect, till you had opened your stupid mouth.
Now, look, don't blame me all for this. Your plan wasn't perfect.
Oh, wasn't it? Who'd ever guess I killed Matthews? Didn't I go to Blackie and warn him that you were going to kill Matthews? Didn't I go to the police and have them arrest you to keep Matthews alive?
I know all that.
You know all that. Well, I know a lot more. After I took Matthews' shot, I risked my neck to keep Charlie Kingston from finding that gold. I rented a launch and rammed his boat. I did all that for us. And what did you do for me? Fall for a stupid
Now,
trick.
look, I'll go back to the police and tell them I was lying about you wanting to kill Matthews.
Why don't you tell us now, Bronson? We're right here. Come on in, Blackie.
Police.
Stand where you are, Bronson. Rollins, go revive Miss Bronson. She's fainted. Yes, sir.
Well, Faraday, happy now?
Yeah, I'm happy, Blackie. I've got my killers.
Sure you have. I made sure you would. Well, Inspector, you might as well take Bill Bronson downtown. He's so used to being underwater. Let's see if he's getting used to being under arrest.
Hello down there. Any luck, diver?
I'm coming to the hull of a ship now, Mr. Kingston. I'll let you know in a minute.
Good, good. Well, we'll know in a minute, Blackie, if Inspector Faraday got the right chart from Miss Bronson.
Right. Waltham feeling okay, Charlie?
Yes, fine, but he feels like a fool for losing his head and running out on that doctor. He doesn't know what made him do it.
Oh, I suppose he was afraid the police wouldn't believe his story about how Matthews was shot.
Hello there, Mr. Kingston.
Oh, it's the diver. Yes, diver?
I found it, Mr. Kingston. There's plenty of it.
Oh, you found the gold?
You bet I have. Congratulations.
Well, thank you. Blackie, Mary, he found the gold.
Wonderful.
That's fine, Charlie.
Well, aren't you excited? It's $2 million in gold. I'm a rich man.
You've been a rich man for years, Charlie. Just how rich can you get? After all, what difference does $2 million make to a man who already has 20 or 30?
Do you know something, Blackie?
What is it, Charlie?
I never thought of that.
As the Kennel Club proudly announces the best of show. Yes. This year's Best of Show award is unprecedented. This year, the Best of Show goes to, two dogs. Yes, I said two champion boxers. Mrs. Marilyn Lawrence's Angel and Spartan of Buddington. Will you come here to accept your award, Mrs. Lawrence?
Oh, yes, of course.
Oh, fine. Here you are, Mrs. Lawrence, and congratulations.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Carlton.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, quiet, please. Quiet. Before we bring our show to a close, I have several announcements about next year's show and the several sectional shows which will take place.
Oh, Mr. Ellington, how are you?
Defeated, of course, but aren't we all except you? Congratulations.
Why, thank you.
And now I'd like to make you an offer.
An offer?
Yes, I'd like to buy Angel and Spartan. How much?
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Ellington, but Angel and Spartan aren't for sale.
I'll make you an interesting offer.
No, I'm sorry, Mr. Ellington. Angel and Spartan are not for sale as long as I live.
Oh, well, that gives me encouragement, Mrs. Lawrence. Who knows how long any of us will live?
And now on to Dick Calmer as Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy. Friend to those who have no friend.
Here are the details of that report coming in on the police teletype now, Inspector Faraday.
Thanks, Rollins. Let's have a look at it.
Ah, they got the dead woman's name now.
I'll read it. Let's see, it says, Ad Society matron slain in Riverview Mansion. The dead woman is Mrs. Marilyn Lawrence. Famous breeder of dogs. Wealthy widow. 2 boxer dogs. Angel and Spartan of Buddington tied for best of show at Kennel Club this afternoon. 2 champion dogs, only witnesses. Robbery, not motive. Death, instantaneous. Bullet, .38 caliber. E.N.D.
Yeah, that's the end, all right.
Yeah, the end of that report and the end of Mrs. Lawrence. But just the beginning for us. Come on, we got work to do.
Here, Angel. Here, girl. Come get your food. Here, Spartan. Come get yours, too. Now eat it, both of you. Every bit of it.
Good morning, Miss Lawrence.
Mr. Ellington.
May I come in?
If you don't mind, I'd rather not see anyone this morning. After what happened to Aunt Marilyn last night,
Yes, that was dreadful, but that's partly the reason I'm here.
Oh, please, Mr. Ellington. I'd rather not see anyone today. Inspector Faraday from the police was here last night for hours. I've had no sleep, please.
How distasteful it must be to have police in the same house with 2 champion dogs. You really don't mind if I come in and admire the animals, do you? Say, hold on.
Spartan, quiet. Quiet now, quiet down.
Well, those dogs certainly don't like me. Hold them back.
Well, I'm doing my best. It isn't that they don't like you. They always bark their heads off when they see someone for the first time. But never after that. Spartan, down.
I think
down,
they're being nasty because they know you hate them, Miss Lawrence.
Oh, get out of here, Mr. Ellington. I can't hold them any longer.
You think I'm afraid of mere animals?
Oh, get off me! They broke away from me. Angel, down. Angel, Spartan, down. Down, Angel.
They're killing me.
Down.
Put down their collars. Pull.
I'm doing my best.
Get them off before they kill me.
Oh, Angel, down. Away now. Go away. There, that's better now. Now quiet down.
The stupid animals.
Are you badly hurt, Mr. Ellington?
No, but my clothes are in shreds. I wanted to get those animals once, but I don't anymore.
Well, that's not strange, Mr. Ellington, considering the fact that it's quite apparent they wanted to get you.
Oh, hello, Blackie. Come on in.
Thanks, Mary. Well, all set for dinner?
No, not quite. We'll have to wait a few minutes. I have company.
Company? I don't see anyone here.
Come look in the kitchen.
What is this, a joke?
No, it's 2 of them. Only I don't think you'll call them jokes. Come and look. Well, come on.
Mary, if this is a gag, holy mackerel, what is this, a kennel?
Just temporarily. This is Angel, and this is Spartan. They won best of show at the Kennel Club yesterday.
Well, what are they going to do today? Use me for a bone?
No, they don't mean you any harm. You're just new to them. That's why they're barking.
Well, I think I'll stay new to them and also away. Come on.
All right.
Oh, where did you get those undersized oxen, Mary?
I found them.
Found them? How could you miss them?
Well, I did find them. They ran away from the Lawrence estate, and Linda Lawrence is coming for them any minute now.
Linda Lawrence? Isn't she the niece of Marilyn Lawrence who was murdered last night?
Yeah, she is. I called her when I found the dogs. According to their tags, Marilyn Lawrence owned them. Oh, this must be she now. Will you excuse me?
Mary, do I look all right?
She is here to see the dogs.
Ouch.
Miss Wesley?
Oh, yes, of course. And you're Miss Lawrence, aren't you? Won't you come in?
Thank you. This is my sister, Beatrice.
Oh, how do you do?
How do you do? The dogs are all right, I trust, Miss Wesley.
They certainly are quite all right.
Oh, I hope they didn't frighten you when you found them. You see, they bark terribly whenever they see someone for the first time. But they're not vicious.
Linda, let's get the dogs and get out of here.
Beatrice, please, Miss Wesley was kind enough to pick up the dogs when they ran away.
Oh, really, Linda?
You'll forgive Beatrice, Miss Wesley.
She's perfectly all right. I'm sure that your sister has been terribly upset about the dogs.
Those stupid animals are nothing but a nuisance.
Oh, I'm sorry, Miss Wesley. We thought you were alone.
No, I'm the one who's alone.
All right.
This is Linda and Beatrice Lawrence and Mr. Boston Blackie.
How do you do?
How do you do?
The Boston Blackie?
There aren't two of us. You see, the law allows only one of us at a time.
Linda, I insist that we get those pool dogs and leave for home at once.
Just a minute, Beatrice. It isn't often that anyone gets to meet Boston Blackie. And now with what happened to Aunt Marilyn...
Linda, will you do as I say?
In a minute, Beatrice.
Miss Lawrence, are you suggesting that Blackie solve your aunt's murder?
Well, I'd like to ask him to try.
We came to collect the dogs, not hire a detective.
I'm not a detective, Miss Lawrence.
Splendid. You certainly can be of no help to us. Now, Miss Wesley, if you'll just give us the dogs...
Just a minute, Beatrice. I know you're not a detective, Blackie, but you've helped the police so many times. Couldn't you help them this time,
Linda,
too?
for the last time.
What's the matter, Miss Lawrence? Are you afraid of an investigation?
That doesn't enter into it.
But it might if I enter into the case. Is that it?
Linda, if we don't leave this instant, I'm leaving without you.
All right, Beatrice, we'll go.
Linda, you don't mind if I call you Linda, I hope.
Of course not.
And you won't mind if I call at your home tonight, I'm sure?
Oh, and you'll try and find out who killed my aunt.
Yes, and maybe I can make the murderer say uncle.
Good girl, Angel. Good girl. Now lie quietly, Spartan. I know you miss Aunt Marilyn. So do I. Hi. Oh, hello, Beatrice. Did you have a nice nap?
No, I didn't even close my eyes. Oh, must these stupid animals always clutter up the library?
Well, Aunt Marilyn always allowed them in here. I don't see why
You don't see why. You don't see why you had no right to ask Boston Blackie here tonight either, do you?
Well, I see why I should. He might help.
He might help. Do you know what he'll do?
What?
He'll turn this house inside out. He'll open up our lives, make everything about us common knowledge. Why, we'll be talked about in every street corner, Linda, in every home. You're a fool, Linda, a stupid, naive fool. Oh, fine. All right, go ahead and cry. You got us into this mess, and now all you can do is cry about it. So cry. But go and cry somewhere else. From now on, things are going to be different around here, Linda. I'm going to run things. Linda, would you mind leaving?
No, of course not, Beatrice. What have I done?
Oh, shut up and leave me alone, will you? I've got a personal call to make.
All right.
I'll handle things around here from now on. And when I say from now on, I mean from right now on. Yes, I'll tend to things. I'll tend to everything.
Hello?
Mr. Preston?
Yes?
This is Beatrice Lawrence.
Oh, yes, Beatrice. How are you?
Never mind the pleasantries. Listen to me. I want Aunt Marilyn's will settled right away.
Well, I'm attending to that as fast
You'll
as
attend to it this afternoon. You'll be out here with it tonight. Your bank doesn't keep open nights, does it?
But, Beatrice,
You heard what I said. You'll be here ready to read that will tonight.
I'll do my best.
You'll do better than that. You'll be here. This house is about to be overrun with detectives and policemen and investigations. I want it stopped.
Oh, now, Beatrice, there's nothing I can do about that.
Well, you just think of something, then. My sister invited Boston Blackie here tonight. The police are coming here again. I want them out of here, do you understand? I want them out of here, and I want them kept out.
Come in.
Good evening, Miss Lawrence. Hey, don't let those dogs get me. Don't they know I'm a policeman?
Maybe they don't believe it any more than I do. Hi, Faraday.
Blackie, so you're here, too. What are those dogs barking at me for?
Just because you're you, Faraday.
Quiet, Angel, quiet. Be still, Spartan. Good boy.
Good night. Where did they come from?
They live here.
Live here?
Oh, that's right. You didn't see them when you were here last night, did you, Inspector Faraday? They were outside.
That's a good place for them. And a good place for you, too, Blackie.
With you inside, outside is a good place to be. And you'd better stay inside, Faraday. Miss Lawrence knows a lot about animals. Maybe she could teach you to think.
Well, I wish somebody could teach me how to get rid of you.
Well, what would you do for a head if you got rid of me?
You'll find out you've got a head, Blackie. Because in a few minutes, you're going to land on it,
Gentlemen, please. You probably disturbed my sister Beatrice. She's upstairs trying to sleep.
Sorry, Linda.
Sorry.
Blackie, you were asking me some questions before the inspector came in. Had you finished?
I had
wait just a minute. I'll ask the questions around here.
I have only one more, Faraday. Linda, has anyone special come to see you since your aunt's death?
What do you mean by special?
Well, someone who's, never been here before.
Well, there's Henry Ellington. He wanted to buy the 2 dogs.
Hey, what are those dogs barking at now?
Quiet, Angel. Spartan, nice boy. Now, quiet.
It seems to me that they were barking at the name Ellington.
Quiet, both of you. I'm ashamed of you, both of you. Quiet.
Hey, I have a hunch. When your Aunt Marilyn's body was found, the dogs were with her. I think the dogs were with her when she was killed, too.
They were, Blackie. They were always with her.
So what?
So they saw her kill her. And maybe they're trying to, well, sort of tell us something with all this barking. Maybe Ellington. Look, I said that name again, and the dog's trying to talk. I mean, talk.
Angel, Spartan, quiet. You keep quiet now.
I don't know what you think about this, Faraday, but unless those dogs are barking up the wrong tree, they've got Mr. Ellington out of a limb.
And now back to Boston Blackie. Wealthy Marilyn Lawrence, owner of Angel and Spartan, champion boxers, is murdered. But there's no motive for her murder, or clue to who killed her. Her 2 dogs were with her when she was killed, and seemed to have a particular dislike for Henry Ellington, who wanted to buy them from Mrs. Lawrence. As we return to our story, Blackie walks into Mr. Ellington's kennel yard.
All right now, you. Jump that fence, blast you.
Hey, what are you doing there, Ellington?
Who are you?
I'm Boston Blackie. Do you mind?
I object to your sneaking into my kennel yard like this.
I didn't sneak in. I walked in. Like this. What are you doing?
Something you probably wouldn't understand. Trying to make this idiotic whippet jump that fence. Now jump, you stupid fool. Jump!
Maybe you'd feel more like jumping if you didn't hit him with that whip.
Maybe you'd like to mind your own business.
Maybe. But I find out more minding other people's.
I think you'd better leave.
Not until I found out what I wanted to know about Marilyn Lawrence's death. Her dogs were with her when she was killed.
Yes, I imagine they were. She had them with her all the time.
Yes. So you agree they undoubtedly saw her kill her.
I imagine. Now, what's that to me?
Ellington, those dogs seem to dislike you intensely.
How interesting.
It's very interesting. Every time they hear your name, they bark their heads off. I think they're trying to tell me something about you.
Too bad they can't talk, eh? Will you leave? I'm busy. Now, you stupid animal, I want to see you jump.
Just a minute. You'll never get anywhere with a dog if you do that.
Whipping is the only way to get sense into some heads. Will you please leave?
Not until I've found out what I want to know.
Maybe you want a taste of this whip, too.
You shouldn't have done that, Ellington. I don't like whips that close to my face.
Oh, let go my arm. Oh.
As soon as you let go of that whip, give it to me.
All right. You can have it.
Good. You like to crack a whip, do you, Ellington? Well, let's see how you like it when I crack this case. Excuse me, miss, but where will I find Mr. Preston's office?
Which Mr. Preston, sir? There are 2 Mr. Prestons in this bank.
I want
There is a
Harold Preston.
Mr. Harold Preston is the 3rd door to the left at the rear of the bank, sir.
Thank you.
You're welcome, sir.
Come in.
Mr. Preston?
Yes.
Mr. Preston, I'm Boston Blackie. I'm doing a little investigating into the murder of Mrs. Marilyn Lawrence.
Oh, I see. Well, what can I do for you?
Well, there were apparently no witnesses to Mrs. Lawrence's death, but Angel and Spartan, her 2 boxer dogs.
Mm-hmm.
And, well, dogs can't talk, even if they are champions. I thought maybe you could give me some of the information, no?
Well, yes, of course.
Linda Lawrence told me that you were Mrs. Lawrence's advisor. Is that right?
Oh, yes. And now I'm the estate's advisor. But how can that be of any help to you?
Well, as Mrs. Lawrence's advisor, you knew a lot about her affairs and about her 2 nieces, I imagine.
Well, yes.
When you went to a home on business, was there ever anyone else there?
Well, that I'm afraid I wouldn't know. I've never been there. Mrs. Lawrence preferred to discuss her business affairs here in my office.
That's reasonable. Tell me just one more thing. Did Mrs. Lawrence leave a lot of money?
$1 million.
And which of the nieces inherits, Linda or Beatrice?
Well, both receive an equal share.
$500,000 apiece. Not bad for a couple of young women.
Well, they really don't receive it in cash, if you must know. It's really left for me to invest for them.
Oh. And what do you get out of this? Friendship?
No. A 10% fee. And it's all in Mrs. Lawrence's will if you're beginning to get any ideas about me.
You look like a man who gets ideas of his own, Mr. Preston. Even 10% of $1 million is a lot of money.
Well, I don't think I have to allow you to insult me in my own office, Blackie. Perhaps you'd better leave.
After you've told me a little bit more about yourself.
I think you'd better leave.
Oh, but we're just having such a nice chat here. It seems... Hey, that's an alarm bell. Is your bank being robbed?
No. I started that bell by pressing a button under my desk.
Oh. A man with a gun in his hand. Two men with two guns.
Please forgive me, Blackie. There's nothing personal in this, but this is a bank. An action such as this is just precautionary.
Never mind the plug for your bank, Mr. Preston. I opened an account elsewhere a long time ago. But before long, maybe I'll settle one with you.
Nice dogs. Should be a whole lot nicer if you could talk. Come in.
Inspector Faraday, do you know where Blackie is?
Oh, hello, Miss Wesley. Where's Blackie? I don't know, but my office isn't a missing persons bureau.
Inspector, he's been gone ever since... Oh, the nice dogs. What are they doing here?
Same old thing, Miss Wesley. Marking their jaws off every time I say Ellington.
Why do they do that?
Who knows? Now, Blackie may be right. They're trying to say something. They saw Mrs. Lawrence's killing, and they're trying to tell me what it is. Oh, how I wish they could talk.
Yes, but they can't, and I can't find Blackie.
Don't worry. He'll show up before long. In fact, I think I know where he is. Out of the Lawrence mansion. He's trying to find out if he... Excuse me.
Oh, of course.
Faraday speaking.
Inspector, this is Blackie.
Blackie, where are you? Miss Wesley's here, worried sick about you.
Oh, Inspector, if that is Blackie, please let me talk to him.
Just a minute. Where have you been, Blackie?
Just checking on something.
What? Oh, Ellington?
Yes, I've seen him. And somebody ought to grind him into dog feed, except I don't think the dogs would have any part of him. Look, I've found out a few very important things.
What?
Linda and Beatrice Lawrence inherited $1 million from their Aunt Marilyn.
You think they killed her? I thought, Ellington was our man. That's why the dogs hate him.
Oh, never mind that now. You and Mary meet me at the Lawrence mansion as soon as you can, and I'll tell you all about it.
Okay, that won't take long. But why can't you tell me all about it down here?
Because it'll be easier up here.
Where's up here?
At the Lawrence mansion. Ellington is going to be here, and Preston from the bank is going to read Mrs. Lawrence's will. But I want you and Mary to get here before they do.
Okay, Miss Wesley and I will be out right away. And I'll bring Angel and Spartan, too. For a change, the dogs are going to you.
Faraday, what did you do to those dogs when you had them in your office?
Nothing but look at them, Blackie, and wish I could understand bark language.
Well, everybody's here but Preston, Mary, Linda, Faraday, and you, Ellington. For the time being, I'm going to have to give you a new name.
I'll keep the one I have, thanks.
Oh, yeah, Blackie, everybody's here but Preston and, what's her name? Beatrice. Where is your sister, Miss Lawrence?
Well, Beatrice is in bed asleep. She hasn't felt very well since Aunt Marilyn's death.
Well, we want her down here, too.
We'll wait till Preston gets here before we ask Beatrice to come down, Faraday.
Oh, that's probably Mr. Preston now.
Good.
Come in.
Good evening, everyone.
Hello, Mr. Preston. Do you know everyone here?
No, I don't think so.
Well, I'll introduce you around.
Oh, Blackie, I know. Hello, Blackie.
Hello, Preston.
Well, the rest are Miss Wesley.
Wesley, how are you? Very happy
and,
to know.
this is Inspector Faraday.
Oh, yes, I know you too.
And this is Mr. Mr. Ellington.
Good heavens, what are the dogs barking about all of a sudden?
As they seem to bark every time they hear my name.
That's odd.
I'll tell you something stranger than that, Mr. Preston.
Oh, yes?
You told me in your office you'd never been in this house.
Yes, that's right.
Did you hear that, Faraday?
Yeah?
Well, did you fail to hear something a minute ago?
Hey, that's right. The dogs didn't bark.
Right, and get this, Faraday. By his own admission, Preston here says this is the first time he's been in this house.
Oh, and that has some meaning? I don't understand.
I understand, Preston. It has a lot of meaning. It means you killed Mrs. Lawrence.
Down, Angel. Down, Spartan. Quiet.
What makes you think
Quiet,
Preston killed her?
He doesn't know what he's talking about.
No, those dogs know what I'm talking about. If Linda can't stop them, pretty soon they'll break their chains. They hold them, Linda.
I'm doing my best.
Don't let them get loose. They can chew a man to pieces.
Stop it, Angel. Down, Spartan. Get down. Oh, there's no stopping them. Help someone.
Mary, get out of here.
Quiet.
You're going to break loose.
No, don't let them get me. Don't. Please.
I can't keep them from jumping.
No, stop them. I'll tell. Keep those dogs away from me.
Get down, will you?
I killed her. I admit it. Keep those dogs away.
There you are, Faraday. There's your confession. Now let's get him to headquarters before those dogs tear him to pieces. Mary, did you read in the paper this morning where Preston made a full confession to Faraday?
Yes, Blackie, but I didn't get to finish it. Just why did he kill her?
Well, he needed that 10% he'd get for investing the $1 million inheritance. He was almost $90,000 short with his bank.
Ooh. That's a lot of money, too. That's what you were checking all those hours that I thought you disappeared.
Uh-huh. And believe me, it was some job.
I'll bet it was, darling. But just think, Blackie. If Mr. Preston had admitted that he'd been in Mrs. Lawrence's house before, you could never have proved that he killed her.
I know that, Mary. But he had to say that he'd never been there before.
Because why?
Well, if he'd said he had been at the Lawrence home before, we'd have become suspicious because Linda, Beatrice, would have made a liar out of him.
And instead, the dogs made a liar out of him, didn't they? You know, apparently they just barked at the name Ellington because they knew that Ellington hated dogs.
That's probably right. Well, those two boxers certainly gave Preston a knockout punch. You know, while we were working on this case, we thought those dogs were trying to say something by barking. But when Preston walked into that room, they called him a killer without opening their mouths.
Having trouble with those boots, Hazel?
Not too much. But don't you wish you were in my boots, Bill?
We'll take that up some other time. Now I gotta finish dressing and get out in the arena. I'm due to ride soon.
Be careful you don't get killed, won't you? But not too careful.
You think if something happened to me, Slim will stay married to you, don't you? Well, think again. You can't hold him, Hazel.
Nobody's gonna say I didn't try.
I wouldn't try anything where I was concerned. I've got a very good friend in town, Hazel. Boston Blackie. Ever hear of him?
Sure.
Well, he's here tonight. I sent him tickets. A friend of mine out west said to look up Blackie in case I ever got in trouble. I'm just playing it safe, asking him to come tonight.
Better go on out and ride that Bronco.
Hey, anybody decent in there?
Everybody is, Barney. Wait a minute. Go on in and talk to Hazel, Barney. I'm due out at the arena. But don't get too close to her. Rattler's bite can be cured, but hers, Bye.
So long, Bill.
Kind of a feud going on between you two gals, ain't there, Hazel?
I wouldn't say that. I'd like people to think that, though.
I always felt a rodeo ain't no place for feuds. We kind of all ought to be more like a family.
Ever see a family without a feud? I never did.
That ain't what I meant exactly. The way the boys are saying, though, anything ever happened to Belle, you'd be blamed.
I'd like that very much. Not the second part, of course, just the first.
I don't know, Hazel. I still... Hey, listen. Boy, that's Slim. It was his turn to ride when I came in, and that's the way the crowd always yells when he's riding.
He's a good man on a horse, Barney.
Yeah.
Best, maybe.
Hey, what's wrong with me?
Nothing if Slim wasn't around. You know, I think that without Slim here, you might have a...
Hey, all right, boy. Careful. Bring her in. They're right down that cot over there. Okay, Doc. Be careful now. All right. Hurt real bad. Shut that door. Easy.
Hey, Doc. Hey, Doc, what's happened?
What's happened to Belle, Doc? She's not moving.
No, that's right. Don't know yet how bad she's hurt. All I know, she got thrown from that Bronco she was riding. Got thrown bad.
Bill.
Poor Bill.
Poor Belle. You're kidding, ain't you, Hazel?
And now meet Dick Calmer as Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy. Friend to those who have no friend.
This is the dressing room where they took that girl Ryder, Mary. Come on, let's go on in.
All right, anything you say, Blackie.
Tell me one more thing, Doc. Hurt bad?
Well, it's too early to tell, Barney. We'll have to wait till we get to the hospital.
Yeah. Hey, Bud, nobody's allowed in here.
I know that, cowboy, except by invitation. I'm Boston Blackie. I understand Belle Adams wanted to see me.
Oh, yeah. Hey, Doc, this is the guy Belle keeps asking for.
Oh, yeah, Boston Blackie. Didn't get here a minute too soon. Just about to take her to a hospital, right here.
Oh, this is it, Mary. Come on.
Hey, tell her Barney asked for her, will you, Doc?
Yes, Barney, I'll tell her.
Who's Bonnie? Her boyfriend, Doctor?
One of them. Belle's the most popular girl in the rodeo.
Is she badly hurt?
It's hard to say this early. Had a nasty fall. Just regained consciousness a few minutes ago. Belle.
Yeah.
Boston Blackie's here.
Hello, Miss Adams. You wanted to see me?
Yeah, Blackie. Nevada Pete told me if I was ever in trouble to talk to you. Well, I'm in trouble. Terrible trouble.
Oh, no, you're not. You'll be all right in a day or two.
Well, you don't get it, Blackie. Hazel fixed it so I'd take that spill. Hazel wants to kill me.
Hazel? Hazel who?
She must mean Hazel Henry, another rider in the rodeo.
Yeah, Hazel Henry. She tried to kill me. She did something to the horse I was riding. Look at the horse.
I don't think she ought to talk anymore, Blackie.
All right, Doctor. I'll look at that horse, Belle. Now, don't worry about anything. Come on, Mary.
I'm right here. Goodbye, Doctor.
Goodbye. Thanks for coming down, Blackie.
I was glad to do it.
How is she, Blackie? How is she?
She's hurt all right, Barney, but it may not be too serious. Which way is it to the place where they keep the horses?
Well, you turn to your right and you keep on going straight. You can't miss it.
Thanks.
Oh, wait a minute, Blackie. I almost forgot my hat.
Oh, sorry, Mary. The corral is down this way.
Okay, I got it.
Oh, sure. I can even hear it.
Blackie, what did Belle mean when she said Hazel Henry did something to her horse so she'd be hurt?
She meant Hazel did something to make the horse buck harder than normally, I guess. We'll find out in a minute. Here's the corral.
Big place, isn't it? How are we going to find that horse that Belle rode?
Well, we could spend all afternoon looking for it, or we could ask that cowboy spinning and throwing that rope over there.
Oh, maybe he'll teach me how to use a lasso. You know, I've always
But
wanted
not
to be able...
now, Mary, not now. Say, you with the rope.
Yeah?
Where's the horse that Belle Adams was riding when she was thrown?
Right over there in that stall, mister. She's a wild one. Don't go near her.
Don't worry, I won't. Say, they've taken the saddle and bridle off her. Was everything all right?
Funny you should ask that, stranger.
Why?
Funny the way you make that rope spin, too, cowboy. Listen, could you...
Later, Mary, later, please. Why is it funny, I asked you, cowboy?
Because the handlers found a burr under that bronco saddle. That's what made her toss Belle the way she did.
There was a burr under the saddle, huh?
Blackie, then Belle was right. Hazel Henry did try to hurt her.
Looks that way, Mary.
Don't know if it was Hazel who put that burr there or not, but if it was, mister, it wasn't put there to hurt Belle.
What makes you say that?
Because the horse that Belle rode was supposed to be ridden by Slim Waters, but he didn't show up on time.
Oh, I see.
Funny thing, too, mister. Slim Waters ain't never been late for a rodeo contest before in his life.
All right, Slim. So somebody tried to fix you by putting that burr under the saddle of your horse. But you didn't ride it. So what am I supposed to do about it?
Do what I sent you for, Inspector Faraday. Arrest Hazel Henry. She's the one who done it.
How do you know?
Because I'm married to her. But I want to leave her and marry Belle Adams. And Hazel swore she'd kill either me or Belle before she'd give me a divorce.
Okay, but that's all just talk, Slim. Give me some proof. I gotta have proof before I can do anything about it. On the first place...
If that's Hazel, I want her arrested, Constable.
Constable?
Come in.
Slim Waters?
Yeah?
Blackie, what are you doing here?
Well, hello, Faraday. What are you doing here? Has somebody been murdered?
No, but with you around, somebody probably will be. Slim, this is Boston Blackie.
Hiya, Slim.
Hi.
What's Faraday got you on the carpet for?
He ain't got me on the carpet. I sent for him.
I want my wife Hazel arrested for trying to kill me.
And getting Belle Adams by mistake.
I ain't sure. Maybe she was trying to kill Belle and not me. I was late for the contest because my watch was slow, and it ain't never been slow before.
Well, what's that got to do with Hazel trying to kill Belle Adams?
Well, I let Hazel use my watch this morning. She might have set it back just so I would be late.
Or you might have set it back yourself, Slim.
Huh? What do you mean by that?
Nothing, except you could put a burr under the saddle of your horse if you knew you weren't going to ride.
I don't like that.
I'm getting out of here. What am I doing here anyhow? Nobody's done anything. Nobody's dead. Nobody's even hurt bad as far as we know. I'm going home.
Wait a minute, Inspector. Ain't you going to arrest Hazel?
What for? So you can get rid of her that way?
And I swear she's trying to kill me. Or kill Belle.
Okay. I'll go have a talk with her.
Thank you. And tell her to stay away from me.
I'll tell her something.
So long, Faraday.
Goodbye.
Come on, Slim. Now, you suppose you tell me the truth.
Maybe you'd better go where that cop just went. Out the door.
Look, you'd like me to prove Hazel tried to kill you or Belle Adams, wouldn't you?
When I want help like that, I'll get it from the police, and I'll beat it.
All right. But I still think you could have put that burr under the saddle of that Bronco and were purposely late so Miss Adams would ride it.
Oh, you do, huh?
Yes. Would be an easy way to get rid of your girl and your wife. I think I'll give that some thought, Slim. So long.
Maybe you'd better give a couple of other things some thought, too, fella. Maybe you'd better think about keeping your nose out of my affairs.
Oh, I don't know why you'd say a thing like that. Wow. This knife sticking in the wall could be sticking into me if I were a foot taller.
Yeah, sure could.
Do you grin every time you miss somebody with a knife, Slim?
Maybe.
Well, this just about clinches what I think about you, Slim.
Then you better do some more thinking, you.
Hey, who are you?
Hazel, where'd you come from?
Down the hall, Slim. What's this guy trying to do to you?
Nothing that's any of your business.
No? But don't seem to be his business either. And don't go accusing Slim of throwing that knife at you, mister, because I threw it.
You're Hazel Henry, huh? You threw it.
Yeah.
Why?
Just a little warning to you, mister, that I don't like nobody accusing Slim of trying to kill nobody.
Hey, Faraday! Faraday!
Hey! What are you doing in your car, Blackie? Trying to find out who fixed up that Adams girl? Too much for you?
No, I've got to get back because I have a dinner engagement with Mary.
Well, where is she?
Oh, she went home about half an hour ago. Some cowboy gave her a rope and she went home to practice throwing it.
Yeah, I'll bet.
Well, that's probably what she's doing instead of getting dressed for dinner right now, which is what she went home to do. Hop in. I'll drive you downtown.
I'm not going downtown. I'm going home.
Okay, hop in. I'll take you home. If we can stop by Mary's first.
All right. I want to talk to you anyway.
What about?
This business at the rodeo. You keep your nose out of it, Blackie. Nobody's done anything serious yet. But with you messing around, there's no telling what'll happen.
No one's done anything serious yet, huh? Well, Belle Adams is lucky she didn't have her neck broken, and I'm just 1 foot short of being dead with a knife in the back of my head.
What?
Yes, and guess who threw it at me? A pleasant little girl named Hazel Henry.
So that's why I couldn't find her. She was throwing knives at you.
Yes, Faraday, and if you're smart, you'll find some way to lock her up. She's dangerous. I wouldn't be surprised if you had a homicide on your hands before long.
So you think maybe Hazel Henry is the one we want, huh?
Yes, and I think you've got an assault charge against her, and you'd better use it before you have to grab her on a murder rap.
You know, I think you're out of your mind, Blackie.
Well, if Hazel Henry makes trouble, you're out of luck. Turn on the radio, will you? I want to hear the news.
Sure. It's a better way to kill time than listening to you. When am I going to hear over the radio that you've left town, Blackie?
When radio is such an obsolete instrument, people won't even remember what it was. About the year 10,000, maybe.
Here's a last-minute report just handed to me. There's more than the excitement of thrills and spills at the rodeo over at the Coliseum. Murder has struck the Gailey event.
Murder, he
Champion
says.
rodeo rider Hazel Henry was found shot to death in the corral under the stand. The body was found within the last 10 minutes.
Turn that off, Faraday.
You bet I will. And you turn this car around. I was going to have trouble because of Hazel Henry, was I? Yeah.
You sure were, and you sure are. And Faraday, now you don't have to worry about killing time. Just concentrate on who killed Hazel.
And now back to Boston Blackie. A A girl rodeo rider, Belle Adams, is badly injured when thrown from a bucking bronco. A burr is found under the bronco's saddle, and Belle accuses Hazel Henry of putting it there. To complicate matters, Belle is thrown while riding Slim Waters' horse, and it seems that Hazel was trying to injure Slim, who, while he's her husband, wants his freedom in order to marry Belle. But just when Blackie is building a case against Hazel, she's murdered. As we return to our story, Blackie, his friend Mary, and Inspector Faraday are at the rodeo, scene of the crime.
So she was shot, was she, Faraday?
Well, she has a bullet in her, Blackie. Even you should be able to tell she was shot. I wish the coroner would get here so I can go home.
It's raining out, Faraday, and the streets are slippery. You want the coroner to get here alive, don't you?
Yeah, I've had enough trouble for one day. Hey, Miss Wesley, what are you doing over there?
Waiting for you and Blackie to decide who killed poor Hazel Henry, and also trying to learn how to throw this rope. Now, I wonder what I'm doing wrong.
Mary, put that rope away, or you'll end up in knots yourself.
Well, all right, but you two hurry up and find out who killed Hazel. Now, come on, hurry up, or I'll do it myself.
You'll do it yourself, huh?
Well, somebody better, Faraday. You never will.
Well, that somebody won't be you, genius. You don't have any idea who killed her, do you, Blackie?
No, I don't.
Well, in that case, I say it was Slim Waters, her husband. He was afraid of her, and he'll probably claim he killed her in self-defense.
You think Slim killed her, huh? Then I don't.
Well, then maybe it was Barney.
Barney? Who's he?
Oh, Blackie, I remember him. He was the cowboy in the dressing room who kept asking if Belle Adams was all right.
Oh, yes. But how does he fit into this?
I don't know. I'm only guessing. But maybe Barney was in love with the Adams girl, and he was trying to get rid of Slim.
So he kills Hazel, Slim's wife. Now, that makes a lot of sense.
I'm not talking about killing Hazel. I'm talking about that burr under the saddle of Slim's horse. I think Barney put it there. Barney and Slim are the top riders in the rodeo, you know.
So you think if Barney didn't do it for the love of Belle, Adams, did it for the love of prize money, huh?
Well, it could be.
Could-be's don't prove murders, Faraday.
I know that. Well, I know one person who didn't kill Miss Henry.
Who?
Belle Adams. She's in the hospital.
You think so?
I know so. Wasn't she hurt?
Yes, but she's still alive, Faraday, and the fact that you think she's still in the hospital gives me a pretty good idea that she isn't.
Oh, Blackie, you don't suspect Miss Adams, do you?
I suspect everybody, Mary. That's why I solve cases when Faraday doesn't. My hunch is getting stronger every minute. I don't think Miss Adams is in the hospital.
Well, I say she is.
Well, I'm going up and prove she isn't.
Do I have to go all the way up to the hospital with you in all this rain?
No, Mary, you stay here till I get back. And stop trying to throw that rope.
Oh, golly, it didn't work that time either, did it? Now what did I do wrong?
Never mind what you did wrong with the rope. I've got to find out who did wrong by Hazel Henry. Look, nurse, there's something funny going on here, and I intend to find out what it is.
I'm very sorry, Blackie. Miss Adams is very ill. No visitors are allowed in her room.
And I think I know why, too. She's not in her room.
I'm very sorry, but you can't
Look,
go in
I don't know
there.
what you're trying to pull, but you've convinced me. I'm going into this room, and I'll guarantee it's empty.
What is it?
Oh, hello, Miss Adams. So you really are in the hospital, huh?
Oh, Blackie, come in. Yeah, of course I'm here. I've heard about the awful thing that happened to Hazel. You found out anything?
Yes, I just found out something. I found out what a fool idea I had.
Come in.
Hello, Bill.
Oh, Slim, Dawn, come in. Oh, what a surprise. I thought it was Blackie coming back again.
Blackie was here. What for?
I don't know. It didn't say.
I don't like that guy. Don't like the way he snoops around.
Oh, he's all right. Let's don't talk about him.
Let's not. How you feeling?
No better. Doctor says there's no broken bones. Guess I was lucky.
Yeah, you sure were, honey. You could have been killed.
Yeah.
Look, you feel good enough to ride in the rodeo tonight?
Oh, I could ride with my head cut off.
Swell, honey. Then you're going to get out of this hospital and ride.
Huh?
We need you down there.
Oh.
You're the best girl rider we got.
Oh, now that Hazel's gone.
You always were better than Hazel in everything. Well, I guess it sounds sort of low for me to talk that way on account I was married to her, but you know I ain't going to shed any tears over her.
No, I don't suppose anybody is. But I certainly never wanted her killed.
Me neither. But, well, it's happened. We are rid of her, like we wanted. And look, you can ride tonight, huh?
Yeah, you bet I can, Slim. We'll make enough in prize money between us to buy ourselves a ranch.
I thought you'd say that, Belle, baby. You're an all right... Hey, are you expecting company?
No, go see who it is, will you, Slim?
Sure.
Slim, what are you doing here?
I could ask you the same thing, Barney.
Oh, Barney, come on in.
Thanks, Belle. How you feeling?
A lot better.
Seeing this here good-for-nothing cowpoke ain't gonna do you no good, honey. Now get your good wishing over with, Barney, and get out of here. Belle's gonna ride tonight.
Huh? Hey, why, you can't do that, Belle. You got hurt last night. You still
It ain't none of your business what she does, Barney.
I suppose it's some of yours.
I'm the one she's going to marry, ain't I?
Yeah, but I'm looking out for her better than you. She ain't fit to ride tonight, and you know...
let her decide about that. I say she rides.
Oh, that's sure letting her decide.
You stay out of this, Barney. You don't want her to ride because you know me and her will take a pack of that prize money away from you.
I'm just worrying about her, not the money.
Since when did you ever care about anything
boys,
but...
now stop it, both of you. Thanks for your interest in me, Barney. I appreciate it, but I'm going to do what Slim says.
You're a fool, Belle.
That's enough out of you, Barney. You won't be fit to ride tonight yourself. Now, come on, we're getting out of here, the both of us.
Okay, but
Get
Belle,
dressed, Belle, and be down to the rodeo in plenty of time. Because you're going to ride tonight. We're going to give them a show they'll never forget.
Well, looks like we're on in a couple of minutes, Slim.
Yeah, Belle. We're going to take the first two prizes, too.
Oh, yeah? You'll have to beat me, both of you.
We'll beat you, Barney, both of you.
Yeah, you won't even finish the money if I... Hey, look who's coming. It's Boston Blackie, that policeman Faraday, and that Miss Wesley dame.
I wonder if anything's wrong. We're usually called out to the arena before the start of the contest. We haven't been called out yet. Hello, Blackie.
Hello, Miss Adams. You know Inspector Faraday and Miss Wesley, don't you?
Yeah, more or less.
Belle, you think you know me well enough to teach me how to spin this rope?
After the show tonight, Miss Wesley.
Oh, good, thanks. I can't seem to find out what I'm doing wrong.
Never mind about that rope, Miss Wesley. Come on, Blackie, tell these two guys what you have to tell them and get it over with. We can't hold up the whole show.
All right, Faraday. Listen, Slim, and you too, Bonnie. I know a little bit about who killed Hazel.
How much?
This much. That she was killed by either you or Slim.
I didn't kill her.
And I didn't kill her.
I don't expect either of you to confess. But I've got a plan I want to tell you about. I know which one of you killed Hazel. And I think that whoever killed Hazel also put the burr under the saddle of the horse that threw Miss Adams here.
It wasn't Slim, Blackie. I just know it wasn't.
Oh, trying to say it was me, huh, Belle?
Wait a minute. Nobody has to say anything because I've already done something that's going to make the killer confess.
What, Blackie?
You two are riding out together in the trick riding contest in a moment. So I've arranged to put a burr under the saddle of the horse to be ridden by the one who killed Hazel.
You did what?
Nice little touch, don't you think? I can't kill the guilty man for killing Hazel, but I can give him a dose of the same punishment he gave Belle. Pleasant thought, huh?
I'm not going to ride any horse with a burr under the saddle.
And I'm not either. That's a good way to get busted in, too.
Yes, I know. But if you didn't kill Hazel, you don't have to worry about a burr under the saddle. Come on, your horses are waiting to be ridden out into the arena. Over this way.
How about that?
You don't have to worry about anything, Slim.
I don't, huh, Belle? Well, this guy Blackie can make a mistake, can't he?
But I didn't make a mistake this time, Slim. I know who killed Hazel. And the burr is only under his saddle. Well, here are your horses.
Look, Blackie. Oh, shucks, darn me. I almost got the rope around that pole. I almost did it. But I don't know why I can't do it. What did I do wrong?
Listen, we'll worry about the rope later. Hey, where's Faraday?
Well, I'm over here. Where did you think? I want to be out of the way of those horses.
Good idea. I guess we'd all better get back. All right, Slim, you too, Bonnie. Get on those horses.
Okay, I'm getting up in the saddle.
Go ahead, honey.
You even bothering to get on, Barney?
Of course I am. Right now.
Well, so am I.
Well, nothing's happened to me. Me either. Okay, let him go, boys. Here we go.
Good luck,
Hey, Blackie, what's going on here? Nothing happened to either one of those riders.
Yes, I just noticed that.
What do you mean? You just noticed it. I bet you didn't put a burr under either of those saddles.
No, I didn't, Faraday. I thought just telling those two I had done it would do the trick, and it did.
What do you mean, it did? What's it done?
It's told me who killed Hazel Henry.
How?
What? Why?
Well, both Slim and Barney were convinced there was a burr under the saddle of the man who killed Hazel. Isn't that right?
Well, they seem to be.
They were all right, Faraday. I could tell by the way they climbed into their saddles. But they did get into them. And why would they dare?
Well, because they knew whoever got down would be accused of killing Miss Henry.
Yeah.
That's right. But they also knew that the burr was under the saddle of only the one I thought killed Hazel. So each one felt safe in getting into the saddle.
Hey, that's right. Because Slim knew he didn't do it, and Barney knew he didn't do it. So what we proved is... Hey, what have we proved?
That our pleasant little killer is sweet and pretty Belle Adams right here.
What?
I killed Hazel?
Yes, Belle. You killed Hazel. You left the hospital to do it, and you bribed your nurse not to say you left the hospital, but it didn't work.
She told you that she's lying.
She didn't have to tell me. I knew you'd gone out when I went up to the hospital to see you. It was raining out, remember? So the soles of your shoes were wet.
So this girl killed Hazel and tried to kill Slim by putting that burr under his saddle yesterday at the rodeo.
Oh, no, I didn't. Hazel did that out of spite. Because he wanted to leave her and marry me. I made her admit that before I killed her. So you won't get me for that. And you won't get me for killing Hazel either. Now, don't move, either one of you.
Blackie, she's got a gun.
I know a gun when I see it, Faraday.
And you know what I'll do with it if you make a move to come after me, Blackie.
Mary, drop that rope. Get out of her way. She means business.
But, Blackie, I can spin the rope and I can throw it like this.
Grab her, Faraday.
That rope off of me.
Around her arms.
Drop that gun,
Let go of me. Let go.
Drop it.
All right. Let me
better.
out of here.
And the rope is off now, Belle. Is that better, too?
Well, you know.
Get her out of here, Faraday.
You bet I will. Come on, sister. Move forward. Come on. Faster.
Mary gal, I'm right proud of you. I am right proud of you.
Why, I was waiting for you to say that. You know, I caught her with that rope, didn't I? And it whirled, Blackie. And I roped her with a lasso just the way a cowboy ropes a steer. And you know, all the time I was practicing, I wondered what I did wrong.
Well?
Well, this time, I wonder what I did right.
Inspector Faraday, had enough of your office tonight?
Yeah, Rollins. Now I'm going home, get a good night's sleep.
You sure earned it today, Inspector.
Well, I guess it was the evidence we collected that's going to send Bill Thayer to prison. Yeah, we did a good job, Rollins. I'm proud of the department.
Thanks, Inspector.
Well, good night, Rollins. I'll see you in the morning.
Hey, Inspector, wait a minute. You aren't walking home, are you?
Yeah, I think I will. The air will do me good.
Well, maybe so, Inspector. Don't you think you better take a couple of the boys with you?
What for? I know my way home.
I know that, but what about the Bill Thayer mob?
Well, what about it?
What about it, Inspector? Thayer said he'd have his pals take care of you, and you know what that means.
Look, Rollins, if I worried about the threats I got from every guy I worked on, I wouldn't have time to do my job.
But Thayer's got a lot of friends, and he's out on bail.
So what? His threat doesn't mean a thing, and neither does he. Good night, Rollins, and don't get into any trouble.
Okay, Inspector. I wish you'd let a couple of boys go with you.
I get it, Rollins. You figure you'll be one of them. You'll get a little of my wife's home cooking. Some other time.
Inspector Faraday! Inspector Faraday! Hey, Smith, Thompson! Get an ambulance, quick. They got Inspector Faraday, and they got him good.
And now meet Dick Calmer as Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy. Friend to those who have no friend.
Hello, Faraday, old pal.
Hello, Inspector.
Well, at last the flathead is flat on his back.
Oh, no. Get out of here, Blackie. This is a hospital, not an amusement park.
Well, I'm glad you told me. Haven't had so much fun in weeks. The nurse tells me you'll recover. Sorry, old man.
Oh, Blackie, will you stop joking?
Yes, maybe I should be sad about this, Mary. The nurse may be wrong. Maybe Faraday will live.
Yeah, I'll live all right, Blackie. Takes more than a couple of bullets to stop me. Especially when they just graze me.
Really? Bullets can't stop you, but a simple question can all the time.
Oh, now, Blackie, you stop. You didn't come up here to tease the inspector.
No, I didn't. But let me enjoy myself before I tell him the bad news.
Bad news? What bad news?
Well, I might as well tell you now, Faraday. You probably haven't realized it yet, but this is one case I'm going to solve without interference from you.
Interference from me? You're the guy who's always getting in my way.
No, that's your opinion. Faraday, I'm going to get the guys who did this to you and get them all by myself. I'm going after that Thayer mob. Doesn't that make you happy?
Blackie, you stay out of this. I got him on that larceny charge, and I'll get Thayer for this, too. You lay off here.
Not very well.
Oh, Blackie, why don't you be honest with the inspector?
All right, Mary. I guess you're right. Listen, Faraday, I'm serious about this.
Yeah?
Maybe you and I have had our differences, but I don't like the idea of anyone shooting at you.
Yeah, all I want from you is two things. Stay away from Thayer, and leave me alone right now.
All right, Faraday, if that's the way you feel about it. Come on, Mary.
And don't come back, either one of you.
We won't, Faraday. I'll be too busy getting Thayer for trying to get you.
If I find out you're even down at Thayer's neighborhood, Blackie, I'll have you arrested.
What's the matter, jealous?
No, I'm jealous.
Inspector Faraday, what's the matter?
That guy there is what's the matter.
Well, the matter is leaving. So long, pal.
Oh, Inspector Faraday, I'm terribly sorry.
About what? About what?
I had no idea that man would upset you so. I wouldn't have let him in. I'm afraid seeing him has made you worse.
Made me worse? Don't be foolish. Seeing the way that guy really feels about me has made me feel a whole lot better.
Look, Jamesy, thanks to your stupidity and not knocking off Faraday, we don't dare stick our noses out of this room.
What do you mean, my stupidity? If you turned the car the way I told you to, Faraday'd be dead right now.
I couldn't turn the car the way we planned. There was a truck in the way.
Okay, so there was a truck. All I know is all I could do is spot Faraday and let him have it. Now, don't blame me because he's still alive. The way things worked, we were lucky to put him in a hospital.
Yes, and we're lucky if we don't end up in hospitals ourselves. The boss isn't going to like what we did.
I did the best I could.
You mean I didn't? Why, I ought to... Oh, wait a minute, James. We're both out of line, blowing our tops. Our nerves are going haywire.
Yeah, I guess that's it. Only you shouldn't have tried to put the rap on me for messing up the job.
I'm sorry. Guess the best thing we can do is think of a good story to tell the boss.
Yeah, you're right, Barnes. You think you'll give us a chance to talk?
I think so, if we talk fast. It's probably the boss.
Maybe we better beat it, Barnes.
No, that won't do any good. Put your gun in your pocket. Keep it there.
All right.
Good. Come in. Come in.
Hello, Bob.
Oh, you gentlemen are in, are you?
Well, yes, Mrs. Atley. You don't want the rent again so soon, do you? Aren't we paid up?
Of course, Mr. Barnes. I just wanted to tell you a man phoned and left his number for you to call him back. I wrote it down.
Oh, thanks. Thanks a lot, Mrs. Atley.
You're welcome. I hope I didn't disturb you, gentlemen.
That's all right.
No, it's okay.
Bye.
Goodbye.
Bye-bye. Huh.
Let's see the telephone number, Jamesy.
Here. Recognize it?
Too well. It's the boss. Come on, we'd better call him up before he calls on us.
Come in.
Thanks for telling your pals outside to let me in, Thayer. I'd hate to have to break in to see you. Might make a bad impression.
I thought if you were fool enough to come to see me, Blackie, I ought to be smart enough to see you.
Look, I'm not going to stand around here and spar with you, Thayer. I'm here to see you about those two thugs of yours who fired 3 bullets into Inspector Faraday last night.
Yes, that's why I thought you were here. Now, how about leaving?
Oh, no.
Very well, I won't argue with you. I was prepared for this visit of yours. I hope you're prepared for the reception. Tony, Barker.
What is it, Chief?
Yeah, boss. Tony, Boston Blackie doesn't want to leave. Will you and Barker tell him you think he should?
A pleasure.
Sure, boss. Come on, Barker. You get him from that side. I'll get him from this.
Maybe it won't be as easy as you think, Tony.
What are you using for a fish, Blackie? A mosquito bite?
Oh, very good.
Oh, yeah. Well, he can take it. Here. I'll hit him your way, Barker. Oh, the table's in the way. He fell short. Push him over this way, Barker.
Pleasure.
Very good. Hey, Barker, don't let him hit back like that. He might get cute and think he can lick you. Oh, my friend. You smashed the table on him, Barker. That junk off him. I'll finish him with a good right to the jaw. He's practically out now.
Not as out as you
think. How about this?
Oh!
Yeah, that did it, boss. That did it.
Yeah, good, good. Now, take Blackie outside and toss him in the street.
You like what we done to him, huh, boss?
Yes, Tony, but I don't like what you did to my office. Now get busy and cart this broken furniture out of here. There's nothing I hate more than a mussed-up room.
Now hold still, will you? Oh, that doesn't hurt so much.
Oh, brother. Oh, that water on my face feels sort of good, though, Mary.
Does it? Well, that's a nasty black eye you have, you know.
You mean I have only one black eye?
Just one black eye. One bruised face and one bump on the back of your head. What hit you, a train?
No, two trains. The Tony Flyer and the Barker Special. But I'm not through with them.
Now, you don't mean that you're going back there?
Oh, yes, I am, Mary. This just about proves Faraday was right. It is Thayer's mob who tried to kill him. Otherwise, Thayer wouldn't have given me such a, ungentlemanly treatment.
Just the same, it is foolish to go back there and try to see him.
Think so? Well, maybe I'd better think of something else.
I think so, too. Here, now let me dampen that cloth for your face again.
All right.
Uh-oh.
I'll get it, Mary.
Well, all right, but you lie back so that I can keep this cloth on your face.
Okay. Hello.
Hello, Blackie.
Yes, who's this?
This is Rollins, Blackie. Sergeant Rollins, respect.
Oh, yes, Rollins. How's Faraday?
That's what I'm calling you about, Blackie.
Huh? What's the matter? Did he take a turn for the worse?
Oh, I don't know what turn he took, Blackie. All I know is he didn't take it by himself.
What do you mean?
I mean, two unidentified men just kidnapped Faraday right out of the hospital. We can't find a trace of him anywhere.
Come in.
Hello, Blackie.
Well, Rocky Baldwin. Too bad you didn't come 10 minutes later. I'm on my way out.
What's your hurry, kid? Sit down.
My hurry is Inspector Faraday's been kidnapped, and I gotta find him. But aren't you in the wrong neighborhood, Rocky? I thought this was Thayer's side of town.
Yeah, but Thayer isn't going to mind my coming over here, as long as I don't try to cut in on him.
Then why are you over here?
This is why I'm over here, Blackie. To see you.
You mean the great Rocky Baldwin, tied with Thayer as the city's #1 racketeer, will stoop so low as to come to see me? Well, I'm glad I'm still nursing this face of mine, so I didn't miss this.
I've got a reason for wanting to see you, Blackie.
The usual one, I suppose. You want to try to scare me into doing something for you. Well, I don't scare. I got beaten up a little while ago because I don't scare.
Blackie, you got me wrong. I'm here because I want to help you. I know where Faraday is. Because I know who kidnapped him.
Who?
Thayer.
Yeah, I might have known. And you know where Thayer's keeping him?
Sure. In his hideout on Lane Street.
Uh-huh. Very interesting. Except for one thing, I don't believe it.
Why not?
Because why should you cross Thayer and help Faraday?
Oh, that's very simple. I don't like cops, of course, but Faraday is only one cop among many. But Thayer, well, he's the one man who stands in the way of my controlling this whole town. Understand?
When you put it that way, I'd be a fool if I didn't understand.
Well, you're no fool, Blackie. But better hurry and get your friend Faraday before Thayer finishes with him. And Thayer, you know, works fast.
And now back to Boston Blackie. Bill Thayer, gang leader, threatens death to Inspector Faraday if Faraday's evidence gets a conviction against him. Faraday is later shot at from a passing car, but is not badly wounded. Blackie, however, is determined to find out the men who shot the police inspector. So far, however, all he's managed to do is get himself beaten up. Then, to complicate matters, Faraday is kidnapped by two unknown men, and Rocky Baldwin, gangster, tips off Blackie that it is Thayer who has Faraday. As we return to our story, Rocky is talking to two of his mob.
Now listen, you two, and keep interrupting me with questions if you don't get what I'm saying, understand?
I get you, Rocky.
Me too. What am I, a dummy or something?
All right, now listen.
Jamesy, I sent you out to kill Faraday, but you bungled the job. You messed
I
it.
told you I was sorry about that. It was the car.
Never mind the car. Now, who is it that's getting blamed for trying to knock out Faraday? Well, who is it? Is it me?
Of course it ain't you, Rocky. It's Thayer. Everybody knows he threatened to give it to Faraday. So when you heard he threatened to bump the cop, you decided to have us do it, knowing Thayer would get the rap.
Sure, boss. We knock him off, Thayer gets blamed.
Right. Now, I got this Boston Blackie guy all steamed up that Thayer has Faraday hidden away. Blackie's on his way to get Thayer. Well, he's the guy who can do it, too. Blackie don't mess.
That means Thayer's due to get his any minute, and we take over the town. Good work, Rocky. You really fooled Blackie on this one.
Hold it, you two. Yeah? Rocky Baldwin speaking.
Oh, hello, Rocky. This is Blackie.
Oh, hi, Blackie. Say, why aren't you down on Lane Street getting Faraday away from Thayer?
I'll be down there soon enough. But you pulled a pretty cute trick, Rocky. I want to congratulate you.
What do you mean, Blackie? Thayer did kidnap Faraday. You'll see for yourself when...
I'm not talking about that, Rocky. I'm talking about who shot Faraday.
What, Thayer did, of course. Why'd some of his men do it?
That's what you figured everybody would think when you sent Jamesy and Barnes out to kill the inspector, didn't you?
What are you talking about?
Don't be coy, Rocky. You know what I'm talking about.
I do not. Where'd you hear such nonsense?
From someone who should know, Rocky. From Jamesy himself.
Oh, from Jamesy.
Yes, he doesn't shoot too straight, but he certainly knows how to talk. Just thought you'd like to know that I knew. So long, pal.
Hey, Blackie. Blackie!
What's the matter, Rocky?
Oh, nothing much, Barnes. So, Jamesy, come here a minute.
Sure, Rocky. What's the matter?
Nothing at all. That was Blackie on the phone.
Going after Thayer, huh?
Yeah, right now. But he told me something about you.
He did? What?
Said you told him a little story.
I told him?
Yes. I'm awfully disappointed in you, Jamesy. You've been one of my favorite boys for a long time.
Well, thanks, Rocky. But I don't know...
You really shouldn't have talked to Blackie, Jamesy. It means I have to do this.
Oh, Rocky.
What's the idea?
Yeah, Rocky, what you have to...
Rocky, what'd you kill Jamesy for?
He talked to Blackie. He told Blackie that we tried to kill Faraday.
Oh, no, Rocky, that was just a trick. I've been with Jamesy every minute since we shot Faraday, and he hasn't been near Blackie.
Oh. Oh, no? Oh, that's too bad. Looks as if maybe I've made a mistake.
Oh, Tony.
Yeah, boss?
You got Faraday tied up nice and tight?
Yeah, Mr. Thayer. I got him so he can't even wriggle a finger.
Good.
Now that we snatched him and stashed him here, what do we do?
I don't know yet. I gotta have time to think.
Find time to think after we snatch a cop.
I had to get him out of that hospital before Rocky Baldwin got to him there. They killed Faraday on that joint, sure, and who'd have taken the rap for it? Me.
Ricardo, sometimes even you talk too much, huh, boss?
Oh, I talked out of turn just once. When I tried to threaten Faraday. Oh, what a sucker I was. All he had on me was a larceny rap. I had a good chance of beating that.
Now, we're too smart for cops, Mr. Thayer, ain't we?
No, I'm not so sure. I don't know what to do with Faraday. If I turn him loose, Rocky will get him this time, sure, and I'll get it right in the neck. If I keep him here, I kidnap the guy. That means a chair.
Not if we make a deal with Faraday.
That's an idea. Only I don't think Faraday will buy it. I'll try.
Hey, wait a minute, boss. You keep saying that all he has on you is a larceny rap. Don't he know about the Edwards killing?
He doesn't even suspect me in that one.
Oh, no, huh?
I don't like the way you said that, Tony.
Well, it wasn't my fault, boss. You never said nothing to me about what Faraday was trying to pin on you. I thought all along it was the Edwards killing.
Go on.
Well, nothing. I figured when we kidnapped him from the hospital, it was to bump him. So I got talking to him. Told him what a sucker he was to mix up with a guy like you, a guy who was smart enough to take care of Big Jim Edwards.
You fool, Tony, you stupid idiot. Faraday didn't know a thing about me in the Jim Edwards case. Now I know what we got to do with that cop.
Gee, boss, I'm sorry.
Never mind about being sorry. You've done it and it's done. Faraday is the only one who knows it. So if we fix Faraday, we're still safe.
You mean kill him?
Or make a deal with him. Come on, we'll go see what we can do.
Okay.
Hello, Faraday. Comfortable?
You know I'm not there.
I'm sorry about all this, Faraday, but it was one of those things I just had to do.
Yeah. Just for the fun of it, I guess.
No. To keep Rocky Baldwin and his men from killing him.
Rocky and his
Never
men...
mind about that now. I got something more important to talk to you about.
What?
Tony told you I killed Edwards. Didn't he?
That's right.
I'll let you go right now if you'll forget all you know about that.
Sorry, Thayer. No dice. I'm not that kind of guy. And I'm not that kind of policeman.
Well, you're a live policeman now.
Yeah, and maybe a dumb one, too. But I'm an honest cop. I know where to get the evidence against you in the Edwards killing. And if I get a chance to, I'm going to use it.
All right, Faraday. I'm awful sorry. Tony.
Yeah, boss.
Get on the phone. Tell Harry to bring the big car down here.
Sure thing.
Harry should be here with a car in 30 minutes, Faraday.
So what? I still remember you killed Edwards.
Well, you got 30 minutes in which to decide whether you feel like losing your memory or your life.
Good heavens, Blackie, look at all those police cars. And all the policemen in the street. What's this going to be, a riot?
It's not going to be a picnic, Mary. There has Faraday in that house across the street, and there may be a little argument about who does what. Stay here a minute. Here's Rollins.
All right, Blackie, but please be careful.
Yeah.
Hello, Rollins.
Oh, hello, Blackie. We're just about set.
Glad you brought a lot of men, Rollins. This may be a battle.
But not a long one if the shooting does start, Blackie. I've got 100 men, and I don't think Thayer has more than 2 or 3.
But he has Faraday. Aren't you afraid he'll kill the inspector if you open fire on him?
Yes, I'm going to try reasoning with him first. Hey, Jack. Jack, hand me the loudspeaker microphone. I'll see if they are listening to reason.
Yeah, boss.
Thanks.
Well, good luck, Rollins.
Blackie, I got scared sitting there alone in the car. Can I stand by you?
Hello, Miss Wesley.
Oh, hello, Sergeant. Blackie, can I?
Yes, if you're a good girl. He'll be safe behind the squad car if the shooting starts. Go ahead, Rollins. Let's see if Thayer can be talked into showing some sense and showing himself.
All right, Thayer. We know you're in there. We're going to give you a chance to come out alive. Can you hear me, Thayer? Can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you.
Come out of that house, Thayer. Come out with your hands up.
Nothing doing.
And we're coming in after you.
Come ahead. I'll kill Faraday if you do.
He means it too, Rollins. Ask him if I can come in.
Oh, Blackie,
Listen,
no.
Thayer. Can Blackie come in?
What for?
Tell him it's to make a deal and to see if Faraday is really still alive.
He wants to make a deal to see if Faraday's still alive.
Okay, Blackie can come in, but alone. With his hands in the air and unarmed.
Good. Come here, Rollins. I've got an idea. If it works, we'll have Faraday out of there in no time.
Oh, Blackie, you can't go in there. They'll kill you.
Not if I do what they say.
All right, Blackie, what is it?
Here. Take my gun and keep it for me.
Well, you're not going in there without a gun, are you?
I am if I expect to come out alive. Give me a tear gas bomb.
A tear gas bomb?
Yes, give me one, quick.
All right. Here's one. But, Blackie, they'll search you if they find it.
But they won't find it. There. Now, wish me luck. Give me exactly 3 minutes, and then come in fast.
Oh, Blackie, I wish you wouldn't do this.
I said wish me luck.
Here, better get behind the squad car, Miss Wesley. If anything goes wrong, we'll have to start. Blackie?
Yes, there. Open up.
Are you alone?
You saw me come across the street by myself. Open up.
All right, Tony, let him in.
He's alone, Thayer. He's got his hands up, too.
Good. Don't let him near me till you searched him, and thoroughly.
I don't think you'll find anything on me, Tony.
Huh? No, there's nothing on him, Mr. Thayer. He's clean.
Good. Let him in, then. Now, wait a minute. Take off his hat first.
I'll take it off by myself there and put it over here on the table. How's that?
That's good. Come on in, Blackie.
Thanks. And I can put my hands down now?
Yeah. Your hands down and your cards on the table. You want to make a deal. What is it?
First, I want to see Faraday. I want to make sure he's still alive.
Fair enough. Go bring Faraday out here, Tony.
Sure.
And if Faraday's alive, Blackie, Then what?
Let's wait until I see Faraday alive.
You just don't trust me, do you, Blackie?
Nope. Mind?
No, I wouldn't have much respect for you if you did.
Well, here he is, Blackie. Does he look alive?
Yes, as much as he ever did. Hello, Faraday.
Hello, Blackie. Well, your pal's alive, Blackie. What's the deal?
No deal, Thayer. As far as I'm concerned, you can go ahead and kill him. Where's my hat? I'm getting out of here.
Hey, Blackie, wait a minute. Blackie.
Oh, here's my hat on the table. Duck, Faraday. I'm dropping it on the floor.
Hey, what's that? It's tear gas. Let him have it, Tony. Shoot! I can't see him, boss. Where are you?
Over there, Tony. You don't mind if I borrow your gun, do you?
I want to get me out of here.
Faraday, are you okay?
Sure. Where'd you get the tear gas?
Quick, grab Thayer first. We'll have Tony out. Oh, wait. You all right, Inspector Faraday?
Yeah, Rollins. I'm wonderful. I've never been so happy in my life.
Oh, Blackie. Isn't this a lovely evening for a drive?
Mary, this is a lovely evening for practically anything.
Oh?
Did you say thanks to my hat?
Your hat? Why?
Oh, don't you realize that if it weren't for this hat, I wouldn't have had anything to keep that tear gas bomb under? And that there would have been no way of getting Faraday from there?
Oh, well, nice hat. Thank you very much. Blackie, what happened to Rocky Baldwin?
He's dead, and so is Barnes, the man who killed him. They must have shot it out and both hit the bullseye.
Oh, Barnes was angry because Rocky killed his friend Jamesy.
Yes. Well, Jamesy deserved to die. He was a killer. Well, quite I guess I made about him. I guess I guessed him right, didn't I? When I called up Rocky?
Yes, I guess you did, and I guess, too, that it's good riddance. Gee, this was exciting, wasn't it? All the shooting and kidnapping.
Oh, I don't know, Mary. I'd say it's the quickest case I ever solved.
The quickest? Why do you say that?
Well, what did I do to rescue Faraday?
You put a tear gas bomb in your hat, and you threw your hat on the floor so the tear gas would explode.
Well, that's why I say it was the quickest, Mary. It's the first case I've ever solved at the drop of a hat.
Ooh.
Oh, it's a cute costume.
Thank you.
Who are you supposed to be? Joan of Arc, the Queen of England, or the Belle of Brooklyn?
I'm Mary, Queen of Scots. Only right now I better be Mary, Mistress of Sandwiches, hadn't I? Keep everybody amused, will you, dear?
Any suggestions on how that's done?
Well, if I knew, you'd be king about the sandwiches. Hey, by the way, you look awfully thick as Robin Hood, Blackie. Are those real arrows?
Sure, but I'm not really Robin Hood. I'm actually Cupid with clothes on. It's cold out.
Well, Cupid, old kid, aim a couple of arrows so they'll do the most good. I'll be seeing you. Oh, and remember, there is no mistletoe under the chandelier. Only you can forget that when I get back.
I will. Hurry with those sandwiches, will you, Mary?
You bet I will.
I'm the kind of a guest who has an appetite for adventure, but I've also got a craving for something a little more substantial. I'll be over at the piano.
All right.
Hey, Blackie, come over here with that. Okay.
Blackie.
What's the matter, Mary? Where are the sandwiches and why the puzzled look? This is a party. You know, have fun. Hooray, whoopee. What's wrong?
Oh, nothing, except that there's a very funny-looking old lady out in the foyer asking for you.
Really? How funny looking?
Very, very. She's wearing a long black dress. Her hair is practically white, and ooh, it's so stringy, and it could be arrested for loitering all over her face.
What about the face?
Well, from what I could see, maybe her hair doesn't cover enough of it.
Sounds like a description of my schoolgirl sweetheart. Well, this is a costume party, Mary, and anybody can come dressed as anything she likes, I suppose.
This gal overdid the privilege, I can tell you. She's a little airy, no kidding.
Well, I'll see her, and if the worst comes to worst, I'll grab her broom and ride off on it.
Blackie, you don't know how close you might be to what that gal actually is.
And now, back to Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy. Friend to those who have no friend.
See you later, kid.
Hello, I'm Boston Blackie. You want to see me?
Yes. But I think you should have said you want to see me.
Oh, well, I apologize. Say, that's quite a get-up you have there. Who are you supposed to be?
I'm Granny.
Well, it's a cute gag, and it's a cute costume. So, well, why don't you come inside and join the others, Granny, old gal?
I'm not here as a guest, Blackie. I came especially to see you.
What is it, Granny? Are you in trouble?
No, Blackie. I'm not in trouble. You are.
Oh, really? What kind of trouble am I in? What do I do? Break my shoelace tomorrow morning?
You may never see tomorrow morning, Blackie, unless you listen to me.
Aren't you being a little corny, Granny?
I don't know how to convince you, Blackie. All I know is that something told me to come here tonight and warn you that death is very close to you.
Something told you to come?
Yes. I sit alone, and all of a sudden things come to me. They tell me what's going to happen. They dare me to do something about it.
You are serious, aren't you? Well, thanks for coming, Granny, but I can take care of myself.
Death is very close to you. It may come tomorrow. Death may come in a car. A blue car. A big blue limousine.
You're going to have me believing this if you don't stop.
I'll stop. I have nothing else to say. But I can be found at my house, 50 Lincoln Lane, if you need me. Remember what I see, Blackie. Death and a big blue car. Tomorrow. Go back to your party, Blackie. Have fun while you can tonight, but keep away from the chandelier, the middle chandelier in that room. Good night.
Blackie, where were you so long?
I'm not sure, Mary. I think I was out in the foyer.
For goodness sakes, is something wrong?
No, I don't suppose so. Okay, milady. Let's see that this party of yours keeps going.
Right you are. Let's go over to the center of the room. The chandelier crashed down.
Lucky nobody was under it.
Well, I should say so, Blackie. How could an accident like that happen?
That's not what bothers me. It's how could anyone know it's going to happen?
Well, Blackie, if you're going to continue to walk knitting your eyebrows, at least do something constructive with them. Make me a sweater, maybe, huh?
Mary, I can't get over that old lady who came to your party last night. After all, she did warn me about the chandelier. I'm thinking...
About that big blue sedan she warned you about? What's the matter with you? Are you scared?
You know better. I'm not scared. Just careful.
Well, there goes the traffic light. Let's get to the other side of the street and on to another subject. Come on.
Okay, let's talk about the weather. Do you think we'll have any today?
Well, now you know we might. It looks like we might. Blackie, look out for that car.
Jump, Mary, jump back!
Oh, that driver tried to run us down, didn't he? I'm scared.
That makes two of us. Lucky we made the curb in time.
Blackie?
Yes?
Blackie, did you see the color of that big car that almost ran us down?
I wasn't paying too much attention, but I think it was blue.
It was blue, and it was a limousine.
Yeah. So Granny's prediction was right. That settles it. I'm going to see her.
Well, now I am afraid.
Don't be. Apparently, Granny can foretell my future. I'm just going to see her to make sure I have one.
Yeah, that did it, Hanson. I cut the burglar alarm so we could practically break this window now and nobody'd hear us.
Good work, Pete. Right here. Take my ring and use a diamond on that window pane.
All right, boss. There we are. Now this suction cup takes the glass out without any trouble. Just a couple of taps. That did it.
Good. Now hop in and pick up that dough. Payday for this factory's tomorrow. There ought to be $25,000 in small bills in that safe.
Not bad for an hour's work.
This job took more than an hour, Pete. I had to plan it, case it, figure out the best time was on a Sunday afternoon. It took weeks.
Well, 25 G's ain't bad for a couple of weeks' work either, boss. Yeah, boost me in that window, will you?
Yeah, okay. I'll wait out here in case the watchman changes his routine. Besides, he needs some exercise. All right, up you go, Pete. I'll be seeing you in a couple of minutes. Okay. Yeah, I'll be seeing you and $25,000.
Hello?
Hello, Blackie.
Now do I sound like Blackie, Inspector Faraday? This is Mary Wesley.
Oh, you.
Well, really, Inspector, I'm not that bad. I haven't been called you in years.
Well, I just...
But Blackie isn't here. I'm waiting for him, too.
Well, when he comes in, tell him to call me right away at headquarters. I got something important to tell him. Just a little news he ought to know.
Oh?
Joe Hanson's back in town, and he hates Blackie worse than he hates anything in the world, because Blackie sent him to prison 10 years ago.
Inspector, are you positive he's back?
I'm more than positive. I'm sure. Now, you be sure you have Blackie call me, you hear?
Well, all right, but I could tell him, couldn't I?
Yeah, I guess so. You tell him, Miss Wesley. I don't want to talk to the big lug anyhow.
Yes? Oh, hello.
Hello. This is 50 Lincoln Lane, isn't it?
Yes, it is, Blackie. And I've been expecting you. Come in.
You've been expecting me? You mean you and I have met before, gorgeous?
Certainly. We met last night at Miss Wesley's party. That's when I gave you this address.
Now, wait a minute. Don't try to tell me you're Granny.
I knew who you were, didn't I? Of course I'm Granny.
I beg your pardon, but I'm afraid I heard what you said. Now, look. Granny wasn't using makeup, and she looked at least 70 years old, and you're not more than 25.
To tell you the truth, I don't know how old I am. Please sit down.
Thanks.
You're just going to have to trust me, Blackie, if I'm to help you.
That's what I came to see you about. Somebody tried to run me down in an automobile about an hour ago. A big blue limousine.
Yes, I know. As soon as it came to me how they were going to try to kill you, I called you on the telephone, but there was no answer.
Wait a minute. Before I really start believing this. First of all, how can you be Granny?
Just a minute, Blackie. If it will make you more comfortable, I'll be the way you remember me. I'm going into the next room alone.
All right. What's in there? Your crystal ball or your magic wand?
Nothing's in here, Blackie, except my book. Please wait for me.
I'll wait, but it isn't going to help me understand any of this. Well, you said you wouldn't be long. It's practically 10 seconds. What's going on?
You see, Blackie, I was Granny all the time. And now I look like Granny.
This can't happen to me. Oh, I get it. This whole thing is a gag. That young girl is in that room.
Think so, Blackie? Come look.
You bet I will.
Well, Blackie, you're looking?
Yes, I am. She's not here. And there's no door to this room except the one I just came through. Oh, I get it. She went out through this window.
It's barred and bolted, Blackie. See for yourself.
I'm seeing, but I'm not believing.
There'd be no place for her to hide. There's nothing here except these books, Blackie. You must believe me now.
I'd better find something to believe in a hurry.
Believe in me, Blackie. I'm trying to look out for you. Blackie, you mustn't go near Victoria Street tonight.
Victoria Street? Why mustn't I go near there?
Because of the fire.
What fire?
The one that will break out at 8 o'clock tonight.
There'll be a fire at 8 o'clock, and you know it now? I don't get this. I don't get any of it unless you're a...
What, Blackie? A witch?
Well, yes. Are you a witch?
I don't know, Blackie. Maybe I am. Sometimes I'm sure I am. Like now.
And now back to Boston Blackie. At a party given by his girlfriend, Mary Wesley, Blackie is confronted by an old hag who predicts 2 attempts will be made on his life. When they happen, Blackie goes to see her. only to be met by a very beautiful girl who insists it was she who warned him the evening previous. Along with this development comes word that Joe Hansen, lifelong enemy of Blackie's, is in town. But Blackie's immediate concern is the startlingly accurate predictions of his mysterious advisor. And as we return to our story, Blackie is at home reading up on witchcraft.
How much longer are you going to strain your eyes over that book, Blackie?
Until I find something that makes this witch case make sense. I've gone through 2 books on witchcraft, 2 books jammed with case histories of supernatural predictions which came true. Now, here's one. As recently as 1859, a woman...
I'll read it. Mary Thorpe Prescott foretold her husband's death 2 months before it happened. He died as she predicted, in exactly the way she predicted. He was struck by lightning while returning from a school board meeting. Oh, that's nonsense.
Sure. It couldn't have happened, only it did. See who that is at the door, will you, Mary?
Yes, but suppose it's that Joe Hansen Inspector Faraday called you about.
If it is, say I'm not home. It won't be Hansen, Mary. Hansen wouldn't ring.
Well, okay, if you say so, only I wish you'd please give up those books.
Not right now, Mary.
Well, if that's the way you want it, all right. It's all right by me. Oh, Inspector Faraday.
Sure, Inspector Faraday. Is Blackie in?
He is. I told him about Joe Hansen, Inspector, only he's got other things on his mind.
What mind?
Hello there, Inspector. Thanks for the tip on Hansen. I'll take care of him as soon as I figure out what's happening between me and a witch.
What? Blackie, are you batty?
He's witch wacky, ghost goofy, and spook silly, Inspector.
That's probably right. By the way, Faraday, why aren't you at the fire on Victoria Street? Wasn't anybody hurt?
What fire on what Victoria Street? There isn't any fire down there.
Never mind. What's this about Joe Hansen?
You got my message. He's out of jail. Because you helped send him up, I thought you ought to know.
I'll take care of him when I take care of my other problem, Faraday.
Say, maybe we got some news about him downtown. Is it okay to use the phone? Thanks.
I didn't say you could use it.
But you didn't say I couldn't either. Blackie, why is it you and I always battle this way?
The reason, Faraday, is you and I.
Headquarters, Rollins.
Rollins, this is Faraday. Anything going on?
Oh, no, Inspector, not a thing.
No news on that Joe Hansen guy?
Nothing, Inspector. Everything's very quiet. There's a big fire down at Victoria Street, but that's all.
Well, let the fire department worry about that. I'll call you back, Rollins. Bye. Well, no news, Blackie.
That's what I thought. What's this all about? The fire department worrying? What about?
Oh, who cares? Something about a fire down at Victoria Street. But I'm going home. So long, Miss Wesley.
Goodbye, Inspector.
You too, Blackie. I'm going to go home, get these shoes off. Hey, Victoria Street! Blackie, how'd you know about the fire at Victoria Street? Never mind. I wouldn't get a sensible answer anyhow.
For once, the inspector's right. He wouldn't get a sensible answer out of me. Mary, I'm going back to that house on Lincoln Lane as a delivery man or something.
Oh, I wish you... All right, but be careful, will you?
Oh, I will. Don't worry. One thing you can count on. When I get there, I'll keep my witch about me.
Yes?
Hello, I got this a chair for you. All right if I bring him in?
Chair? Yes, I ordered a chair. Put it in the living room. This way, please.
Right. I've been working on the railroad.
Put it right down there. That's right. Thank you.
It's no trouble, lady.
I guess that's all.
Lady, your phone she's ringing.
Yes, I know.
You're not going to answer it?
Yes, I'll answer it as soon as you leave, Blackie.
You knew it was me?
You wouldn't try to fool me, Blackie. Not me. I knew you were coming even before you decided to come. Would you please go now? I really must answer the phone.
And you can't while I'm here?
No.
Oh, that's fine. You know, it might be your friend Death calling to tell you when he's calling for me.
It might be.
Well, do me a favor. Ask him where he's calling from.
Oh, what a snap this time is now, Pete. What a snap. In a minute or two, this torch will burn right through this safe, and we'll have 30 grand more in the case.
Yeah, I know, Hanson.
This and the job we did yesterday afternoon will give us plenty of sugar. Yeah, that did it. Now for 30 grand in diamonds, Pete. Clean, clear, cold diamonds. Keep them for 6 months, and get rid of them. Live on Easy Street.
Maybe.
Sure, maybe. Everything's got a maybe. Put that flashlight on his tray and you'll see how close to positively our little maybe is.
You're awful pretty, Hanson.
They should be 30 grand, don't you think?
You
No, reaching for guns, Hanson. That would be smart.
Blackie.
That's right. And don't get nervous, you two. All I want right now are those diamonds.
And what if I don't get...
Now, Hanson, please, don't make me answer that.
All right, Blackie, tell me, how'd you know about this job?
How did I know about it? I'll tell you, Hanson. A witch told me.
$30,000 in diamond I lose, Inspector Faraday, and you sit there. What kind of police force do we have here?
I'm not the whole police force, Mr. Van Gelder. I'm only one man. We got men working on your case.
You've got men working on my case. So what does that mean? Did I come to headquarters just to be told that?
To tell you the truth, Mr. Van Gelder, I don't know why you did come here.
He doesn't know why. $30,000 worth of diamonds. Why, isn't that enough?
Hello, Faraday.
Blackie, go away. I got troubles.
He's got troubles. I've got troubles. I want my diamonds. I want them. Do you understand?
Look, Mr. Van Gelder, I told
Never
you
mind,
that...
Inspector, never mind. All Mr. Van Gelder wants is his diamonds. Here they are.
My diamonds. My diamonds. Thank you. I have my diamonds. I have my diamonds. I have my diamonds.
Blackie, where did you get those stones?
I brought them here, didn't I? And Mr. Van Gelder is happy, isn't he? So what difference does it make where I got them? Besides, I'm going to let you in on something.
Yeah? I can hardly wait.
Listen, Faraday. You know that witch business I told you about?
Which witch?
Never mind. It's all tied up with Joe Hanson, anyhow.
Hanson, eh?
Hanson A, B, and C. First of all, he hired an old hag to tell me a couple of things that were going to happen.
Go ahead. You aren't making sense, but that's nothing new.
Well, he hired this old gal, old pal, knowing I'd be very curious and investigate her, which left him free to do what he wanted to around town.
Why should he worry about you?
He had a reason, Faraday, believe me. He knew that as soon as I found out he was loose, I'd be on his trail, and he wanted to keep me busy, so he hired that old goon.
You think Joe Hanson planned this, and then made the old dame's predictions come true?
That's right. He engineered everything. The falling chandelier, the big blue limousine, the fire on Victoria Street, the library with sliding panels so one girl could disappear and that granny make an entrance. I know that all now.
Well, who told you? A little bird?
No, a little telephone.
What?
I tried to get in that house on Lincoln Lane as a delivery man, but it didn't work. But I brought along a telephone cut-in outfit, and that did. I heard Hanson telling that old would-be witch his plans.
About what?
About a job he was pulling last night. Only Hanson doesn't know that I listened in on him. He thinks that Granny told me about it, and if I know Hanson, he's going to try to get Granny for that.
So what? Where do we go from here?
50 Lincoln Lane. Think you can find your way there by yourself?
Oh, I don't know. I'll try. Of course I can. Only remember, I'm not taking orders from you. What do you want me to do?
Meet me there. Hanson wants to get Granny, and I want to get him.
Right in here behind this hedge gives me the creeps, Joey. Why can't we forget this business of taking care of Granny? We've got that money you and Pete got from the factory. We can get out of town right now.
Can't do it, Sugar. Gotta take care of that double-crossing old dame. I killed Pete because he tried to cross me, and I'll kill her, too. I gotta do it.
You'd forgotten about Boston Blackie and not tried to keep him out of your way until you were ready to get him. We'd be okay now.
Can't forget. Something inside me don't let me forget. Maybe you better remember that, too.
Oh, Joey.
As soon as it gets dark, we take care of Granny and beat it. We've got a plane all gassed up and ready to go. But we gotta wait till it's dark.
It's dark enough now, Joey. Look. The light just went out in the living room.
All right, get over to the window. Tell me what you see.
All right. There can't be anybody in the house, though, except Granny. It's gotta be her.
Just look inside. Don't tell me who it's gotta be. Well?
I can see her. She's sitting in that big wingback chair reading. Nice and calm and easy. Just as if she hadn't crossed it.
I'll take care of her right now. Come on over to the window with me.
Sure, Joey. I'm sticking close.
Not that close.
Joey.
You're getting away my arm. I need this arm of mine for something special. We get one break anyhow. This window isn't latched. Move away a little. I can pry it open with this jimmy.
She'll hear.
If she does, she'll be dead that much quicker. You're carrying my gun. Give it to me.
Sure, Joey, sure. Here's the gun. Can I watch Joey, can I?
You can do anything as long as you keep your mouth shut. I can rest my arm on this windowsill, so I'll be sure I don't miss.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Joey, go ahead. I can hardly wait to see you shoot.
Just want to make sure I don't miss, and I won't. My hand's nice and steady. Here's where she gets it. Right now.
Slam that window down in his arm, Faraday. Oh, won't do any good, Sugar. You and your boyfriend are through.
It's you, is it, Blackie?
That's right, it's me. My gun, and I've got another friend, Inspector Faraday, who's coming around the house to grab you.
I'll never forget you for this, Blackie, never.
Poor boy. You haven't got much time to remember anything. And Sugar,
Yeah.
you tried to pretend you were the young edition of Granny. Well, by the time you're out of jail, you'll be older than she is.
Blackie, at least you'll grant me that there was nothing supernatural about Granny and her predictions.
Will I, Mary? What makes you say that?
Well, you as much as said it. You told Inspector Faraday that Joe Hansen arranged all those cunning little episodes which Granny imagined in advance.
Yeah, I guess that's right, Mary McGill, except for one thing. Of course, Faraday found it was Hansen's gun that knocked off his ex-buddy, Pete. So there was no reason for Hansen not to admit cooking up this witch thing against me.
Well, he did, didn't he?
Oh, sure. He admits everything. Except starting that fire on Victoria Street.
Well, he'd have no reason to deny that. Maybe he didn't do it.
Well, in that case, how did Granny know about it in advance?
Oh, I never thought about that. Well, why don't you ask her?
I tried to find her this morning, Mary. And maybe she is a witch, and maybe she's just a frightened old woman. But for all I know, she's disappeared into thin air.
Come on, hurry it up, will you, Doc? Get the scissors busy, get the bandages off.
Took weeks of work to give you a new face, Joe. A few more moments won't matter now. Now that the job's done.
Well, they matter to me. I want to see myself. I want to get outside and see people again. 4 weeks. Nobody to look at. Nobody to talk to. Nothing to read. Just sitting here waiting for this minute.
That's the last of the bandages, Joe. Just this one across your eye. There.
Where's the mirror, Doc? Where's the mirror?
Oh, here, I'll get it.
No, wait. Wait a minute, Doc. Never mind the mirror. I don't want to look at my face. Not just yet.
Scared, Joe?
A little. Doc, how do I look? Did you do a good job?
The best.
You should have been a doctor, Doc. That's what you should have been.
Too bad the medical school I was thrown out of didn't agree with those sentiments, Joe. No, I am rather proud of that face of yours, though. Nobody'd ever know it was you.
That's what I wanted. I got $50,000 I lifted from my firm's safe. And the police will be looking for Joe Harvey. Only there ain't no Joe Harvey, not anymore, huh, Doc?
That's right. Wanna look at yourself now, Joe?
No. Not for a little bit. I want to talk a little. You know, Doc, I scared you when I crashed in here a month ago, didn't I? I scared you into working in my face.
Yes. As a matter of fact, you did.
Well, I'm gonna give you $5,000 for what you did for me. The police never had my fingerprints. They'll never know me now. They won't, will they, Doc?
No.
They'll never know I'm Joe Harvey, huh?
I'll give you the mirror so you can see for yourself. But I'll promise you this. Nobody in the world will ever be able to recognize you.
Give it to me. Give it to me quick, Doc, now.
All right. There. Yeah, take a look.
Doc. Doc, is this me? Me, Joe Harvey? Oh, I ain't very good looking now, Doc, am I? But I am very rich. And I'm free, clear, and loaded. Thanks, Doc. Nobody's ever going to be able to prove anything on me from now on.
And now to the latest adventure of Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy. Friend to those who have no friend.
Okay, Doc, you can leave me here. I'll grab a cab.
Yeah, sure you're all right, Joe?
Sure. After I got over the shock of seeing my new face, Thanks for taking me downstairs, Doc. And thanks a million for what you did to my kisser.
It's all right, Joe. We're square. Cap! Hey, Cap!
Thanks again, Doc. And so long. You won't be seeing me.
No, I don't believe I will.
Where to, Johnny?
Grand Central. What are you staring at?
Huh? Nothing.
Hey, what's been going on in town for the past month, driver? I've been kind of out of touch with things.
Nothing much happening. Police are still looking for that Donald Tate guy for a cop killer, but that's all that's exciting.
You think they'll get him?
Can't miss. They always get a cop killer, you know. Besides, his picture's been in the papers every day. They'll get him.
I hope they do.
So you missed it.
Hey, what'd you stop here for?
Traffic light.
Well, the light's green.
Is it? Oh, that's right.
Hey, here comes a traffic cop. Come on, get started.
I'm trying it.
Well, now, what's going on here? Get that bus out of here. You're holding up traffic.
Officer, look at the back. Look who I'm riding here.
And who should it be now? The president? Donald Tate. Okay, Tate, don't you even blink or I'll shoot you here on the spot.
Hey, you think I'm Donald Tate?
Sure he's Tate, officer. I recognized him the minute he got in my cab. That's why I stole his hat.
Of course he's Tate. I couldn't miss knowing him. I've been studying his picture every day for a month. This'll mean a promotion for me, sure.
But I'm not Donald Tate, officer. I'm Joe Huff.
Who?
I'm not Donald Tate. I don't care who I look like. I'm not Tate.
Keep talking, killer, only I won't be listening. You're Tate, all right. Drive down to police headquarters, kid. We got a real prize package to deliver.
So this guy Tate we got locked up does nothing but scream for Boston Blackie, eh, Rollins?
That's right, Inspector Faraday.
So let him scream. It'll do him good. Now, what about Blackie?
He's on his way down, Inspector. You gonna let him see Tate when he gets here?
Why not? That guy's still yelling he isn't Donald Tate.
Well, he's calmed down now. Hey, we never did have Tate's fingerprints, did we, Inspector?
What difference does that make? We got his picture, didn't we? A dozen witnesses saw him knife that cop. A couple of them knew Tate personally. I don't need another thing.
Oh, yes, you do, Inspector. You need me.
Yeah, sure. Like I need a hole in the head, Blackie.
Anything in your head would be an improvement. Hello, Rollins.
Hello. Glad you're here, Blackie.
What did you say, Rollins?
I said, what are you doing here, Blackie?
That's better. Blackie, you know, we've got Donald Tate, and he's screaming he wants to see you.
Well, I'm here, but is that all he's screaming about?
No. In between times, he's yelling that he isn't Donald Tate, and that you can prove it.
I don't see how. I never met Tate. And I don't know what he looks like, except from seeing his pictures in the paper. Quite a publicity job you did on him, Faraday.
Got him picked up, didn't it? Come on, Blackie, if you want to see him, I'll take you over there myself.
Don't bother. I can find my way to jail, even though you have tried to escort me there several times in the past, Inspector.
You got 5 minutes with him, Blackie. Yell if you want anything.
Right. Well, Tate, what's this all about?
Oh, Blackie, I made them get you here. You're the only one that can prove I'm not Tate.
Don't count on it. You're Tate as far as I'm concerned. I've never seen you before, and I've never seen Tate before. You sure look an awful lot like these pictures, though.
I don't care what I look like. I'm Joe Harvey. You remember Joe Harvey?
Half of it is right. I remember Joe Harvey. Only you're not Joe.
But I am Blackie. I know I don't look like him. I can explain that. But first, I gotta convince you I'm Joe. Now, look. The last time you saw me was about 6 weeks ago, right? It was on a Saturday morning.
Well?
It was in a barber shop, Blackie. You got a trim and a shine. I was getting a shave and working on a scratch sheet figuring out Monday's races. That's right, ain't it, Blackie?
So far.
All right, listen. I ain't through yet. We got in a cab together. I dropped you at Mary Wesley's apartment. No, wait. First, you stopped to pick up some food.
What color suit was I wearing?
Now, let's see. Blue, brown. I don't know, Blackie.
Good. Harvey wouldn't remember that. But somebody who was trying to prove he was Harvey would have all the details, including the one about my suit.
Oh, you believe me, Blackie?
Not yet, I don't. What happened to your face?
I'll tell you. I grabbed $50,000 from my firm. I went up to Doc Weaver's to have my face changed so nobody'd know me. And the rat crossed me. He gave me a cop killer's face, Donald Tate's.
A likely story. Why would he do that?
Why? He figured I was going to bump him after he operated on me. He wanted to make sure I'd be picked up. He knew any cop in the city would grab me on sight.
I get it. You coaxed him into operating on you, huh?
Maybe I did get a little tough, but I paid him, Blackie. I paid him $5,000 right after the operation.
Your timing was bad, kid. I was too late. If you're telling the truth.
Of course I'm telling the truth, Blackie. Listen. I'll confess to that larceny rap if they'll believe I'm Joe Harvey, but it's the chair if they keep believing I'm Tate.
Oh, sorry, but there's nothing I can do.
But, Blackie, it means the real Tate goes free. Does that sound right to you?
What do you want me to do?
I talked to reporters this morning. My story will be in the papers any hour now. I want you to go see Doc Weaver. He'll tell you the truth. He's got no right to be sore at me now. Then you can tell the cops who I am.
Did you mention Weaver's name to the reporters?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, that was smart. I better get to Weaver's fast. If the real Tate sees that story, he's going to kill your alibi, kid, and very simply, too. Merely by killing Doc Weaver.
Hello?
Mary, this is Blackie.
Well, I'd be ashamed to admit it if I were you. Do you know that you've kept me waiting half an hour?
Well, it couldn't be helped, honey. I'll explain when I get there.
Where have I heard that before, and how is it you never do? All right, where are you, Blackie?
I'm in the apartment of a character named Doc Weaver, and you've got some work to do.
What's the connection between your being there and my having work to do?
When I see you, I'll explain that, too.
What you mean is you won't explain that either. However, what do you want?
Well, Doc Weaver had a visitor before I arrived here, a visitor who I think was a killer named Donald Tate. I want you to get bandages and iodine and whatever else you'll need to treat a badly shot-up guy and meet me at Shorty's place.
Shorty's? Why there?
Because I don't want Faraday walking in on me while I'm working out a plan. And he'd be sure to look for me at your apartment or mine. Now, get that stuff for me, Mary, please, and rush it.
I know. You'll explain why when I see you. Okay, Blackie, I'll do it. So long.
Say that again, and say it slow, Miss Howe. And say it before we get to Donald Tate's cell. Okay, from the beginning.
Well, it's just what I told you, Inspector Faraday. I'm Joe Harvey's girl. I've been out of town for a month, and I read in the papers this afternoon about this man you're holding who claims to be Joe. I can tell. I don't care what his face looks like. I can tell if it's Joe or not.
That's what I thought. Only it's ridiculous. The guy is Donald Tate. Hey, how are you going to tell whether this guy is your boyfriend? You going to take his word for it?
Well, hardly. Only Joe's got a birthmark on his arm. If I see that first, maybe I'll listen from then on.
Well, we'll listen together.
Dottie, baby, you're here. Faraday, she'll tell you I'm not Tate. She'll tell you I'm Joe Harvey.
Well, Miss Howe, never mind. Wait till we get in the cell. Well, Miss Howe?
I don't know. It's not Joe's face.
Which arm, Miss Howe? Which arm's got the birthmark?
Birthmark?
The right one, Inspector. Roll up his right sleeve.
What are you doing?
Lay off. What's the matter?
Well, see anything? Because I don't.
What are you looking for?
For the birthmark. If you were Joe, you'd have a birthmark on your right arm. Only you haven't any birthmark. So you're not Joe.
That's what I thought. This guy's Donald Tate.
Dottie, baby, I'm Joe. You know I'm Joe.
Do I? Let's go, Inspector. This isn't Joe Harvey. I don't know who he is. All I know is who he isn't.
Yeah, Faraday.
Say it nice and sweet now, Inspector, and maybe I'll have some news for you.
Blackie, where are you? What do you want? And who cares?
You care, sweetheart, don't you?
No. All I know is you came back from seeing that Donald Tate guy and insisted he was Joe Harvey. Only that was 2 hours ago.
He is Harvey, and I can prove it.
Well, before you go making a complete jerk of yourself, let me tell you this. Joe Harvey's girl was here an hour ago. She talked to the guy we got in jail, and she swears it isn't Harvey at all. And believe me, she ought to know.
She certainly should. But maybe she had a reason for not telling the truth. Listen, Faraday, I've got a guy who operated on Joe Harvey's face and made him look like Donald Tate.
Huh?
He's shot up pretty bad.
Blackie, bring that guy down here right away.
Oh, no, pal. He's staying where he is, and I'm staying with him. You see, only 2 people actually know that Joe Harvey isn't Donald Tate. One of those 2 people is Doc Weaver, and the other is the real Tate. I'm going to keep the Doc with me and see what happens.
I'll tell you what'll happen. You're in the market for trouble, Blackie. Plenty of it. That's what you're going to get out of this.
I doubt it. I think I'm going to get something much more tangible, Faraday. You see, the real Joe Harvey has $50,000 stashed away somewhere, and the real Donald Tate would pay a lot of dough if I deliver Doc Weaver to him. I'm going to hang around and wait for the best offer.
And now, back to Boston Blackie. While the police are searching for Donald Tate, the cop killer, they pick up Joe Harvey, whose face has been made over by Doc Weaver so that he's Tate's double. Boston Blackie knows that Inspector Faraday does not have the real Tate in jail, and after a visit to Doc Weaver's, calls Faraday, refuses to disclose his whereabouts, but insists that Faraday is holding Harvey and not Tate. As we return to our story, Faraday and Rollins decide to visit Blackie's apartment.
He doesn't answer the bell, Inspector. Maybe he isn't home. Rollins, you're getting to be a genius. Did it ever occur to you that Blackie might be home and not open the door if he knew it was me outside? Come on, we'll break it down.
Hey, Inspector, isn't breaking down a door against the law?
Well, we'll say it got in our way. There's a law against obstructing justice, isn't there? Come on, help me.
Okay, here goes. Don't look like there's anybody here, Inspector.
No, it doesn't. Check the other rooms.
Yes, sir.
Blackie's not at Miss Wesley's. Apparently he isn't home. He's not at Doc Weaver's. All we found there was bloodstains.
Blackie told you he kidnapped Weaver, didn't he?
He didn't say that exactly. Just said he had him. I'm going to fix that guy once and for all.
Weaver?
Blackie. I'm going to call the papers and tell them the whole story. That Blackie's got Doc Weaver and that he's hiding out somewhere. And that I want him for withholding a vital witness.
Well, what good would that do, Inspector?
It'll show everybody that Blackie isn't such a big hero. And maybe it'll bring him around. So he'll cooperate with us a little bit.
Will that be all, Miss Wesley?
Yes, I believe so. 4 boxes of bandages, 2 rolls of adhesive tape, iodine, sulfadiazine, sulfathiazole. Yes, that's all. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. You bought the same stuff yesterday. You doing hospital work again, Miss Wesley?
Not exactly, but that's pretty close. Well, goodbye.
Goodbye, Miss Wesley. I'll see you tomorrow.
Yes, I'm afraid you will.
I wouldn't be in a hurry to go nowhere, miss.
No?
No, just get in that car. Don't do no screaming. Don't do no nothing.
No, anything.
Don't get cute, Miss Wesley. I got a bottle of acid in my hand. Your face won't look so pretty as some of it should kind of spill out.
What do you want with me?
I've been waiting for you to show up here. Get in that car parked at the curb. Go on, get in. Put that package down the seat and start driving. I'll tell you where. Go on, get in.
All right. Only, what are you going to do to me?
Nothing if you behave yourself. Start it up and go straight up the street. Not too fast either, sister.
I don't know why I should.
The acid, sister. Remember the acid.
Oh, now I know.
I'm Donald Tate's sister, and I'm wanted.
Not by me.
By the cops, only they think they got Donald Tate locked up. I want them to go on thinking that.
Well, that's all right with me. I'll call Inspector Faraday and tell him.
As soon as we get away from this traffic, you ain't going to talk so cute. Turn right at this corner.
Yes, sir.
Now, look, Miss Wesley, one man knows the guy in jail isn't me, and that's Doc Weaver. I tried to get the doc, but maybe I bungled the job, and the papers say your boyfriend Blackie has him stashed away. He's hurt bad. And that's why you bought them bandages and junk.
What about it?
This about it. I fixed Joe Harvey's girl so she wouldn't say the guy in jail was Joe. I'm clean if I can take care of the phony doc.
Well, I'm really not him, you know.
Stop the car, kid. There's nobody around this neighborhood at this hour. Stop the car. Now start listening. I want to know where Blackie's got the doc. Now talk.
I'm sorry, I don't remember. Ow! Oh, my arm. Please stop that.
This ain't nothing to what I'm going to do. Tell me that address. Tell it to me fast.
I won't. I won't.
You're practically begging for this
Please.
acid. Okay, it suits me. One more chance before I spill this over your kissy. Where's Blackie and Doc Weaver?
Don't throw that acid at me, please.
And
don't.
start talking.
All right. All right, Blackie at his friend Shorty's hideout on Water Street. He's there alone with Doc Weaver, and he's waiting for me. Now, please let go my arm and let me out of the car. I've told you all I know.
Yeah.
Oh.
You're about Boston Blackie's girl. He's just as yellow as any other dame in town. Go on, get out, scram. Got all I want out of you. You know what was in this bottle? Water, sister. Just plain, ordinary water. Boy, did I cross you.
Mary?
That's right, little Mary. Come on, open the door, Blackie.
Hi there.
Well, I did it. He was there just like you thought he'd be. He practically carried me off in his arms, and I broke down and told him this address.
So then I waited an hour, and here I am. Well, where is he? In jail?
He isn't here, and he's never been here.
But he has to be. He had to come here. Everything worked out just as you planned.
Wait a minute. You mean to tell me that Tate did grab you at the drugstore, and you told him I was here, and he didn't fall for it?
Well, Blackie, he seemed to.
Cute guy. You had to figure this was a trap, or he intends to wait until night to bust in here. Well, you hop home. I'll call you if anything develops.
All right. Only, Blackie, if you do catch up with Tate, I want you to know this. He twisted my arm.
He did he? Now, just for that, I'm going to personally wring his neck.
Oh, wait just a minute, can't you? Just hold the phone until I get the door open, please. Oh, everything happens to me. Goodness gracious. Just a minute. Hello?
That you, Miss Wesley? I've been calling you for 2 hours.
Oh, hello, Inspector Faraday. I've been busy. What did you want?
Oh, not you. I want Blackie. Where is he, and where is he hiding that phony Doc Weaver?
Oh, gosh, Inspector Faraday, I really don't know. Oh.
What's the matter?
I crossed my fingers a little too hard. Goodbye, Inspector Faraday, and don't call back, please, ever, at least until tomorrow.
Miss Wesley,
And that is that.
Not quite, Mary.
Oh, not you again.
Why not? You didn't want me to walk into a trap, did you, kid?
Well, yes, as a matter of fact, I did.
Yeah, I figured that. I figured you gave in too easy in the car, so I came here. I came up the fire escape and got in that way. Now, get on that telephone, sister. Hurry up.
Oh, that's a fine way to treat a sister. All right, what do I do now?
Pick up the phone.
Okay.
And call Blackie.
Oh, no.
Pick it up, kid. I'm not fooling. I wouldn't mind killing you if I had to.
You don't have to. What do I tell him?
Nothing. I'll talk to him. Don't tell him who it is. I want to surprise him.
Hello?
Blackie, this is Mary. Somebody here wants to...
Blackie, it's Tate.
Tate? You're at Miss Wesley's?
For a while. And I'm going to meet you and make a swap with you.
What kind of a swap?
Your girl for Doc Weaver. And if you deliver him, I deliver her. Alive. Catch on?
Vaguely. Where will I bring Doc Weaver?
Get in your car with a Doc, park it way out on North Woods Drive. I'll come past. You two are alone in the car, I stop, and we switch cars. You get funny, I don't stop, and you don't never see your girl again.
I don't have very much choice, a chance to get cute, do I?
That's right. You better leave now, Blackie. We ought to both be in there close to the same time. You're a little nearer than me, so, don't get too lonesome waiting.
Just make sure you'll be there, Tate. I've never been so anxious in my life to see another guy with my girl.
You know, sister, this could be your last 5 minutes of living. You ever think of that?
Not till just now. If it's all the same to you, though, I'd rather it weren't. That's Blackie's car up there.
Yeah, parked and waiting. Well, I'm going to drive past and see if the doc is in it. There no cops are in it. Take a good look, kid. It may be your last.
Well?
All right. It's Blackie and the doc and no cops. Okay, you stay in here.
And what are you going to do?
Get out and head for that car while Blackie walks up to this one. And if any cops do try to stop me once I'm in that car, they'll have to shoot it out with me. And if they do, they might hit the doc, so they won't. Cops are so nice that way. Hey, Blackie.
Yeah?
Start walking this way slowly, on the other side of the road. I'm coming towards your car, and I've got my gun out, so keep your hands high. Got that?
I get it.
All right, start walking.
Nice weather we're having, Tate.
Shut up.
Well, it was nice weather, I know, because I read it in the papers.
Well, so you're here waiting for me, huh, Doc? Well, I gotta take you somewhere and finish a job I started. Move over.
Okay, Rollins, the Tommy gun. The dirty double. Come on back here, Blackie. We got him.
I'm coming. The state, isn't it, Faraday?
It sure is. Roll him over, Rollins. Okay, Inspector. Guess we got him. So the other guy in jail is really Joe Harvey. Well, what do you know? Who's this guy in the car here?
Who's he? He was Doc Weaver, Faraday. And he's been dead for quite a while.
What's his body doing in your car, then?
Good old Faraday. Much mouth, little listen. Try and get this, Inspector. Tate killed Weaver right after he found out that Weaver had fixed up Harvey's face. Only Tate wasn't sure he was dead. So, when the story got in the newspapers that I was holding Weaver, Tate figured he'd have to find the doc and knock him off.
I get it now. Well, Blackie, I'm glad you called me and told me about this little trap. We got Joe Harvey on a larceny rap, and Tate's dead. So everybody's happy.
I guess that's right. Say, I've heard of people getting into trouble because they had a change of heart. But Joe Harvey wound up in jail because he had a change of face.
I don't know what you can tell Mr. Kingston, sir. His credit manager insisted we pay him the money we owe his firm and pay it immediately.
I'll tell him something. If he ever gets on this telephone. I've been holding the line waiting for him for 5 minutes now.
I tried to tell the credit manager we'd take care of the matter, Mr. Burton, but he wouldn't listen. And frankly, sir, I've run out of excuses.
I understand. I think...
Hello?
Yes, Kingston now. Oh, Charlie. Charlie, this is Ralph Burton.
Oh, hello, Burton. I have a memorandum on my desk to call you.
Yes, I know. I called because I want to explain about that money we owe you.
Well, the amount is $30,000, isn't it?
Yes, and Charlie, I don't have it. I'm up against a brick wall right now. I'm pressed for cash. You've got to give me time.
Well, I'd gladly give you another 30 days, Burton, but the board of directors turned me down. They insist on immediate payment. And I wish there was something I could do for you, Ralph, really, but there isn't. I've no control over my directors. They're insisting that you pay what you owe, or they want to put you in bankruptcy.
Well, I won't kid you, Charlie. There's no way I can pay you now. And bankruptcy will only ruin me permanently. Give me time, please. Yours isn't my only obligation. Everybody wants money.
I don't want to appear hard, but there's nothing I can do. I guess it's your problem, and it's up to you to solve it.
Yes, I suppose that's right. This isn't your fault, Charlie. There's only one solution to my problem. Yes, I'm afraid there's only one way out for me.
And now meet Dick Calmer as Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy. Friend to those who have no friend.
Coming. Well, hello, Mary. Come on in.
Thanks, Blackie. Are you spending a quiet evening at home?
I was, till now. I wasn't supposed to pick you up for half an hour, right?
Yes, but I had to do some shopping, and I found myself near here, so I thought I'd drop in and save you the trip. We can go to the movies from your apartment just as well as from mine.
Suits me. I was just finishing this newspaper anyhow. Kind of dull. Not an interesting murder in it.
Oh, murders aren't interesting. They're practically deadly.
That's the general idea of the murderer.
Glad you like it. Just before I left my apartment, I was reading the story on the suicide of Ralph Burton. Did you read it?
The Burton, the textile man? Yes, here it is on page 1. Faraday gets billing in it. Seems that the good inspector, after duly inspecting the body, the gun found in Burton's hand, and a suicide note, quite expansively announced Burton as a suicide.
And despite the fact that the inspector thinks it's suicide, you don't think it is? Oh, Blackie, don't you feel well?
Feel fine. But Faraday's right most of the time, Mary. Only time he isn't is when he doesn't agree with me.
Said he modestly.
Well, somebody has to say it, and if I don't, who would?
Well, let's talk about the movie we're going to see. Shall I find out what's playing?
That might be an idea.
Well, let me see. At the Dorian...
Well, we have a visitor. Could be no movies tonight, if it's the right kind of visitor. Come in.
Hello, Blackie, Mary.
Charlie Kingston. Come in, Charlie.
Charlie, Blackie and I are going to a movie. Want to come?
Well, some other time, perhaps, Mary. Blackie, I must talk to you.
Well, of course, Charlie. You're right ahead. What's the trouble?
It's the suicide of Ralph Burton. Have you read about it?
Yes, of course.
Well, he owed me a lot of money, Blackie, and he called me today.
Perhaps I was a little too rough. I didn't realize his back was up against the wall.
Oh, I'm sure you didn't, Charlie.
Well, what about it? Suppose you did pressure him a little. You're not censuring yourself because he killed himself, are you?
Well, yes, I am. I want you to do something about it.
What could Blackie do?
Well, he could find the real reason Burton killed himself. A reason that maybe wouldn't be connected with me.
Go ahead. Well, go ahead, I'm listening.
Well, Inspector Faraday, it's all in the formation of the letters. Here's how we know the Burton suicide note was genuine. Absolutely and unquestionably. Here are dozens of letters we know he wrote. Here's his suicide note.
They sure look the same to me.
They are the same. I've been handwriting expert on your staff for 20 years, Inspector, and there isn't any doubt that one man wrote the suicide note and the other letters. Absolutely and definitely.
Okay, Flynn. That's what I thought when I said Burton's death was suicide. Thanks for agreeing with me. I guess this case is closed up tight.
What's closed up tight? Apparently it isn't your mouth.
Blackie, what do you want here at headquarters?
In, for one thing, Faraday. Who's your friend?
He's our handwriting expert, Joe Flynn.
And I've really got to get back to my office. Actually and positively, I mean. I'll see you later, Inspector.
Well, Blackie?
Faraday, why did Burton commit suicide?
How should I know? And there's no way of asking him now.
Well, I want to know why he killed himself. And I've got news for you. I'm going to find out.
You're going to find yourself out. Out on the sidewalk if you don't lay off this case, Blackie. It's closed. Sealed and solid.
Sounds like a description of your head. It was closed, sweetheart, but I'm reopening it. And I'm warning you, Faraday, stay out of this case. I don't want any interference from you.
Interference from me? Don't be silly. I'm through with Burton. He's a suicide. He probably had a reason to kill himself, and as far as I'm concerned, I don't get... Who are you telling to stay out of a case, me?
See how silly that sounds? Now maybe you'll stop saying it to me whenever I come around to help you.
Your bets, please, ladies and gentlemen. Deal, draw at 16, stop at 17. All ready? I guess you're the only one who cares for blackjack, Mrs. Burton.
I'll have a card.
Yes, of course. Slide it right out of the box and to you. 6. Another?
One more.
Right. An 8. Another?
No. No, I'll stay with these.
Very well. I turn my bottom card over, and it's a queen. That's 10. I take a card. 3. 13. I draw one more. Jack. I'm over.
Yeah.
You win, Mrs. Burton. Kindly turn your cards up.
Yes, of course. I have a 4, a 6, an 8, 18.
Right. Play again?
Yes, I think so.
Make your bets, please, ladies and gentlemen.
Mrs. Burton?
Yes?
Somebody would like to see you in the boss's office.
See me?
That's right, ma'am.
Who is it?
I don't know, Mrs. Burton. He didn't say, but it must be okay with Tony. He wouldn't be using the office.
That doesn't mean it's all right with me, but I'll find out in a minute.
I'll show you the way, Mrs. Burton, if you want.
No, never mind, thank you. I know the way. You might tell Tony, though, that I want to see him, if you can find him.
I'll tell him, Mrs. Burton.
You wanted to see
Close the
me?
door, Mrs. Burton. Yes, I wanted to see you. I'm Boston Blackie. I want some information about your husband. By the way, you don't look very heartbroken.
You should have given me more time. I'd have put on an act for you.
Mrs. Burton, why did your husband kill himself? As if you cared.
I don't know. He just did, that's all. What are you snooping around for?
The reason. And the reason why you suddenly could pay your gambling debts with him dead. You see, Tony told me that you and he were all square. Now. Oh, hello, Tony.
Hello, Blackie. I see you got Mrs. Burton okay.
Yes, thanks, Tony. I think I got her very okay.
Tony, what's the idea of allowing this man to practically accuse me of killing my husband?
Well, Blackie, you said you...
You wanted to see Mrs. Burton on business? Well, I did, and I do.
That isn't exactly like I figured you meant, Blackie. Maybe you hadn't better insult my customers, especially a lady like Mrs. Burton.
I don't insult ladies.
He certainly insulted me, Tony.
I don't insult ladies.
Look, kid, I don't like that kind of cute talk.
I let you use my office, Blackie, because I'd rather you was on my side than against me. But maybe you're a bit of a moose now, huh?
Oh, I don't think so. I'm not ready to leave yet.
No?
I take it back. I'm ready. Put the gun away, Tony. I'm liable to explode. Only I told you that I was here on business, didn't I? Well, I am. Only now, apparently, it's unfinished business.
Just shave it over once, Mike, like always.
Yes, sir, Tony. Once over it is.
Sir? Ain't out of my eye, Mike. Keep the leather out of my eye.
Yes, sir, Tony. Out of the eye it is. There we are. Sorry.
How do you like being my own private barber, Mike?
Aces, sir. Aces.
Working up here in my apartment instead of the barber shop. Working at my gambling tables at night. Like that?
Yes, sir, Tony. Sure like that.
Well, step on it then if you like it so much. I got a date with a young punk who worked for that Burton guy that knocked himself off. He ought to be here in 5 minutes. I want to be through by then.
Yes, sir. Tony, you ain't going to the fights Friday night. They got a good card.
I ain't. But you can. You got the night off.
Tony? Oh, Tony.
Well, there's that punk George that worked for Burton. Be out in a minute, George. Wipe the lather off, Mike. I'll be back.
Yes, sir. Just a minute. There you are, sir.
That's a good boy. Maybe when I get back, you'll give me a massage.
Sure, I'll do it.
What was that?
I said, yes, sir.
That's different. Hi, George.
Hello, Tony. Well, you said to come here, and here I am.
Good. I got a little dough for you, Sonny. $1,000 for being a good boy.
Gee, thanks, Tony.
$1,000 for tipping off the late Mr. Burton's creditors that his business was going to fluey. $1,000. So he knocks himself off, and his wife winds up with 100 G's and pays me the $15,000 she owes me. Good business. There you are. 300, 4, 6, 8, 1,000. It's all yours, kid.
Thanks, Tony. Oh, only you know something? My conscience is bothering me a little bit.
Forget it, kid. Just think of Mr. Burton. Nothing's bothering him anymore.
Blackie, tell me, have you found out anything? I haven't slept now in 2 nights.
I'm sorry, Charlie. Apparently there's nothing to find out. I did locate Mrs. Burton and did find that she isn't terribly broken up over her husband's death. That means nothing.
I know it doesn't.
You see, Charlie, if this weren't such an obvious case of suicide, perhaps it'd be something I might uncover that might make you feel better.
Oh, it's suicide, all right, Blackie. That note Burton left leaves no doubt about that. It's obvious.
All right, yeah. Say, wait a minute. Maybe everything is too obvious.
Well, what do you mean, too obvious?
I mean a lot of things. Listen, Charlie. I know Burton left his wife a sizable fortune. That could be a motive for murder.
Oh, Blackie, I wish what you are saying could possibly be true, but it can't. Burton was a suicide, all right. And in fact, as I remember things now, he tried to kill himself once before, 10 years or so ago. Apparently the thought stayed with him all these years.
That could be a part of the murder plan. And if this is a murder plan, Charlie, if it is, it's a beauty.
You honestly think that Burton might have been murdered?
I'm hoping that's what it is.
Well, then do something about it, Blackie, please. I can't go on like this, believing I was responsible for the man's life.
Take it easy, Charlie. I'm going to find out who was responsible for the man's death.
And now back to Boston Blackie. Boston Blackie's friend, Charlie Kingston, believes he is responsible for the suicide of Ralph Burton. Blackie, in trying to ease Kingston's conscience, finds that Mrs. Burton is seemingly unaffected by the death of her husband, that she is an habitué of Tony's, a gambling house, and that she has been left a fortune by her husband. The police are certain that Burton was a suicide, principally because of an authentic note indicating his intention, which they found near the body. But Blackie thinks it's murder. As we return to our story, Inspector Faraday calls at Blackie's apartment.
Come in.
Hi, Miss Presley.
Hi.
Blackie here?
No, I'm waiting for him, too. What's up, Inspector?
Balloons.
Oh.
How should I know what's up?
Well, at least I didn't ask what's new. You'll have to admit that that's in my favor.
I couldn't answer that either. All I know is I got a complaint from a Mrs. Burton that Blackie was bothering her. And I came up to tell him to lay off.
Mrs. Burton? The widow of the man who committed suicide?
Yeah. What's Blackie want with her?
Well, I don't know, but... Oh, here's Blackie now. Ask him yourself.
Hi, Mary. Hello, Inspector. I'm
Hi.
sorry I didn't know you were coming, or I would have ordered something for you.
Poison, probably.
Not probably, preferably. Is this a business visit, or won't there be any laughs?
I'll laugh, you. Blackie, stay away from Mrs. Burton. She doesn't like you.
Thank goodness for that.
Faraday, I've just come from Charlie Kingston's. You know, I don't think Mr. Burton committed suicide.
Aha. I suppose somebody put his hand on a pen and forced him to write that suicide note.
No. That note has me stopped, I admit that. But your handwriting expert, Mr. Definitely and Positively Flynn, is getting me some information on it.
He's getting it for you?
Well, he thinks it's for you. I told him I was calling for you and that you wanted to find out what kind of paper that note was written on and that he was to call you at my place. He said he would. Say, I should have been a confidence man.
You should have been an ape.
Go ahead, boys. I'll keep score.
And mark up Faraday's bright remarks on the left-hand side, Mary. You can't write with your left hand. Well, then again, you won't have to.
Is that so? I could write...
The world will have to wait for the conclusion of your latest epigram, Inspector.
Oh, yeah? Well, I'll take that call. It's probably Flynn. Oh, move, Blackie. Yeah?
Hello? Is Inspector Faraday there?
Speaking. This you, Flynn?
Why, yes, Inspector.
Well, what did you find out?
About the suicide note? I found out something very interesting.
Don't entertain me. Give me the facts.
Well, the paper that note was written on was Maxwell Bond number 78, made by the Maxwell Bond Paper Company.
And that's interesting?
Absolutely and unquestionably. When did Mr. Burton write that suicide note?
Well, just before he died, naturally. Yesterday. Why?
Why? Because the Maxwell Bond Paper Company went out of business 9 years ago. Goodbye, Inspector.
Blackie, did you hear that? The paper the suicide note was written on was made by the Maxwell Bond Paper Company, and they went out of business 9 years ago.
You know, that makes me think, Inspector.
Blackie, maybe if that note paper was made by a company that went out of business a long time ago, well, maybe that suicide note the police found was the one he wrote when he tried to kill himself 10 years ago.
No, maybe about it.
You think somebody picked it up at that time and then kept it from the police?
It's possible. Then, when it was expedient to murder Burton, the 10-year-old note was dropped alongside the body after a gun was put in the dead man's hand.
That means it was Mrs. Burton.
That seems relatively reasonable. For you, Faraday. Where are you going?
Out to Mrs. Burton's house. Why? You going to try and beat me there?
Me? I may be there later, but I'm going to take a chance and drop in at Burton's office first.
I'm George Anderson. I was Mr. Burton's assistant. You wanted to see me, Blackie?
Yes, George. I want some information. I want to know why Mr. Burton was murdered.
Murdered? The police said it was suicide.
Forget that. Listen, kid. My friend Charlie Kingston said that he got a telephone tip-off that your late boss's credit wasn't too good.
Well, how does that affect me? I had nothing to do with it.
No? Well, Charlie said he thought he recognized your voice. Now, if it was your voice and you got Kingston to be tough with Burton, you're in this thing up to what passes for a chin you've got there.
Blackie, I had nothing to do with any phone call.
No? Maybe if I worked on you a little, your memory'd start getting better.
No.
Yes, I think that's a pretty good idea. I think I'll take you apart a little bit.
No, don't come near me. I made the call. I had to make it. Tony paid me.
Tony?
Yes, Tony.
So he's in this thing again, huh? He doesn't know it yet, but he's got something coming to him. Something and somebody. And the somebody is me.
Keep the wheel going, Davey. I'll stick around and watch for a while.
Okay, Tony. Make your bets, ladies and gentlemen. There's got to be a winner. One of the numbers always...
I think maybe it's your number that's turned up this time, Tony.
All right.
Blackie, didn't I tell you to lay off this joint and me?
Yes, but I don't hear very well. Come on into your office, Tony. A friend of yours is waiting there for you. A fellow named George. He used to work for Burton.
Keep the game going, Davey.
Right.
How'd you find George Blackie?
I'm the curious type, Tony. I got a little tip on him and coaxed him to open up to me.
He sang?
Like a nightingale. And your name was his top note, Tony. Come on in. This is your office, remember?
I know.
All right. Now start talking, George. Just say what you told me.
Tony, I didn't mean to do this to you, only Blackie said he'd go to work on me, so I only told him that you paid me to... Oh!
You talk too much.
And you don't talk enough. Come on, Tony. You've got a long speech to make.
Think so?
No, so. I took your gun out of the desk drawer, so don't talk too tough to me, kid. You can't back it up this time.
What is it I'm supposed to talk about?
The reason Burton was killed. And don't give me any of that suicide talk. Burton was murdered by his wife, I think. Very cutely, too. Very brilliantly planned. She's a smart gal, Mrs. Burton. And if I prove this a murder, she'll find a way of throwing the heat on you.
Tony,
Shut up. You talk too much. So, Blackie, you think it was murder? And you think if the police find out it was murder, Mrs. Burton's going to try and put the finger on me?
That's right. What are you going to do about it?
I don't know. I know that dame a long time. 10, 15 years. She gets what she wants most of the time.
So do I. And I got what I wanted from you just now, Tony, a little information. You know, I think I'm going to stay here for a while.
You know, Mrs. Burton, we could do a lot of things. We could sit here and look at each other, or we could get down to business.
What do you mean by getting down to business, Inspector Faraday?
You could tell me what you know about your husband's death. That's what I mean. And don't think I'm still working on the idea that he was a suicide, because I'm not.
You, think it was murder?
How'd you guess? I think a lot of things more, too. Only I'm a police officer and I gotta have proof. But you're going to admit that you knew you'd come into a barrel of cash with your husband dead. That you didn't want him to know you were gambling, and that you owed that Tony guy a lot of money.
I admit all of that.
Well, now we're getting somewhere. Now I want you to admit that when your husband tried to knock himself off 10 years ago, you were in the house and could have picked up the suicide note he wrote at that time.
I was in the house, and I could have picked up the note.
Good. So you had a motive, you had a perfect alibi, and you killed him. Admit it, Mrs. Burton. You killed your husband.
No, Inspector Faraday. I said I could have picked up the note, but I didn't.
That's what you say. I say you did. I say you're in this thing with both feet. And I say that you're going to admit that you killed him right now. Oh, no, you don't. Stay right where you are. I'll answer that. Hello?
Is that you, Faraday?
Oh, it's you, Blackie. Who do I sound like?
Let's not go into a routine, Faraday. I've got news for you.
You've got news for me. Look, Blackie, I'm here with Mrs. Burton. She admits everything about her husband's murder, except that she did it. Now get off this phone so I can wind up this case.
Oh, so you have Mrs. Burton all ready to confess?
5 more minutes and it's a cinch. She knows she can't fool me.
Well, she's the only one who can't. Faraday, I want you to listen to a friend of mine named Tony. I'm in his office right now, and he's got something to say to you.
Blackie, what are you trying to pull?
Quiet, Faraday. Come on, Tony. Start talking. You've got an audience on the other end of this phone that's just dying to hear what you've got to say. Now, go on, talk.
All right. Faraday, this is Tony. I killed Burton.
What did you say?
I knew him for a long time. First time he tried to kill himself 10 years ago, I was in the house. I caught the suicide note. Then I got this big idea a couple of weeks ago when his wife couldn't get up the dough she owed me.
You killed him? But you couldn't have. I have it all figured out that it was Mrs. Burton here. How could I be that wrong?
How, Faraday? Well, that's easy. You've had so darn much practice.
You know, of course, don't you, Blackie, that I still don't know how you got Tony to confess.
Oh, it was nothing really, Mary. When he found I was talking to Faraday on the phone, he just had to speak to him. But he couldn't make up anything on the spur of the moment, so he told the truth.
That he killed Mr. Burton. Well, Charlie Kingston certainly is happy about it, but what put you on Tony's trail?
One little remark he made. He said he'd known the Burtons for a long time, which means that he knew them when Burton first tried to kill himself. Now, I never knew that before. And that got me thinking.
Wonderful little that to be able to do a thing like that.
Mary, don't you want to hear about this?
Oh, it's this now. It was that a second ago. How things do change.
Yes, don't they? Well, Mary, here's the way I reasoned it. If Tony was around 10 years ago, maybe it was he who grabbed the original suicide note and thought up this murder plan.
Maybes don't count, though.
No, you're right. I needed proof, so I sat down with Tony, very nice and comfortably, and I said, Tony, my boy, won't you please tell me that you killed Mr. Burton?
And then he sipped his tea, looked up and said, well, yes, old man. Matter of fact, I did. Rather unsporting of me, what?
Something like that. Anyhow, I asked him if he'd mind terribly telling that to Faraday, and he said, of course not, old fellow. Love to do it and all that sort of thing, and he did.
You mean to say you just asked him to do it and he did it?
That's all, Mary.
I believe it, Blackie, completely. Only I'd better put another piece of adhesive tape on your knuckles. They're bleeding a little again.
Excuse me. I beg your pardon.
Huh? What's on your mind, mister?
Can you tell me where I can find Bill and Harry Reese?
What do you want to find them for?
Well, I talked to Bill Reese on the phone. He said to come down here and he might do business with me. This is 819 Brewster Street, isn't it?
Yeah. And you'll find Bill and Harry in that room back there.
Oh, thank you.
Come in.
Reese?
Yeah, come in.
Well, thanks. My name is Otis, Mr. Reese. I talked to you on the phone.
No, you didn't. You talked to my brother Bill. He's not here now, but he told me about your call. Sit down.
Thanks.
Now, what's the proposition?
A very simple one, Mr. Reese.
Simple for you to think up, maybe, Mr. Otis, but maybe a little harder to carry out?
Well, I don't think you'll find that at all. Now, my wife has a diamond necklace worth $50,000.
How do you know it's worth $50,000?
Because 10 years ago it was insured for that amount. In fact, it still is.
Uh-huh. So?
So I need cash. A lot of it. Right now.
Say, $50,000, huh?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Well, what do you want us to do about it?
I want you to steal my wife's necklace.
For how much?
Well, the necklace is worth $50,000.
Yeah, I know you said that. Only we won't get that much for it. And anyhow, we like some sort of payment in advance.
Well, I don't have much with me. How about $100?
Make it $100 each for me and my brother, and we'll see what we can do.
All right. Now, the best time to steal this necklace...
Don't bother, Mr. Otis. Thanks, just the same. Bill and I'll decide when and where to steal the necklace.
You don't trust me?
Oh, sure, we trust you, Mr. Otis, but you see, stealing things is our business. We don't try to tell you how to run yours. Now, do we?
And now on to Dick Calmer as Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy. Friend to those who have no friend.
You must have a good show in that nightclub there, Bill. Otis and his wife have been in there for 4 hours.
Yeah, here it's a good show, Harry, but it can't be going on all this time. They ought to be coming out soon.
Yeah, and alone, I hope.
Well, if they're not alone, we just let them go. They'll do it some other time.
I know. If we don't do something soon, Otis will think we're not keeping our promise and come back for his $200.
Yeah, we're going to keep our promise and the 200.
There's Otis and his wife now.
Oh, yeah, and they're alone, too. Go on, get up there to them. I'll pull up alongside you in a few seconds.
All right.
Well, Jim, the day certainly feels good. How long were we in that club?
Oh, quite a while, dear. But I felt a little...
I hope you don't feel like yelling, mister.
Oh, Jim, the man has a gun.
Sure. But if you behave yourself, I won't use it.
What do you want?
Nothing much. Get in the car that just pulled up. Come on, both of you.
Why, you ought to
Jim, don't argue with them. They won't harm us if we do as they say.
Now, that's what I call being smart. Now, get in, both of you. Come on.
Well, we're getting in as fast as we can.
Well, not fast enough to shoot me.
But you have to shove.
Yeah. Want to get this over with. Okay, step on it.
You bet.
What do you men want?
We'll talk business when we're around the block.
Anybody following us?
Nobody in the street knew what was happening.
Well, will you tell us what's happening?
Sure. Bill.
Yeah?
Turn left at the next corner. Stop down the block.
Okay.
All right. Now, let's have that necklace the lady's wearing.
Oh, Jim, my necklace.
You better give it to him, dear.
Jim.
Look. You told him not to argue. Now, don't you start it. Now, give me that necklace and we'll let you go.
All right. I guess there's nothing else I can do.
Oh, yeah. Hey, there's one thing more. When we let you out, you can forget to call the police for 30 minutes. But the next thing you'll call is an ambulance.
We were held up by those two men just a little after midnight last night, Inspector Faraday.
A little after midnight, huh, Mr. Otis?
Yes.
And you didn't get a good look at the men, huh?
No, it all happened too fast.
Those planned things usually do.
You think this was planned, Inspector Faraday?
I sure do. They had a car waiting for you, didn't they?
Yes, they did.
And all they asked for was your wife's necklace?
Yes.
Then it was planned, all right. And there's probably a third person involved, too. Somebody who spotted you in the nightclub and saw your wife wearing the necklace.
Well, I don't know about those things, Inspector. All I know is that necklace is worth $50,000. And even though it's insured, I want it back.
Don't worry, Mr. Otis. You'll get it back. And fast.
You mean it'll be easy?
Sure. From the description you gave me, that necklace is going to be hard to get rid of. And, I have another reason for thinking this will be easy.
What's that?
Boston Blackie isn't mixed up in it. And when Blackie's not around to bother me, nothing bothers me.
Five ball next. That's a money ball. Back up, boys, and watch your man shoot. Aye, Harry. Hey, Harry, what's your hurry? Hey, you're flowing here like a shot.
My brother in the back room?
Sure, Harry. Bill's back there. Hey, what's the rush? Who cares? I got me a 5-ball to make this.
Bill.
Hi, Harry. Hey, what's got your head up? Did you take the necklace we heisted down to Mike's?
I sure did. Bill, I got news for you.
Good news?
Figure it out for yourself. Got a double cross from here to China.
Huh? Now, what are you talking about? You go down to a fence to get rid of some rocks and you're nice and calm. You come back and you're ready to eat iron. What gives?
You'll find out. Give me that phone book.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. What are you looking for?
What?
I said, what are you looking for?
Two things, Bill. A certain party's address and Boston Blackie's phone number. They got to call him in an hour.
Hello.
I want to speak to Boston Blackie.
Well, go ahead. This is Blackie.
Good. Look, Blackie, I want to explain something about that diamond necklace.
What diamond necklace?
The one you have.
Sorry, pal, but I haven't worn a diamond necklace in years.
You don't understand, Blackie. This necklace isn't yours.
And maybe this phone call isn't mine either. Who are you?
That doesn't matter. I just don't want you to get excited when she brings you that necklace. All you have to
When
do
she
is...
brings me that... Who's she, and what necklace are you talking about?
The necklace stolen from Mrs. Jim Otis last night. And the she is your girlfriend, Mary Wesley.
What?
I said don't get excited. It's okay.
Miss Wesley has stolen a necklace, and you say it's okay?
Sure it's okay. We just gave it to her. She had nothing to do with stealing it. A pal and I stole it. But now we don't want to have anything to do with it either.
So?
So you take over from here, Blackie. My pal and I are going to take off.
Hello, Mary.
Oh, hello, Blackie. Come on in.
Thanks.
I didn't expect you so soon. Our dinner date isn't until 7:30, is it?
No, it isn't. But I didn't come to take you to dinner just yet. Well, let's have it.
Have what?
That necklace.
What necklace?
That diamond necklace.
What diamond necklace?
The one they gave you.
They gave me?
Yes, two men.
Blackie, do you feel all right?
Fine, but I'll feel a lot better when I return the necklace to Faraday.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Two men gave you a necklace, Mary, a diamond necklace. I don't know why or when or where or how, but they gave it to you. Maybe to give to me. So now suppose you give it to me.
Blackie, what's the matter with you? Has this been such a dull week that you're trying to dream up some excitement?
I didn't dream that phone call I had a little while ago.
Well, then somebody else has been doing the dreaming. I don't have a diamond necklace.
You sure?
Now, you know I wouldn't lie to you.
No, but you might tell a little fib.
You can't tell a little fib about a diamond necklace. I think somebody's trying to kid you.
Well, maybe. That somebody isn't you?
Mm-mm. Well, I guess you'll just have to believe me.
Oh, all right. You have an honest face.
And a date tonight?
Sure, I'll be back at, 7:30.
And not to ask me about a necklace I don't have.
Forget about the necklace. I think you're right. Somebody was trying to kid me. See you later, Mary.
Bye.
Bye.
Faraday speaking.
Hello, Inspector Faraday. This is Mary Wesley.
And this is police headquarters. Don't bother me.
I'm not going to bother you, Inspector Faraday. I'm going to help you.
Oh, you are you? Well, I'm looking for a $50,000 necklace that was stolen last night. I suppose you know who has it and where it is.
Yes, I do know, Inspector. I have it, and it's right here in my apartment.
Miss Wesley! Miss Wesley, open up! It's Inspector Faraday. Up! Well, it's about time.
Oh, come in, Inspector Faraday.
You bet I'll come in, Miss Wesley. Say, what's the matter with you? You look as though you've been in a fight with a wildcat.
Well, I did have to put up a struggle, Inspector.
Yeah, with what? Your conscience? Where's that necklace Blackie gave you?
Blackie didn't give it to me, Inspector. I found it here when I came home this noon.
Well, no matter who gave it to you, let's have it.
I can't give it to you.
No? Why not?
It's gone?
Oh, I see. It found out it was in the apartment, so it just walked out. Come on, Miss Wesley, give me that necklace.
I don't have it anymore.
That's no reason.
Now, look, Inspector Faraday, just a half an hour ago, the doorbell rang. I opened the door because I thought it was you. I had the necklace in my hand because I wanted to get rid of it right away.
Uh-huh. Go on, make it good.
Well, I did get rid of the necklace, all right. There was a man at the door with his collar turned up to his chin and his hat way down over his eye.
Uh-huh. This is getting better every second.
Well, what happened didn't last more than just a few seconds. I tried to close the door, but the man was too fast. He forced his way in, he grabbed me, and then he grabbed for the necklace.
Oh, come on. You can do better than this.
Well, I didn't do so well as a fighter. The man was too strong for me. Before I knew it, he had the necklace and was out the door again. When I got out into the hall, he disappeared.
Just like that, huh?
Just like that.
Well, let me tell you a little story, Miss Wesley. I think you're lying. Just like that.
But, Inspector Faraday, it's the truth.
That's what Blackie told you to tell me, isn't it? You don't have the necklace. You never had it. And this is all a big thing you and Blackie cooked up to annoy me.
That is not true. I did have the necklace, and I did try to keep the man from getting it, only he got it just the same.
I'm getting it, too. Only it's nothing but a gag.
Oh.
You and Blackie are just Hey, what's that on the floor there?
Where?
Yeah, this shiny piece of stuff here on the rug. Hey, look. It's a small diamond.
Oh, yes, it is, isn't it? Well, there. Doesn't that prove my story? That diamond must have fallen out of the necklace when I was fighting with that man.
It proves something to me, but not your story. It proves you did have the necklace, and that's all I need to put you in jail.
In jail?
That's right. Come on, Miss Wesley. You're under arrest.
And now back to Boston Blackie. Jim Otis hires Harry and Bill Reese to steal his wife's $50,000 necklace. They steal it, but for a reason not apparent, they give it to Mary Wesley, whom they think will give it to Blackie so that Blackie will give it to the police. But Mary tells Blackie she doesn't have the necklace. Later, when Inspector Faraday comes to Mary's to get it, she tells the inspector it was just stolen from her. But Faraday finds one of the diamonds in Mary's apartment and arrests her. As we return to our story, Blackie is in Faraday's office.
Faraday, you let Mary out of jail.
Will you quit pounding my desk, Blackie?
You let Mary go, you'll be pounding a beat.
Oh, you will you?
Yes, and if your feet are as flat as your head, you'll be a flop at that, too.
Well, I'm not letting Miss Wesley out of jail.
But you can't hold it just because you found one tiny diamond in her apartment.
No? Why not? She admits it was part of the stolen necklace.
She says a lot of crazy things. She told me she didn't even have the necklace.
She told me she did, until it was stolen from her.
I don't care what she told you. You've got to let her go.
I can't let her go.
Why not?
Because, she isn't even in jail.
She's not?
No. I'm just holding her here to teach her a lesson. Just for a couple of hours.
You're not smart enough to teach anyone anything in 20 years. Now, I want to know why, if that diamond was part of the stolen necklace, why didn't you arrest her?
Because it wasn't part of the stolen necklace.
How do you know?
Because I know a phony diamond from a real one.
The diamond you found at Mary's was phony?
Yeah. And the necklace stolen from Mrs. Otis was real. Insured for $50,000.
Very interesting. Very interesting.
Yeah? What's interesting about it?
Oh, nothing much, Faraday. But if you'll just tell me where I can find Mary, maybe I'll tell you where you can find that stolen necklace.
Blackie, did you like it in that phone booth? Or did Shorty have a lot to say?
Shorty said enough to give me a start, Mary.
Oh, Blackie, you aren't going to get mixed up in this, are you?
I'm not in it far enough to be mixed up in it yet.
But I lied to you about having that necklace just to keep you out of trouble. Now, please don't.
Get into trouble? I won't. And don't you ever lie to me about anything again. Or you'll end up with Faraday again.
Yeah, I guess I did do wrong, didn't I?
Well, you didn't do right. Shorty says he's sure the Reese brothers stole that necklace, but he doesn't have any idea where I can find
Well,
them.
good for Shorty. Now we can go home and just forget all about the whole thing.
Mm-hmm. You go home. In fact, I'm sending you home.
Oh.
Because Shorty told me something that gave me an idea.
What?
He told me where to find Grace, Harry Reese's girlfriend.
Well, if that gave you an idea, then I don't like it.
Never mind what you don't like. You go home. I'm going down to see Grace. See if I can get some information gracefully.
Yes?
Hello, Grace.
Hello yourself. Handsome?
You don't know me, do you?
No, but I think I ought to.
Then you ought to let me in.
Sure. Why not? Come in.
Thanks. We'll get acquainted faster if I tell you I'm Boston Blackie.
Boston Blackie, huh? Aren't you sort of on the wrong side of the tracks down here?
I don't pay any attention to tracks except when I hear trains coming.
Yeah. You look like an all right guy. But you didn't come down here to talk trains to me. What do you want?
I want to find Harry Reese.
And why come to me?
Because you used to be Harry Reese's girlfriend.
Wait a minute. Where do you get that used to be?
Well, I don't think Harry has two girlfriends at a time, or have you always shared him with somebody else?
I don't share anything with anybody. I'm strictly for Grace, and so is Harry. Or I'll know the reason why not.
Well, I'll tell you the reason why not. It's Mary Wesley.
Who's she?
She used to be my girlfriend until Harry came along.
Are you on the level?
Sure. And I'm also on the lookout for Harry.
So he's gone for your girlfriend, huh? Why, that's...
Look, you let me take care of him, will you?
Okay. You look like the guy who can do it, too.
I can. But I've got to find him first.
I'll tell you where you can find Harry. At 819 Brewster Street. Just ask one of the boys in the pool room in front where the Reese brothers are. They'll tell you.
Thanks a lot.
Okay. But look, don't tell Harry I tipped you off. I want him back when you get through with him.
Don't worry, Grace. You can have him back. What's left of him. Say, you.
Huh?
Where can I find Bill and Harry Reese?
Who's looking for him?
I am.
Who are you?
Someone smart enough not to answer foolish questions. Where'll I find him?
In that room back there?
Thanks.
Yeah, sure.
Back a 6-ball, cross-side.
Hello, boys.
Hey, don't you know how to knock?
Sure, but I didn't want you to hop out the back way. Well, I did.
Hey, Harry. Who is this guy?
I don't know, Bill. But I got a pretty good idea.
I'll save you the embarrassment of guessing wrong, Harry. I'm Boston Blackie.
I thought so. How'd you find us?
I just followed my nose and somebody else's news.
Boston Blackie, huh? What do you want?
Maybe your brother Harry can tell you that, too.
Guessing your business is a little out of my line, Blackie.
That's odd. You ought to know why I'm here. You telephoned me.
I telephoned you.
Hey, Harry, what's this guy talking about?
I doubt if he knows himself.
Oh, you fellas don't understand, huh? One of you phoned me this morning about a necklace.
What makes you think so?
Oh, come on, kid. Stop clowning.
All right. So I called you about the necklace. So what was wrong with that? I wanted you to give it back to the police.
That's what you wanted when you called me. But a little later, you changed your mind. But I haven't changed mine.
What are you talking about?
About how one of you took the necklace away from Miss Mary Wesley.
What? Are you crazy?
No, just a little confused. What made you change your mind?
We didn't change our minds. We planted that necklace on your friend Mary Wesley because we didn't want it anymore. We knew she'd give it to you, and you'd give it to the police, and the police would give it back to the owner. And that's exactly where we wanted it. Only we didn't want to take it back.
Why did you want it returned? Because it was hot?
No, because...
Never mind that, Bill.
Well, I was...
Ah, shut up. We've answered enough questions.
You haven't answered one important one. Which one of you went to Mary Wesley's and took back the necklace? And where is it now? Well? Look, am I going to have to beat it out of you?
Ah, get out of here.
I'll handle him, Harry.
Oh, yeah. When you get up off the floor, be a good boy, Bill, or I'll have to knock you down there again.
What are we going to do with this guy, Harry?
Not what you're thinking, Bill. We don't have the necklace. Why should we do anything we'd be sorry for? Look, Blackie, if you want to search the place, go right ahead.
No, never mind. Somehow you seem to be on the level. Maybe you don't have the necklace. But when I find out who does, he'll get it in the neck.
Get out of my office, Blackie. I'm not holding Miss Wesley now.
I know that, Faraday. And don't hold your breath until you find that missing necklace.
No. So all of a sudden, you're worried about my health.
Yes, I was just thinking how dull life would be if you got sick and a smart cop got your job.
Well, you listen to me, Blackie.
No, you listen to me. We'll both hear something worthwhile. I know who stole that necklace from Jim Otis.
Oh, you do you?
Yes. Bill and Harry Reese.
Oh, they did they? I suppose they told you all about it.
Yes, but they don't have it now. They got rid of it by giving it to Mary.
Well, now, isn't that nice? Two professional crooks lift a $50,000 necklace, decide they don't like it, and so they just give it to Miss Wesley. Now, what kind of sense does that make?
It makes a lot of sense if you can guess why they didn't like it.
I don't make dumb guesses.
Well, they aren't originally. They just come out that way. I guess you're going to let me use your phone, aren't you?
No.
All right. So once in 30 years, I guess wrong. Pick up the receiver on that other phone there. I want you to hear this conversation I'm going to have.
Who are you calling?
Listen and find out.
Okay. But if this is another one of your...
Quiet. In case you want to know how I know this fellow's number, I looked it up in the phone book outside.
I don't want to know anything about you.
Good. Then you won't care if I pretend to be Harry Reese for a few minutes.
Harry? Why do you want...
Shh. Just listen.
Hello?
Hello, Mr. Otis.
Yes?
Mr. Otis, this is Harry Reese.
Reese, I told you not to call me again.
Sorry, we aren't through doing business yet.
Oh, yes, you are.
Oh, no. I think the police would like to know why Bill and I wanted to get rid of that necklace and who has it now.
What is this, Reese? Blackmail?
Now, that's an unkind word, Mr. Otis. You shouldn't treat us that way. After all, Bill and I lifted that necklace for you, and then we told you we slipped it to Mary Wesley, didn't we? You wouldn't have wanted the police to have seen that necklace, would you?
You know I wouldn't. But I wouldn't have had to go to all the trouble I did if you and your brother hadn't been such fools and tried to return it.
You paid us to steal a necklace worth $50,000, but the necklace we stole was a phony, and you know it. You crossed us up. We didn't want any part of it.
Well, what are you going to do about it now? Go to the police and tell them you stole it?
No. But I could call and tell them you hired somebody to steal it, and it was a phony, and that you stole it from Miss Wesley so the insurance company wouldn't find out it wasn't real.
Look, Reese, what do you want?
You get $50,000 from the insurance company if they don't find out what you've done, don't you?
Yes.
All right. Bill and I will take a half of that $50,000, that's all. I'll let you know when and how. Goodbye. Well, Faraday, what do you think? Hey, where are you going?
Where do you think I'm going? Otis hid the real necklace, hired the Reese brothers to steal a phony, and he's trying to collect $50,000 insurance on it. I'm placing him under arrest. I just figured this whole thing out. Well, what are you laughing at?
My own stupidity, Faraday. I thought I figured it out.
So once again, Inspector Faraday claims that he figured it all out, Blackie?
Yes, Mary. But even I was wrong in one respect.
You were?
Uh-huh. I thought Otis had hidden the real necklace, actually. He'd broken it up and sold it a stone at a time over a period of years.
Oh, I see. And his wife had been wearing a paste copy for a long time.
Uh-huh. Too bad. Otis neglected to tell the Reese brothers they were going to steal a phony necklace. When they discovered it wasn't real, they thought Otis was double-crossing them. That's why they decided to turn it over to the police through us so they wouldn't be involved.
I understand you did quite a job imitating Harry Reese's voice, Blackie.
Adequate, my dear. Just adequate. You know what I was just thinking?
I'm not that smart. What?
I was just thinking that because Mr. Otis fooled with a phony necklace, Faraday put the bracelets on him.
Lincoln Airport.
Joe?
Yeah, Emily?
Did you just call me, darling?
No, I didn't, hon.
Oh, the phone rang a minute ago, but whoever it was hung up before I could answer it.
Oh, well, it wasn't me. Probably one of your boyfriends.
Now, is that a nice way for a husband to talk to his wife?
Oh, hon, can't you take a joke?
Sure, darling. I was only kidding, too. Look, I'm going down to the grocer's. Anything special you want me to get?
No, anything you get's okay.
All right. I'll get something I know you like.
Swell.
Bye, darling.
Bye, hon. See you at dinner.
Well, howdy, Joe.
Hello, Tex. Say, I've got
look,
something...
Joe, what's the Aronk out number 2 runway for? You taking a little private trip?
No, Tex, I was just about to tell you. I took that offer Lenny Powell made us. I'm going to fly it to Blancheville.
Well, boy, howdy, that's all right, son. Did you tell Bill we're getting $5,000 for the whole?
No, I didn't, but I'm going to as soon as I see him, which maybe won't be till I get back. Powell's here now.
Oh, he is? Where?
Over in the administration building, making a phone call, I guess. He's going to be right back.
Hey, why is Mike taking the Aronk out? What kind of a freight line are we running?
Howdy, Bill.
I'm glad you showed up, Bill. I wanted to tell you. I'm taking the Aronka out today, and it's going to save our airline for us.
Yeah? What are you going to do, Joe? Sell the thing?
No, I'm flying Lenny Powell to Branchville, and we're going to get $5,000 for the job.
We're going to get 5 G's? Just to haul a guy to Branchville? What, this guy Powell must be nuts.
I don't care what he is. We can use a few more like him.
You said it.
Oh, but look, don't tell anybody Powell's here or that we're taking him anyplace. I promised him nobody but the 3 of us would know this. But he's carrying $25,000 in cash with him.
Wow. $25,000 with him, huh?
Yeah.
We sure could use money like that.
Yeah, Tex, we sure could.
Where'd you say he is, Joe? Over at the administration building?
Yeah, Bill, making a phone call.
Mm-hmm. Well, give him a good trip to Branchville, Joe, and get that $5,000 from him. We need it. See you later.
Yeah, bye.
I gotta run a little errand.
Long, Bill.
Tex, you hold down things at the office, will you? I gotta get something over at the hangar.
Why, sure, son.
You won't be running off now, will you, Tex?
No, stay right here, chum.
Okay, see you before I take off.
Sure, see ya. Well, boy, howdy. Those 2 aren't leaving old Tex here to answer the telephone. Not when he's got something more important to do.
And now, on to Dick Calmer as Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy. Friend to those who have no friend.
Emily.
I'm over here, Tex, darling. Behind the garage.
Well, boy, howdy. You sure know the good hiding places around this airport. Are you, honey?
Oh, Tex.
Oh, baby. Nobody saw you come here, did they, honey?
No. As a matter of fact, I called Joe from across the road. Told him I was at the apartment, just leaving for the grocery store. He thinks I'm still in town.
Boy, howdy, you sure can give that husband of yours a first-class run around, can't you?
You aren't objecting, are you, Tex? I'm doing it for you.
I'm mighty glad you are, sugar. Oh, I'm all for you. Hey, look, I only got a couple of minutes.
Oh.
I'm supposed to be in the office to answer the telephone.
But, Tex,
I wanted to tell you, we got a big job, so the airline's going to keep running all right.
Oh, that's good, but it doesn't help us any, Tex. And I'm not going to give Joe the air until we have some money of our own.
Don't you worry, sweetheart. We're going to have money, and a lot of it. And sooner than you think.
Hello, Avery. This is Powell, Lenny Powell.
Hello, Powell. Where are you?
Still in the city, Avery. Been trying to phone you for 15 minutes. I'm just about to leave for Branchville.
That's fine, Lenny, as long as you get here with that money in 2 hours.
Look, I'll be there in less than 2 hours, Avery. I'm flying up. I've chartered a private plane.
Fine. Now, don't forget to bring the money with you.
Yeah, $25,000. Right here in my briefcase.
Well, you put it right here in my hands inside of 2 hours, Lenny. The deal's closed.
Don't worry. You'll have it. See you in Branchville, Avery.
I'll be looking for you, Lenny. Bye.
Bye. Oh, hello there. Just about time to take off? Hey, what are you doing? No. No. No, don't.
Sit down. I said sit down, Joe.
I don't have to push, Tex.
I gotta do something. Boy, howdy, somebody's gotta do something. We're in a jam, the three of us.
We thought things were tough when we didn't have money enough to keep this airline going. They're really tough now. We've got a murder on our hands.
All right, that's what I'm trying to clear up. Now, looky here, you two guys. All three of us are in this thing up to our sombreros. We gotta cover it up somehow.
That's no good, Tex, no good. It's like I've been trying to tell you. Sure, that Powell guy was killed out here. Sure, the 25 G's he was carrying is missing, but we gotta turn this over to the cops.
You left out one sure, Joe. You forgot to say sure only the three of us knew he was here and carrying that dough. That makes it look like one of us killed him. I say no cops.
Sure, you say that. Why shouldn't you say that? You probably knocked him off. That's why you don't want the cops in on it.
I said before for you to shut up. Maybe this will help convince you I meant it.
Hey, cut it.
All right.
Okay, Tex. This has been cooking for a long while. You want to play, I'll play like this.
All right, that suits me if that's the way you want it.
Break it up, will you, Tex? Joe, cut it out.
I'll cut his heart out. That's what I'll cut out.
Why not? One murder more or less.
Why, you dirty
Stop. Both of you. Quit it now. Got enough trouble without fighting among ourselves.
Trouble? We don't know what trouble is yet. Bill, look at the facts. Only Tex and you and I knew about Powell. Powell's dead, okay. But if we don't go to the cops, what happens to us? They'll find out he was killed. They'll find out he was here, and we'll all go to the chair.
They gotta find out first.
They'll find out, Tex. The police always do. I go along with Joe.
That's good, Bill. That makes it pretty clear who must have killed Powell, the one that doesn't want the police in.
You know, you're just about asking for something, Joe.
I'm asking for plenty. I'm asking for the police to be let in on this so that nobody slips me a bum rap. I had nothing to do with Powell's death. I got nothing to worry about if the cops show up here at the airport.
None of us has. Except the one that killed Powell.
Okay. This kind of looks like a showdown, don't it, boys? All right, it's a showdown. I'm saying go ahead. Bring the cops in if that's what you want to do. Call them, bring them in. They won't prove nothing against me.
You're too sure of yourself, Tex. We'll call the cops, all right. But I'm going to do something else, too. I'm going to see Boston Blackie. If the cops don't find out anything, I got news for you. Blackie will. That's the way it was, Blackie. Bill went on an errand somewhere, and Tex didn't stay in the office the way he promised.
You sure of that, Joe?
Yeah, Blackie. He was going to stay in the office while Bill and I were out, but he wasn't there when I got back.
And he wouldn't say where he'd been?
No, in fact, he got kind of excited when I asked him. Sort of sore about it.
Mm-hmm. I see.
So do I, Blackie. And you got to help me. Either Bill or Tex killed Powell, and I've got to know which one it is. You will help me, won't you, Blackie?
Don't you think you should go to the police for help?
We called the cops, but we didn't tell them all the details. I knew you'd find the murderer before any cops.
Thanks for the confidence. You say we found the body. Who's we?
Bill, Tex, and me. We went to the administration building to get Powell, and boom, there he was.
With the $25,000 gone?
Yeah, it was gone.
Then Powell was slugged and killed by someone who knew he was carrying that money. Now, who besides you, Tex and Bill, knew Powell had $25,000?
Nobody else. That's why I know it's Tex or Bill who killed him. It's got to be one of those two.
Yes, that's right, Joe. It has to be Tex or Bill. That is, if it isn't you. Tex, Bill, and Joe, all three found the body, Faraday. That's definite.
All three of these guys found it, huh, Blackie?
Well, according to what Joe here told me.
And I guess Joe said it was me, huh, Blackie?
Yes, I did. I said it was either Tex or you.
Trying to pin this on me, are you? I don't have the daylights out of you.
Well, boy, howdy, you better work on him soon, Bill, because I'm going to take a crack at him, too.
Nobody's taking any cracks at anybody, kids. Right now, all of you listen. Nobody but you three fellas, Tex, Bill, and Joe, knew Powell had that $25,000 with him.
That's right. So it's one of these three who killed Powell.
Marvelous deduction, Inspector. Even they admit that.
You mean Joe here admits either Tex or I killed him?
Okay, Bill, relax. The point is that none of the three of you can prove where you were when Powell was killed.
Anybody mind if I butt in a minute?
Who are you?
For me, I just work here. That's what I want to do, work.
Oh, this is Mike, Inspector Faraday, head of our ground crew. Just stand by, Mike.
Okay, see you later.
Mike, how's your dad feeling?
Well, not good, Tex. Got another wire this morning. Old man's pretty sick.
Sorry about that, Mike.
Thanks, Bill. I wouldn't worry so much, except he's stuck way up there in Kansas. The doc has to drive 50 miles to get to him.
No hospital in the town, Mike?
Hospital, Blackie? No town. Ever hear of a thing called Plainsville, Kansas?
Can't say I did.
Nobody else has either, except my dad and about 30 other landowners. Oh, well, I'll just sit tight till I get more orders, huh?
Yeah, Mike, sit tight. This thing will be cleared up pretty soon. Don't you think so, Inspector Faraday?
I sure do, Joe. I'll tell you what else I think. Maybe you're all guilty, so I'm going to arrest all three of you.
You can't do what? No, Faraday, don't do that. Confine them to the field, if you like. But don't make any arrests.
What?
I'll tell you which of these three killed Powell, and I'll tell you soon.
Yes.
Mrs. Emily Carrington?
Yes.
Joe Carrington's wife?
Uh-huh.
I'm Boston Blackie. You probably know your husband's involved in a murder out at his airfield.
Yes, I know. He called me a little while ago and told me. You want to talk to me about it, don't you?
Yes, about it and about Joe.
Oh, well, come in then.
Thanks. Your husband needed money rather badly, didn't he, Mrs. Carrington?
Yes, he did.
To keep his airline or to keep you happy?
I don't think I like that implication.
And I don't like murder, Mrs. Carrington. Now, suppose you...
Excuse me while I answer the phone.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Hello?
Hello, Emily, honey. This is Tex.
Sorry, Joe. I can't talk to you now.
Emily, I said this was Tex, not Joe.
And I said I couldn't talk.
Here, let me talk to him.
Let go of that phone. You let go of that
Too
phone.
late. Hello, Joe?
Boy, howdy. What's the matter up there? This isn't... Uh-oh.
Oh, it's right, Tex. When a man answers in a spot like this, you ought to hang up, especially if I'm the man. Hello? Hello? Well, I got what I wanted anyhow.
Well, satisfied now, Blackie?
Satisfied and surprised, Mrs. Carrington. Naughty. Married to Joe and in love with Tex. Tell me, did Tex kill Powell for the $25,000 by himself, or did you go out and help him this afternoon?
Look, I never go out to the airport.
No, that's funny.
What is?
That red on your shoes. That's a peculiar colored mud, Mrs. Carrington. There's only one spot around here where it's found.
Oh? Okay, I was there today. I went to meet Tex, but I didn't have anything to do with killing that Mr. Powell, and I don't know who did.
That's your story. Thanks for telling me that you were at the airport. You see, I don't really know what color mud there is out there. I never bothered to notice. Besides, I'm not very interested in mud. It's the dirty work of this case I want to figure out.
Blackie, for the last time, I'm telling you, get out of my office. Better still, get out of my life.
What life? You don't call that thing you're living a life, do you, Faraday? Nothing doing, pal. But there's plenty doing between Tex and Joe Carrington's wife, Emily.
You said that. So what?
So I know this much. Emily Carrington either killed Powell herself or Tex killed him, and she knows it.
You think so, huh?
I certainly do. She's the key to the whole thing. Get her to talk and your troubles are over.
If I ever get you to shut up, they'll be over.
Oh, Inspector Faraday.
Yeah, Burke, what do you want?
Nothing, Inspector, but here's something I think you'll want.
What is it?
A report just came in over the teletype. There's been a murder up in Northside.
Well, who got it this time? As if I don't have enough trouble with the Powell murder.
Well, this has some connection with it, Inspector. Victim's name was Emily Carrington.
And now back to Boston Blackie. Tex, Joe, and Bill, pilot owners of a small freight-carrying airline, are chief suspects in the robbery murder of the wealthy Lenny Powell. Each thinks one of the other two is guilty of the crime. Investigating the murder, Blackie sees Joe's wife, finds she is in love with Tex, and was at the airport at the time of the crime. But later, Joe's wife is a murder victim, too. So, as we return to our story, Blackie and his girlfriend, Mary Wesley, walk into the airport hangar in search of further clues.
Blackie, is that the fellow Joe you were looking for?
No, I don't think so, Mary.
Oh.
Looks like Mike the mechanic.
Hey, Mike! Oh, hi, Blackie.
What are you doing, Mike? Hammering that plane apart?
Me? Nah, trying to hammer it back together.
Where's Joe?
In one of the rooms in back. He'll be out in a minute.
Good. Oh, look, before he comes out, why don't you tell me what you know about Powell's murder?
And about Emily Carrington's murder, too, Blackie. Don't forget that.
I'll settle for finding out who killed Powell first, Mary. What do you know about it, Mike?
For me, nothing, Blackie.
You didn't see Tex or Joe or Bill come out of the administration building about the time of Powell's death?
No, how could I?
Well, if you were here in the hangar, you could look out
Well, what makes you think I was here in the hangar?
I didn't say you were, Mike. I said if you were.
And that's a big if.
And you're a little girl, Mary, and little girls...
Should be seen and not heard. I know. I'll be quiet. Especially if Mike will talk.
Well, me, I ain't got nothing to talk about.
Why not, Mike? You're the most talkative guy on the field.
Oh, hello, Joe. I want to talk to you.
Well, if it's about Powell's murder and Emily's death, you'll be wasting your time. I've already told you all I know.
Well, maybe I haven't told you all I know.
Oh, yeah? You know something?
Uh-huh. Your wife was planning to divorce you and marry Tex.
Oh, is that supposed to be news?
Well, it was to me until Tex told me.
Well, it was to me, too, when I figured it out a couple of months ago. Tex killed Powell to get money for Emily, huh?
Or you killed Powell to get money for Emily.
Blackie. I'm no killer. She deserved what she got, but I didn't do it.
Oh, I see. Then you're not sorry Emily was killed.
I'm not glad, but I guess she had it coming to her. Who killed her? Tex?
Or you?
What about Bill?
I think it's a toss-up between you and Tex.
Why? Because of Emily?
That could be the reason.
Well, Bill needs money as much as Tex and me.
Maybe so, but Bill didn't have the incentive to get it. Don't go away. I'll answer this.
You just take over no matter where you are, don't you, Blackie?
I have to sometimes. Funny, the phone only rang once.
In the airline office with you, Inspector Faraday? No, he isn't. Who's this?
Hey, wait a minute. What's going on here? Is that you, Faraday?
Yeah, this is Faraday. Who's that, Blackie?
Oh, yes. Well, where are you, Faraday?
Up here in the airline's office. Where are you?
Over here in the hangar. How did you happen to answer the phone?
It rang here, that's why. Why did you answer?
Because it rang here, too. Who's on the other end of the line?
I am, Blackie. This is Tex.
Oh, Tex, huh? Oh, where are you calling from?
Lunch wagon across the road from the field.
Oh, thanks. Thanks a lot, Tex.
Thanks? What for, Blackie?
What for, Tex? Well, unless my hunch is wrong, when I answered this phone, I found the answer to who killed Lenny Powell and Emily Carrington.
Look, Blackie, will you quit questioning the three of us blue in the face and find out which one of us did it?
That's really what I'm trying to do, Joe. I want to ask you each just one more question. You first, Tex. Where are you from?
Well, boy, howdy, you can't tell that. I'm from Texas. Orangeboro, Texas.
Uh-huh, and you, Bill, where are you from?
I'm from Halpern, Maine.
You know, I have ways of checking this.
Go ahead, check. Halpern's a small town. Everybody in the county knows me.
All right, I'll take your word for it for now. Joe, where are you from?
Right here.
Local boy, huh?
Yeah, and I figure on making good as soon as you tell me which one of these two guys killed Powell and my wife, and I can get back to work.
Anxious to get in one of your planes and fly away, huh, Joe?
You think I did it, huh?
I've stopped thinking, Joe. I know who's guilty now.
Yeah? How do you know, Blackie?
The evidence is graphic, Bill. Geographic.
Look, Blackie, I got other things to do besides hang around out here on a flying field.
What other things, Faraday? You haven't had anything to do since I came on this case, and you know it.
I don't know anything.
You're not kidding, pal. Faraday, my friend, you ought to do something constructive with that badge of yours. Use it to pin your suspenders together or something. It certainly doesn't mean anything where it is.
Oh, yeah?
That's what I like. Snappy answers. Now, if you'll be quiet just 1 second, I'll tell you what we're waiting for.
Well, it's about time. Hey, here comes that mechanic, Mike. What you have to say is going to have to wait, Blackie.
At least it gives you something to look forward to, Inspector.
Inspector Faraday.
Well, what is it, Mike? What is it?
This telegram I just got, Inspector. Here, read it.
I'll take it, Mike.
You'll take nothing, Blackie. Give it to me, Mike. Thanks.
What's it all about, Mike?
That's from my old man, Blackie. He's pretty sick out in Plainsville.
Plainsville? Where's that?
If you could read, Blackie, you'd know where it is. It says here on the telegram. It's in Kansas.
You're reading the telegram, Faraday. I'm not.
Oh.
Okay, never mind. What's the matter with your father, Mike?
Well, I don't know. He's been sick a long time, and, well, he's getting old. I gotta go see him, Inspector Faraday. I ain't seen my old man in 9 years.
Okay, you can go, Mike. But keep in touch with us, and make sure you come back.
Oh, don't worry, Inspector. I'll be back, I promise.
Be sure you do keep that promise, Mike. But I'll tell you a little secret, something even Inspector Faraday doesn't know.
Yeah, what?
I don't have to worry about you coming back. I already know who killed Lenny Powell and Emily Carrington.
Hey, look, Blackie, you forced me to tell those three partners they could come and go as they please. All right. Why wouldn't they fly out of town instead of taking a train?
This is a rather odd case, Faraday, so expect a rather odd finish to it.
Yeah, it's odd, all right. I don't even see the connection between the murder of Powell and the death of Emily Carrington.
It's just a hunch, Faraday, but I think it's a good one. Emily was at the field when Powell was murdered.
Yeah?
She saw the killer. She tried to blackmail the killer for part of the robbery money. The killer wouldn't pay.
So Mrs. Carrington paid, huh?
Yes, with her life. Blackmail's a dangerous business.
And so standing in a railroad station when we ought to be watching that airport.
Oh, no. Hey, there goes our killer, Faraday.
Huh? Where?
There, getting into car 409. Come on.
Hey, that's Mike.
My, what a memory for faces. And names, too.
But, Blackie, you said...
Never mind what I said. Listen to what I say now. Hey, Mike. Wait a minute.
Oh, Blackie, hello.
Hello, Mike. Traveling rather light for a trip all the way out to Kansas, aren't you?
Me, yeah, but I don't expect to stay in Kansas very long.
You're not even going to Kansas, Mike. You're going to jail.
Me? Jail? What for?
Murder, Mike. The murder of Lenny Powell and Emily Carrington.
Are you kidding?
No, I'm not kidding, Mike.
This guy committed those murders? You're nuts, Blackie.
Yeah, tell him, Faraday.
Let me have that suitcase, Mike.
Let go.
Grab him, Faraday, while I take this suitcase away from him.
I got him, but I don't know why.
There's nothing in there but my clothes.
No.
Let go.
Well, yeah, now wait till I open it.
You won't find anything.
Relax.
Well, look what the well-dressed murderer is wearing this season. Folding money. Rather expensive material, isn't it, Mike?
Hey, how much is in there, Blackie?
I don't even have to count it. I think you'll find $25,000 in here, Faraday. The money he took from Lenny Powell. Well, Faraday, I close this suitcase and your case at the same time.
Blackie, why are we taking a plane to Branchville?
To close that deal for Lenny Powell's company with this $25,000. And for the ride, too.
But why did the Powell's company ask you to go to Branchville for them?
Well, I closed a tough case of Faraday. They think I can close a tough deal for them.
Ooh, my, aren't you modest?
No, just lucky. I had no idea Mike was the guilty one until Tex made that phone call, and I answered it in the hangar at the same time Faraday answered it in the office.
Well, what did that prove?
It proved the hangar phone was an extension phone, and any telephone conversation from the office could be overheard by Mike at the hangar.
Oh, so Mike could have heard Lenny Powell making arrangements with the partners to be flown to Branchville, and so he could have known about the $25,000.
Smart girl.
Yes, cleverness must be catching.
Thank you. Yes, Mary. Up until that one little break, I thought only Tex, Bill, and Joe knew about Powell and his money. And if only those three knew about it, one of those three had to be guilty. Catch on?
That I do. Hey, look who's coming across the field. It's Faraday.
And running, too. Wonder what he's excited about.
Hey, Blackie, I want to talk to you.
What's the matter, old pal? You need me to solve another case for you?
No. I want to know something.
Well, if I tell you, it'll be one thing you know.
Oh, look, you. I called Plainsville, Kansas, where Mike's father was supposed to be sick. He didn't send Mike any telegram today.
Oh, that's right, Faraday. I forgot to tell you about that. I figured Mike killed Powell and Mrs. Carrington, who saw him do it, so I sent that telegram myself.
You sent it?
But why, Blackie?
For a very simple reason, Mary. I had to be sure. And one way was to find out whether or not Mike had stolen the money. I knew he was too smart to hide it here at the field or at his home, and I knew he wouldn't spend any of it here.
Oh, I get it. All Mike needed was an opportunity to get out of town naturally. You knew that his father was sick and had wired him once, and you knew that even Mike wouldn't suspect it was a trick if he heard from his father again.
That's right, Mary. So when Faraday here gave Mike permission to leave town, Mike felt it was safe to pick up the money and beat it out of town.
Well, I'll be. So you tripped Mike with that wire, huh?
Yes, Faraday, and because of that wire, you got a confession from him with no strings attached.
right, Inspector Faraday. You got a reporter from every paper in town in your office. Now start talking.
Yeah, Faraday, what's the big news?
My editor says I'm supposed to pick up the hottest story in years. What gives?
This is your moment of glory, Faraday. Better stretch it out.
Shut up, Blackie.
I'd sure like to know what...
All right, you guys. Quiet down.
Pipe down.
Quiet! You've been giving it to me long enough. Now I'll give it to you.
What do you mean we've been giving it to you?
You know what I mean. Every time I pick up a paper, I read how Boston Blackie has outsmarted me on every case. You've made me sound like a flatfoot with a flat head.
Well, we just report facts, Inspector.
That'll be enough of that. Now listen, and get this.
Did you get what he just said to you, Faraday?
Quiet, Blackie. You can have your say when I'm through with mine. All right, you guys. Here's your story.
You better be good, Faraday.
Oh, we'll forget how to spell your name.
Oh, you'll spell my name right this time, and put it in capital letters, too. I've recovered that $100,000 worth of diamonds stolen from Gotham's.
Is this on the level, Faraday?
Yes, I recovered them last night. And what's more, I got the guy who stole them, too.
Hey, this is all right, Faraday, if it's true.
It's true, all right. Here are the diamonds wrapped in this cloth on my desk. Take a look at them.
Hey, the diamonds are terrific. I'd like to get a look at the guy who stole them.
Would you? Well, here's the real story on this case. I've got the guy right here. Boston Blackie.
What? I don't believe it.
Ah, this is a gag, Faraday. You've never pinned anything on Blackie yet.
Yeah, well, I've got something pinned on him this time. I caught him trying to get rid of the rocks. Of course, he tried to duck out on me, but I got him.
Hey, Blackie, what about this?
You'll pull down a stiff sentence if Faraday really has the goods on you, Blackie.
So they tell me.
Why aren't you worried about it? You've got a defense, haven't you? You got an alibi.
I'll beat this, boys. Haven't missed yet, have I? So far, I've been able to get out of everything but my skin.
That's right, Blackie. But if you don't beat this thing at the trial, the only thing you'll have to get out of is jail in 20 years.
And now, back to Dick Calmer as Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy. Friend to those who have no friend.
Order! Order in the court! Will the defendant please rise?
Good luck, Blackie. I'll keep my fingers crossed.
Thanks, Mary. But it's a little late for that now.
Boston Blackie, the evidence for and against you has been heard by this court. And after due deliberation, you have been found guilty as charged. Have you anything to say before I pass sentence on you?
No, Your Honor, I haven't. At least not anything you'd care to hear.
Very well, then. But before I pass sentence, I want to say this to you. There's no question but that you have done a great deal of good in this community. And there's no one in this court who is not familiar with the able assistance you've given the police of this city. But we cannot let gratitude stand in the way of justice. By the evidence presented in this court, you have been found guilty of a grave crime. Therefore, there remains nothing for this court to do but to punish you to the full limit of the law and sentence you to not less than 10 or more than 20 years in the state penitentiary.
How can you do this, Inspector Faraday? How can you do this to Blackie?
I did the only thing I could, Miss Wesley.
You didn't do anything. You just stood by and let them send Blackie to prison. I thought you were his friend.
I gave him every chance in the world to defend himself, but he didn't. And why? Because he couldn't.
But you could have helped him. You could have tried to prove it was someone else who stole those jewels. I just don't believe that Blackie did it.
I didn't believe it either at first. It was a real shock when the evidence piled up against him. And even when I found him trying to sell the jewels, I still didn't believe it. I begged Blackie to tell me who really stole them,
But you know that he didn't steal them. Even if he did, he had a reason. He's always been able to explain everything he's done, and you know that. Why didn't you give him the benefit of the doubt this time?
Because this time it was different, Miss Wesley.
Oh,
Sure. I've always said how anxious I was to send Blackie to jail. But I never really meant it. I was trying to keep him from interfering with the police.
I don't believe it. You're jealous of Blackie. Maybe you even framed him
Miss
so
Wesley,
that...
you have to believe me. Ask Rollins. Ask the commissioner of police. Ask anyone who had anything to do with the case. I gave Blackie every chance in the world to clear himself. But he couldn't. This is one time he slipped up.
It's impossible. It's just not true. I must be having a bad dream.
I wish it were just a bad dream, Miss Wesley. Blackie's my friend, too.
Yes, he's your friend.
But are you his?
Of course I am. But I'm also a policeman. What should I have done when I found out Blackie was guilty? Resign? And let someone else arrest him? Would that have been helping any?
No, that wouldn't have helped. And I guess you're not going to be any help now either.
What can I do, Miss Wesley? How can I help?
You can prove who really did steal those jewels, but you won't. So I'll do it myself. I don't know how, but I will. You just wait and see.
Your visitor's in booth 3, Blackie. You got 5 minutes. Don't let it try to pass anything to you through the screen. You'll be watched.
Thanks for the warning, pal. I'll tell her to keep a shotgun in her purse.
Blackie. Oh, Blackie, they are letting me see you.
Oh, yes, they're very big that way up here. I can have visitors once a week. How are you, Mary?
Miserable. Just miserable.
Don't make it any tougher, Mary. I'm going to be a good boy while I'm here, and I'll be out before you know it. Especially if you brought me a cake with a saw in it.
Oh, Blackie, how can you joke?
Why shouldn't I, Mary?
Yes, but how can you in this awful place?
Oh, it's not so terrible. The company I keep isn't exactly inspiring, but I'm getting to bed early now and getting my beauty sleep.
Blackie, I'm going to get you out of here. I'm going to prove that you didn't steal those jewels, or if you did, that you had a reason.
Don't, Mary. You don't think I wanted to be sent to prison, do you? Of course I didn't. I just thought I was smarter than I am. I had an idea that because I'd outfoxed Faraday so many other times, I could do it this time, too. It was not a very good idea.
Well, you're not guilty. You can't be. I just don't believe it.
Thanks for having so much faith in me, Mary. But you know I wouldn't be here if I could have prevented it.
I don't care. I'm not going to stop trying to prove that you didn't do it.
Okay, Jackson,
I'll tell you...
time's up.
You'll make 5 minutes short up here, huh, Garth? Okay. So long, baby. I'll see you next week, huh?
You too, Blackie. Your time's up, too.
Just a minute. Well, Mary,
Blackie?
Come on,
Who's that terrible-looking prisoner the guard just spoke to? I've seen him somewhere before.
You've seen his picture, Mary. He's Bill Jackson. And, incidentally, he happens to be my cellmate.
Oh, no.
That's the only thing wrong with this place, the inspiring company.
Blackie, time's up.
Oh.
Come on.
Coming. Goodbye, Mary. See me again as soon as you can, will
I'll
you?
be here just as often as they'll allow it, Blackie. Goodbye.
Bye.
All right, come on, you two. Back to your cell. Blackie, you and Jackson walk ahead of me. In step.
Sure. Hey, Blackie. That's some babe you got. Some class.
How would you know, Jackson?
Still think you're too good for me, huh, Blackie?
Much too good.
So, they even get you smart guys sooner or later, don't they?
After they've finished with all you dumb ones.
Come on, Blackie, thaw out. You and me as roommates. I give it a chill because I thought you was a stool. Now I know you ain't.
Okay, so you know that. So you know this, too. I'm a little antisocial, Jackson. Maybe we share the same cell, but as far as having anything to do with you is concerned, I'm in solitary.
Come on, you guys. Get those towels out of those sterilizers and into those wash tubs. Come on, snap it up.
Someday I'm gonna hit that guard with a lead pipe.
And no talking, Jackson. Just work.
Sure.
Hey, you, Blackie. Get over by that row of tubs there and wring out those uniforms.
Yes, sir.
All right, you guys. Move over and let the new guy have a hand wringing out those clothes.
Here, Blackie. You can stand here.
Thanks, fella.
No talking.
Almost all set, Harry. And you're in.
Everything's fixed, huh?
Yeah.
Great. Count me in, too.
Don't worry.
Hey, what are you guys talking about?
Huh? Nothing.
Come on, what is it?
Nothing.
Get to work over there and cut the talking.
Boy, these uniforms are heavy when they're wet.
You're telling me. What are they made of, sponge? Hey, what are you guys talking about?
Go ahead and tell him, Toms. He's one of us.
Yeah, so I hear.
Well, then, what's up?
Break.
Yeah? No kidding. I want in.
That won't be easy.
No, why not?
Well, Jackson's leading the break. He says who's in.
And you and him ain't been hitting it off so good.
But I want out of here, so maybe I'll try to get in with Jackson.
I've had enough of this slop they call food. Me too, Toms. I'm not eating any more of it.
Quiet there!
quiet, huh? I show him. Are you with me, Jackson?
Sure.
Bang your cup.
Quiet! Quiet, you guys! Come on, start banging your cups, everybody. Start banging.
Quiet!
You too, Blackie, come on.
Okay.
Quiet, you guys! You don't eat! Keep it up, you guys. We can't eat this stuff anyhow.
Cut that out, all of you! Quit that noise! Cut it up!
You bunch of bumps. What's the matter? You afraid of the guards? Keep it up like me.
Better stop it, Jackson. Here comes one of the guards.
You ain't stopping, Blackie. What are you trying to do? Trying to prove you're tougher than me?
That's not...
All right, Jackson. Blackie, cut that out or you'll both wind up in solitary.
What? Just for banging a cup around? I like music.
Look, wise guy, just because you're boss to Blackie don't mean you can
Go
do
ahead,
it.
Blackie. Pick a fight with this guard and see where it gets you. He's really tough.
Look how I'm shaking. Hey, guard, do everybody a favor. Get lost.
All right, Blackie, you better come with me.
I'm staying here.
Oh, no, you're not.
Hey, take your hands off me.
No, you won't.
No, what do you call it?
Look him again, Blackie. All he's got to fight you with is a club.
Okay, Blackie, you're practically baked for this. Don't any of you guys move.
Not what? What did you do, guard? Kill him, maybe, huh?
Shut up, Jackson. Gotta pick this guy Blackie up. If he's alive, I take him to Ward. If he's dead, I take him to Moore.
And now back to Boston Blackie. Incredible as it seems, Boston Blackie, who has always done everything in his power to help the police in their fight against crime, has himself stepped outside the law and is now in prison, serving a 10 to 20-year sentence for robbery. In the prison dining room, Blackie has a battle with a prison guard and is knocked unconscious. As we return to our story, Blackie has been revived and is in the warden's office.
Oh.
He's come out of it now, Warden.
Well, it's about time, guard. Can you hear what I'm saying, Blackie?
Yeah, but I'll hear it better when the buzzing goes out of my head.
Well, listen to me. You're not a privileged character here, Blackie. Looks as if we're going to have to teach you a few things while you're here.
I think I've learned something already, Warden. I've learned my head isn't very hard.
You're going to learn a whole lot more before we get through with you.
We'll give him special lessons, Warden. You'll want him in solitary, won't you?
I don't know yet, guard. Maybe I better teach him something personally. Wait outside a few minutes.
I get you, Warden. Okay, make it good.
Now, you listen to me, Blackie. Just because you were a name on the outside is no reason to think that you're... It's all right now, Blackie. The guards can't hear us. You weren't badly hurt, were you?
Well, that club of his isn't made of feathers.
Well, I'm sorry about that, Blackie, but this was all your idea, not mine. You might have ended up with a concussion.
Maybe I have one now. I have the nicest headache I've had in years. How long was I unconscious?
About a half hour. Oh, I was pretty worried. But the prison doctor said you'd be all right. As soon as they brought you in here, I called the city for... Oh, here he is now, I guess. Come in.
Hello, Warden. I got here as soon as I could. Is he all right?
I think so, Inspector Faraday.
Yes, Faraday, I'm all right. For the first time in my life, I have a headache that you didn't give me.
Blackie, I told you this was a fool way to try to contact me.
But how else could I do it, Faraday? It had to be the real thing. When that guard hit me, Jackson might have gotten wise. It took almost a week for me to convince him I wasn't put there as a plant.
He believes you're a real prisoner now, though, doesn't he?
Sure. I've been playing hard to get so long, I have him trying to break me down.
Good. But you still haven't been close enough to him to get what you came for, huh?
No, not yet, Faraday. But I'll get it soon.
It may not be soon, Blackie. It may take you a long time.
It can't be a long time, Warden. We've got to find Jim Baker right away. Baker's a killer. Sure, he's been quiet since he killed those two policemen in Wisconsin and murdered that bank teller in Oklahoma, but he's not going to be quiet much longer.
You're convinced he's in the city, are you, Faraday?
Positive, Blackie. And unless we get him, and get him quick, there'll be a lot more innocent people dead from his gun. Why, he's killed crazy.
Well, I'll find Baker for you, Faraday. In fact, I'm going to let Jackson lead me right to him.
He'll never crack, Blackie. He has 25 years to go before he gets out of here. Make him tell you where Baker is hiding out, and we'll do the rest.
It's going to be easier to let Jackson lead me to him. You see, there's going to be a prison break pretty soon.
A break?
When, Blackie?
I don't know when, but I hear it soon, and I'm in on it. Better be prepared for it any minute.
Then you're getting out of here right now.
I'm getting out all right, Faraday, but I'm getting out with Jackson in that break.
No, Blackie, you can't. It's too dangerous. We can't let this go as far as a break.
But it's the only way I can get Jackson to tell me about Baker.
No, Blackie, we'll have to let the whole thing drop. Or try something else. A break is out of the question, especially with you in it. There'll be shooting. Maybe somebody will be killed. And that somebody might be you.
I can take care of myself.
Not against prison guards with machine guns, Blackie. And we can't let any of the guards in on what we're doing. Word may get back to the prisoners, and then they'll kill you.
I know that. So don't tip off the guards. Be prepared for a break, and let it get as far as the main gate before you stop it. If Jackson thinks we're really getting out, he'll tell me where I can find Baker.
But, Blackie, we will stop the break. And you may get stopped while we're doing it.
I know that, Faraday, but it's the only way I'll ever get Jackson to tell me where Baker is. And if I don't find out where Baker is, we can't stop him from going on a killing rampage.
Blackie, I can't let you do it.
Sorry, Faraday. It's just as good as done. Plans for the jailbreak are already made. I heard about it in the laundry this morning. We'll just have to let everything come out in the wash.
Hey, Jackson. When are we busting out of here? Shut up, Tom's. Keep walking around like you're enjoying your exercise.
Exercise? Yeah. I'm saving my strength for when we get past these walls.
Get away from me, Tom. The guard up on top of that wall is watching me, so scram. You'll know when it's time.
Okay.
Hello, Jackson.
Scram, Blackie, and get some exercise.
I've had enough for now. I've walked around this yard 3 times. Come on out into the center of the place. I want to talk to you.
Okay, I got something to say to you, too. We're busting out of here.
Yeah, I know.
You know.
Walk over this way, away from the wall. I'll tell you all about it.
How did you find out, Blackie?
Skip that. The important thing is I went in.
How do I know I can trust you?
Look, when the guard knocked me out, they took me to the warden, didn't they? I could have told the warden about the break then, couldn't I?
Oh, you knew about the break, huh?
Sure. I heard about it from Tom's and Harry in the laundry. If I'd wanted to tell the warden, I could have. Come on now.
Watch it. Guard's looking at us.
Let him look. We're talking about the weather. How about it, Jackson? I want in on that break.
Well, you didn't tip off the warden. I guess you're okay.
I didn't ask you what you thought of me. I told you I wanted in.
Sure. You're in, Blackie.
Good. How about a gun?
I got one for you in the drain pipe of our cell.
Swell.
The break's tonight, just after lights out. I'll go over the plans with you when we get...
All right. Fall in, you guys. Exercise is over. Fall in.
See that guard there, Blackie? That's the baby I'm going to get.
You get him.
All right, in line.
I'll get the one that I want, too.
In you go, you guys. March.
What time is it, Jackson?
Almost lights out, Blackie.
Don't you think it's time that I knew what was going on?
Sure. It's like this. Only the guys in this block are making the break, see? The switch that unlocks all the cells here is down at the end of the hall.
But how did we get there?
I've been working on that a long time. I got the lock on my cell fixed so it won't close. Got a piece of tinfoil jammed into the catch so it clicks shut, but not all the way.
Good. That's taken care of then. But after we get out of here, then what?
Then we beat it down to the end of the hall. You and me. Throw the switch that unlocks the cells. That'll set off an alarm. The guard will open the door to find out what's going on. We get him, grab his keys, get through the outside door and out in the yard.
And then?
And then it's every man for himself till we get to the main gate.
Well, how do we get through the main gate?
I got that fixed, too. Help from the outside.
Everybody knows you were Jim Baker's number 1 man. Who's going to open the gate, Baker?
No, some of Baker's men.
Great. We get through the main gate, and then what?
Then we head for Baker's.
But what if we're separated? Does everybody know the way to Baker's?
No, only me. It's going to stay that way till we get to the main gate. Anybody caught before that might squeal to the cops about where Baker's hiding. I don't want that. This is going to be...
Oh, it's lights out.
Yeah, there they go, too. You know your way up the hall in the dark?
Yeah, I think so.
There goes the no-talking bell. Shh. The guard's at the door at the end of the hall.
I know. I can see him.
But he won't be there long.
Quiet back there.
We better be quiet for a few minutes, Jackson. He'll go out in a minute.
Yeah.
There. He's gone. Sure this door of yours is unlocked?
Here, I'll show you.
Shh.
There. That's enough. We can slip out now, huh?
Easy. Which side of the hall is that switch on?
I'll show you. You pull the switch that opens all the cells. I'll wait by the hall door for the guard to come in.
Good. Just tap him on the head. A shot will ruin everything.
Don't worry, he's not the one I want. You got your gun ready?
Right here.
Good. Here's the switch. Stand here and pull it as soon as I give you the word.
Okay.
I want to get right up here by this door, and when that guard comes running in... Now, Blackie, now!
Come on, boys, we're on our way out. Let's go. Get away from the hall door, Tom, so the guard will plug you first. I'm out of the way, Harry. Come on, everybody, over here. Come on.
Look out, fellas. Here comes that guard.
Hey, what's going on in there? Listen to what one of you guys gave Blackie. I got the guard's keys, Jackson. Let's go. Come on. Come on, all there. Let's go.
Hey, wait, Jackson. I'm going to stick with you.
Well, come on, man. This corridor will be full of guards in a minute.
Still clear all the way out to the door into the courtyard, Jackson.
Yeah, but it won't be clear out there. Run ahead, Tom. Quick. You got the keys. Yeah. Get that door open fast. We'll be piled up behind it.
Okay, I got it.
Look, Jackson. They've got the floodlights on in the courtyard.
I told you this was going to be tough, Blackie, but you're in it now.
I know.
Hurry, Tom. Open that door.
I'm going in as fast as I can. There it is.
Come on, let's go. Stick close to the wall, Blackie. They'll get you.
Maybe.
Hey, they got a couple of guys over there.
Jackson, you all right?
Yeah, we got to duck the searchlights.
Come over here. This way. Looks like a blind spot.
Shoot out that searchlight, Blackie. Shoot it out.
I'll try.
Good way, Blackie. You got it. Yeah, nice shooting, Blackie. First shot.
Glad I came along with you, huh?
Yeah, but I won't be real glad till we're across the yard, not the main gate.
We can run along this wall here for a few feet. Come on.
Yeah, but make it quick.
I made it.
Me too. I just did. But they got a couple of more. Where's Harry?
He's one of the guys they got. But he's just wounded. He's crawled back into the cell block.
Let him go. They can't get nothing out of him. Let's try for the gate, Blackie. When we get there, they can't touch us.
Yeah, but can we get there? Maybe if we zigzag. Let's go.
Okay. Fast now.
We made it, Jackson. We made it.
You mean we almost made it? There's still a guardhouse between us and the gate.
But we're under cover of the wall now, Jackson. Short dash around the guardhouse and we're at the gate.
Yeah, it's open, too. I got a quick look at it.
Then we're as good as out.
You bet.
Those bullets are too close for comfort. Look, just in case something happens, you'd better tell me where Baker is.
I said I'll tell you when we get out.
Well, we're as good as out now.
Yeah, I guess we are. Okay, I'll tell you in case we have to separate. Baker's working in Begley's grocery store on Chester Street under the name of Ken Welch.
Got it. Well, let's try and make that gate, huh?
Yeah, come on. Let's go, you guys. Fast now. We'll be on the good side of these walls. Let's go. Around the guardhouse, quick. Come on, Blackie.
I'm right with you, Jackson. And the rest of the guys are right behind.
Hey, look. They got machine guns lined up across the gate. Get back. Get back. Well, looks as if we're not getting out of here after all. We better... Hey, Blackie, you did this. You tipped off the warden. Okay, this gun will get me even. Here's where you get it, Blackie. Oh!
Jackson's dead, and all this will be if we don't give up. What do you say?
All right. We quit. Okay, we quit.
That's what I thought they'd say.
All right. You two can laugh about it now. But I didn't think it was so funny at the time.
I'm sorry, Miss Wesley, but we were afraid to let you in on the secret.
But why?
Well, I'll tell you why, Mary. It was for your own protection. We were afraid Jackson would be suspicious of the whole trick, and maybe Baker's gang would have made you talk. Faraday is a big man on account of me.
What?
I found out where Baker was, and he grabbed him.
All right, I'll forgive both of you this time, but next time it's going to be different.
There won't be any next time, Mary. This was all a little too real to suit me. Gosh, when that judge sentenced me, I could have sworn he meant every word of it.
Well, that's what you get for fooling judges.
Oh, he was in on the deal, Miss Wesley. And so was the prosecuting attorney.
That's right. The fix was in, Mary. They sent me up, and I fixed up Mr. Baker when they did.
What's the matter, Ed? Can't you find a telephone number?
Yeah, here it is. Under registered nurses, Sam. Wesley, Mary, RN. 1019 Dale Avenue, Plaza 10610.
Oh, good. Plaza 1. Huh? Oh. You're sure she'll be all right, Sam? Well, she'll have to be. Hospital says she's the only registered nurse available for a private case right now. Well, we certainly have to have a nurse. Yeah, it's too risky without one. Gotta get this Wesley girl.
Hello?
Miss Wesley.
Yes?
You're the Miss Wesley who's a registered nurse?
Well, yes, I am, but I haven't been on a case in a long time.
Well, this is urgent, Miss Wesley. This is Dr. Sam Jones. Your friend Dr. Wallace has had to leave town, and I am handling a case for him.
Well, Dr. Jones, I think you better get someone else. I think that Dr. Wallace will tell you he hasn't used me.
Yes, I know. He told me that, Miss Wesley, but he also told me that you're an excellent nurse, and this is an emergency. Now, I've tried everywhere, and you're just about the only registered nurse available, so if you'd please, Miss Wesley.
Well, it's been a long time, Dr. Jones, but it's the same.
I'm quite certain you'll have no difficulty with this case, Miss Wesley, so could you come on duty this evening?
Oh, it looks like I don't have much choice, do I, Doctor?
Well, fine. The address is 10 Eastern Boulevard. It's a private house. The name is Rogers.
Well, now, just a minute. Rogers, 10 Eastern Boulevard. All right, Doctor, and what time do you want me there?
8 o'clock, please.
I'll be there.
Thank you very much, Miss Wesley. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Sam, what you saying? She'll be here, Ed, at 8 o'clock. She fell for the Dr. Wallace angle and everything. This is going to be easy.
And now, on to Dick Calmer as Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy. Friend to those who have no friend.
Good evening. I'm Mary Wesley.
Oh, yes, come right in, Miss Wesley. You're the nurse Dr. Jones sent for.
Yes, I am.
Well, I'm Ed Rogers, the patient's brother.
How do you do, Mr. Rogers? Is your brother very ill?
He was hit by an automobile yesterday.
Good heavens, why isn't he in the hospital?
He was, but I thought he'd be more comfortable here. Dr. Jones equipped a room here with all the necessary hospital facilities. Dr. Jones is with my brother now. Are you ready to go to work?
Oh, yes, of course.
I'll take your coat.
All right, thank you.
Yeah. My brother's room is that first door off the hall there.
Thank you very much.
My brother's sleeping, I think. Just go right in, Miss Wesley.
I will. Dr. Jones?
Yes, I'm Dr. Jones. You must be Miss Wesley?
Yes, I am. How is the patient?
He's resting comfortably. I've had to administer a sedative to make him sleep. His injuries are rather painful, but not serious. That's why I thought it would be quite safe to move him here to his home.
Well, from the looks of this room, I'd swear I was in a hospital, Doctor. It looks like a hospital room right down to the last detail.
Yes, it does, doesn't it? About the patient, Miss Wesley, there's little you have to do for him but watch over him tonight. I don't think he'll wake up until morning.
I see, Doctor.
But when he does wake up in the morning, please telephone me.
Oh, just a moment, if you'll excuse me, I'll get a piece of paper.
On the night table over there.
Oh, yes, thanks.
The number is Harrison 49767.
49767.
All right. I live just 2 blocks from here, so I'll come right over.
And you want to be called the moment he wakes up. I understand, Doctor.
Fine. Well, good night, Miss Wesley, and thank you very much for making yourself available.
Well, I was very glad to be able to do it. Good night.
Good night, Miss Wesley.
Sam, is everything all right so far? Will she do what you asked her to do?
She's a nurse, Ed. She thinks I'm a doctor. She'll do what I ask her to do.
Great. Now what?
But your brother won't come out from under the hypo that you shot into his arm until sometime tomorrow morning. Then we'll get what we want. Nurse.
I'm right here, Mr. Rogers. Good morning.
Get me the doctor. I want to see the doctor.
All right, I will, but now you just lie still. I'll get the doctor right away.
Yes, get me the doctor. Right away, please.
Mr. Rogers.
Yes, ma'am. Is my brother
Yes, he is, and I'm supposed to call the doctor right away. Where is your telephone?
Right there in the library, Miss Wesley.
All right, thank you. And maybe you better go in and stay with your brother until I get back.
Yes. Yes, I think I will go in and see him.
Fine, I'll be right back.
Nurse, did you get the doctor?
The doctor will be here in a minute, Bill.
Oh, it's you, Ed. Get out of here.
Now, take it easy, Bill. Take it easy.
No, get away from my bed. I don't want you near me. All I want to do is to see the doctor.
You'll see him, Bill, in just a minute.
No, I won't. Not with you here. You were here at the hospital the last time I called for a doctor, and
You stuck a needle in my arm with a drug. Put me to sleep. I got to talk to the doctor.
Do you? Why?
I'm sorry, Ed, but I have to do it. Even if you are my brother.
Well, all right. Whatever it is you have to say to him, you go right ahead and say it. I know you wouldn't do anything you didn't have to, so you go right ahead. Oh, here's the doctor.
Well, Mr. Rogers, I just dropped in as the nurse was calling me. How are you feeling this morning? A lot better?
No, just about the same, Doctor. You're not the doctor I had yesterday.
Well, no, I'm not, son. Dr. Wallace was called out of town. I'm Dr. Jones, taking Dr. Wallace's place for a few days.
Oh, well, all right, you'll do. I want to talk to you, Doctor. Alone.
Alone? Well, all right. Maybe you'd better go outside with Miss Wesley, Mr. Rogers.
Oh, sure. Anything you say, Dr. Jones.
Is he gone?
Yes, he's gone, Mr. Rogers. Now, what is all this business you have to talk to me about alone?
It's about Ed, Dr. Jones. You see, Ed and I both work for the Acre Manufacturing Company.
Yes, I know.
But you don't know this. Nobody knows this but me. That's why Ed tried to kill me by running me down with his car yesterday.
What's that?
Yeah.
You say your brother Ed was the one who ran you down? Oh, now, come, Mr. Rogers. You don't really mean that.
Oh, but I do mean it, Doctor. I saw the car just before it hit me. I know it was Ed's. He tried to kill me because I know he's embezzled thousands of dollars from the company we work for. I was on my way to the police after I told Ed I could prove everything. That's why he tried to kill me before I could get to them.
You can prove your brother is an embezzler?
Yes. The phony checks are made out in payment of false invoices from the A.H. Latimer Company, which doesn't even exist. Oh, and the checks are cashed at the Harrington Bank. Isn't that proof I know what I'm talking about?
Well, if what you say is true, it certainly is, but why are you telling me all this?
I want you to write out what I just told you. Bring it to me, and I'll sign it. You've got to do it, Doctor. And then you've got to take it to the police. Please, Doctor.
Very well. Now, you just take it easy. I'll have my secretary type up the statement for you to sign.
Yes. Please hurry, Doctor, before my brother does something to me again.
Don't worry. You'll be all right.
How is he, Doctor?
Ed, your brother's going to be all right. Miss Wesley.
Yes, Doctor.
Our patient is a little overexcited this morning. I think we'd better put him to sleep again. Will you administer the opiate, please?
Of course, Doctor.
No more than the usual amount, miss?
Certainly not, Doctor.
Doctor?
No, I'm Miss Wesley, the nurse.
Oh, is the doctor coming back?
He hasn't even gone. He's just outside in the hall. Now, you aren't a sissy about a hypodermic needle, are you?
No. Oh, but what are you going to do?
Well, Dr. Jones wants you to go to sleep for a little while, that's all. Now, this won't hurt one bit.
I won't go to sleep right away, will I?
No, not for 10 or 15 minutes yet.
Oh, that's good. I must sign something first.
Okay. There, now it's all done. You feel better, don't you?
It's a lot better, nurse.
Oh, that's good. Now, you just lie still, and I'll be back in a few minutes. Oh, Doctor, he seems to be feeling very much better since he talked to you.
Yes, nurse, I think he's going to be all right now. You gave him the hypodermic?
Yes, he should be asleep in about 10 or 15 minutes.
Oh, that's fine. Miss Wesley, Mr. Rogers here will pay you for your services. I don't think we'll need you anymore.
You don't need me anymore.
The patient seems completely out of danger now.
But,
Thank you very much for your troubles, Miss Wesley, and goodbye.
But, Blackie, I tell you, there's something very strange going on in that house.
Oh, now, Mary, what are you trying to do? Stir up excitement?
No, Blackie, please believe me. I've never been on a case that was so strange. The room in that house was fixed to look like a hospital room, exactly like one, even to the color of the walls and the curtains on the floor and all the hospital room equipment.
So maybe there used to be an invalid in the house.
Well, all right, maybe there was. But you don't fix up a room to look like a hospital room for an invalid. You want the room to look home-like.
You may have something there at that. Well, maybe they wanted your patient to think he was still in the hospital.
Well, I guess that must be it. But what about the way Dr. Jones let me go? Just after I gave the hypodermic to the patient. I've never been discharged from a case so abruptly in all my life.
You gave the patient a hypodermic, and then the doctor discharged you just like that, huh?
Not 2 minutes after I gave the hypo. Just like that. Oh, Blackie, that just isn't done. Please. Please, let's go down there and see if everything is all right.
Well, I think you're being unduly suspicious, Mary, but it won't make you feel any better. We'll go down there and see what's what. But when we find out everything's all right, I want you to remember something.
What?
Please don't think every case for you has the possible making of a case for me.
Well, Ed, I guess we can pat ourselves on the back, huh?
We sure can, Sam.
Dr. Jones to you.
Oh, no, that's the end of that. I won't be needing your services any longer. And I don't think that my dear brother will, either.
we worked this out rather cleverly, I think. That embezzlement can't possibly be traced to you in any way now.
No, Sam, I'm in the clear. My only link to what's happened is you.
Huh?
And you've been paid. Then I suppose you get out of here and get lost.
Here's the house, Blackie. 10 Eastern Boulevard.
Some house, Mary. The Rogers must have a lot of money.
Yeah, they sure must have, judging by what Ed Rogers paid me for one night's duty. But come on, let's go see if that patient is still all right.
I'll guarantee he is. I think I'll get out your side.
Okay. I hope you're right, Blackie.
I know I am. You've just been around me so long that you're starting to look for trouble, too.
Maybe.
Hey, what's that lying up there in the driveway?
Well, I don't know, but it looks like...
Hey, Mary, it's a man. Come on.
A man? Blackie, look, the third story up there. A window's open.
And look at this man here, Mary. He looks as if he's fallen at least 3 stories.
I've looked. He's dead, isn't he?
Barry, you know who he was?
Yes, Blackie, I do. It was Bill Rogers, the patient I was worried about. And you said that nothing was going to happen here, Blackie.
Yes, and I was right. Nothing is going to happen here, Mary. It already has.
And now back to Boston Blackie. In addition to being Boston Blackie's best friend, Mary Wesley is a registered nurse. As such, she is called in on a case in a private home. The patient, injured when hit by an automobile, speaks privately to a man he thinks is his doctor and reveals that his brother is a swindler. When Mary is released from duty suddenly, she becomes suspicious and returns to the home with Boston Blackie, only to find the patient dead from a suicide leap out the window. As we return to our story, Blackie is in Inspector Faraday's office.
I tell you, Faraday, Bill Rogers didn't commit suicide. He was murdered.
Oh, so he was murdered, was he, Blackie? Just what makes you think so?
I just think so, that's all. Mary was the nurse on that case, and she's convinced there was something very wrong going on there.
Oh, I suppose she was there when Rogers was murdered.
No,
huh?
she left the case at 9 o'clock this morning.
9 o'clock? Then what makes her think Rogers was murdered? According to the coroner's report, Rogers didn't die until almost 1 o'clock this afternoon.
Oh, even I know that, Faraday. Mary and I found his body just a little after 1. And I could tell that he'd been dead only a few minutes. But I still say it wasn't suicide.
Oh, it wasn't, huh? Well, suppose I show you a suicide note.
You can't do it because there can't be one.
Why not?
Because according to what Mary tells me, the guy was in good spirits when she saw him last, and he had no reason to kill himself.
Well, if what you say is true, maybe it is murder after all.
Then you'll investigate Roger's brother and that Dr. Jones Mary told me about?
You think they killed him, huh, Blackie?
Maybe. They were still in the house with Rogers when Mary left. I think they ought to be questioned.
Well, if you think they ought to be questioned, I ought to question them, I guess.
Faraday, what's going on here? You're too agreeable this afternoon.
Am I? Well, I have something here that isn't going to be so agreeable. You know Bill Rogers didn't kill himself because there's no suicide note. Well, what do you call this, a love letter?
What is it?
A statement admitting he embezzled money from the Acre Manufacturing Company, ending with the sentence, "There's nothing to do now but kill myself." And it's signed by William Rogers.
What? Let me see that.
Go ahead. Look at it.
I'm looking at it. Well, how do you know this is Bill Rogers' signature?
Because we checked on it, and it is.
Oh. So, Bill Rogers was an embezzler, huh? Well, guess he did kill himself after all. So long.
So you thought you could tell me something about this case, huh?
Yes, and I still think so. And what's more, I'm going to prove it.
Hello, Sam. Sam.
Ed, you fool. I thought we weren't supposed to see each other again. What are you doing here at my home?
This is important, Sam. No one saw me come here. That part's all right.
Everything's all right, isn't it? Your brother's dead. He signed a confession against himself instead of a statement against you.
Sam, there's one flaw in our plan. One thing wrong with it that can send us to prison for murder. One flaw.
One flaw? Well, what?
You ought to know what. Just think a minute.
Yes, you're right, Ed. You're right.
Of course I'm right.
Rather stupid of us, wasn't it? But no one will ever know about it.
No, what about Miss Wesley? If she's any kind of a nurse, she'll find the hole in our plan.
Yes, I guess you're right.
Sam, who are you phoning?
Our friend, Miss Wesley. I think we'd better bring her down here and have a little talk with her.
Find out what she knows, huh?
Yes, and see that she doesn't tell anyone what that is. Listen to this. Our friend Dr. Wallace is back in town now. I've checked with the hospital. I'm going to try and imitate his voice.
Hello?
Miss Wesley.
Yes?
Miss Wesley, this is Dr. Wallace.
Oh, hello, Dr. Wallace. I thought you were out of town.
I just got back, Miss Wesley, and I have a case for you this evening. It's an emergency.
Oh, Doctor, I'd much rather not.
I'm sorry, Miss Wesley. This is urgent. It's at 1919 Downey Street. The name is Adams. Now, how soon can you be here?
All right, I can leave right away.
Oh, that's fine. I'll try to get there then, too. Thank you a lot, Miss Wesley, and goodbye.
Goodbye, Dr. Wallace.
Well, it's all arranged, Ed. She thought I was Wallace.
She's coming here, fine. But then what? What are we going to do then?
What are we going to do? Well, it was a simple matter to throw your brother out of an upstairs window when he was asleep. It should be easier to do the same thing to Miss Wesley. She isn't even a relative.
Good evening, Harry.
Hi.
Taking good care of Miss Wesley's building these days?
Hi, sure, Blackie. But say, Miss Wesley isn't in this evening.
Isn't in?
No.
She's got to be. We have a date for 7:30 this evening.
Yeah, I know. She tried to phone you, but you were out. So she told me to tell you that when she got here, see?
Tell me what?
But she's been called out on another case for Dr. Wallace. She said you could reach her at 1919 Downey Street if you wanted to talk to her.
Another case for Dr. Wallace?
Yeah.
There's something crazy going on here. Dr. Wallace doesn't use Mary more than twice a year, and then all of a sudden he uses it twice in 24 hours. Look, I'm going to use the phone in your lobby.
All right, go right ahead, Blackie. Go right ahead.
Watch my car for me, will you?
Oh, you're leaving it in good hands, Blackie. Don't worry. It's all right. That's what it is.
Oh, I can get him.
Dr. Wallace speaking.
Hello, Dr. Wallace. This is Boston Blackie.
Well, hello, Blackie. And how's that lovely Miss Wesley these days?
You ought to know, Doctor. You're keeping her pretty busy all of a sudden. What's the idea?
I'm keeping her busy, Blackie. Why, I haven't seen her for a long time.
You haven't called Mary on 2 cases in the last 24 hours?
No, of course not.
Look, Doctor, I have a hunch about something. Maybe you can clear it up. Mary gave a patient a hypo to put him to sleep at 9 o'clock this morning. How long would that drug keep him out?
Well, if it was the drug normally given in cases like that, the hypodermic would have kept him asleep for at least 6 to 8 hours.
6 to 8 hours, huh? Thanks, Dr. Wallace. Thanks a lot. Goodbye. Oh, Faraday, you better be in your office this time. You've just got to be. You've got to listen to me, too. Ring.
Faraday speaking.
Faraday, this is Blackie.
Oh, hello, Blackie. You make any more wrong guesses today?
Look, Faraday, never mind the funny stuff. Listen to me and listen fast. I've got absolute proof now that Bill Rogers was murdered.
What? That again?
Yes, that again. Never mind how I know. All I want you to do is to get to 1919 Downey Street with a police car fast. Mary's in trouble. Get there as fast as you can. I'm closer than you, and I'm leaving now. But you hurry, too, will you?
All right, Blackie, I'll hurry. But if this is another one of your tricks, so help me out.
Never mind about helping me, Faraday. Get down there to Downey Street and help Mary. She needs it. Uh-oh. This is when I get to 60. Oh, nuts.
Now, just where do you think you're going in such a hurry?
Look, officer, I'm Boston Blackie.
Boston Blackie, huh? Well, Yes, they are at that.
Well, I'm glad you know who I am. Look, I'm in a hurry.
Yeah, so I noticed.
But it's important, officer. I've got to get somewhere fast.
Yeah, that's what they all say.
But I tell you, this is important. Let me go and then check with Inspector Faraday. He'll tell you all about it.
Oh, check with Inspector Faraday, shall I? Well, I've heard a lot about you and the inspector, and it hasn't been good.
Well, this time it's all right. Just call his office and he'll...
He'll what?
And he won't do anything. If he's doing what I asked him to do, he's not in his office.
Oh, he's not in his office, is he? Well, now, isn't that too bad? Because you're going to stay right here with me until he is.
Well, Miss Wesley again. What a surprise.
And Dr. Jones again. This is indeed a surprise.
Well, not too much, Miss Wesley. I handle a great many of Dr. Wallace's cases.
Oh?
Come in, won't you?
Thank you. Where is the patient?
Well, we'll see him in a moment, Miss Wesley. I've been thinking about the Rogers case. I've been wondering if you were aware of anything unusual about it.
Well, yes, in a way I was, but nothing specific.
You don't think Bill Rogers killed himself?
Well, the police seem satisfied, and Blackie.
Oh, yes, your friend Blackie. You told him all about it, I imagine.
Oh, yes, I did.
Did you tell Blackie that you administered a hypo to the patient at 9 o'clock in the morning?
Yes.
Well, now, think a minute, Miss Wesley. You know something about drugs, don't you?
Well, enough to administer them.
Well, then, Miss Wesley, you ought to realize something.
Why should what?
You administered the drug at 9 o'clock. Bill Rogers, an injured man, supposed to be asleep, climbed 2 stories and threw himself out of a 3rd-story window at 1 o'clock, 4 hours later. Is that possible?
Oh, I know, of course it isn't. Dr. Jones, Mr. Rogers was murdered. He'd have to be. He was asleep when he died. Look, we've got to tell the police right away.
No, I don't think we ought to do that, Miss Wesley.
Why not?
If you'd pushed Bill Rogers out the window, would you want to tell the police?
If I... You killed Mr. Rogers, didn't you?
Yes, but you won't be talking to the police because, well, you recognize a hypodermic needle when you see one, I'm sure, and this one contains the same drug we gave Bill Rogers.
Somebody, please. Oh, thank goodness for you, whoever you are. Look, this man is... Oh.
Know who I am, Miss Wesley?
Yes, I do. You're Ed.
All right.
Bill Rogers' brother.
Grab her, Ed.
No!
This hypo, and then she'll go out an upstairs window, too.
I've got it.
Miss Wesley, don't struggle that way. It won't do any good. Really, it won't.
Stop it.
I don't think they will, Mary.
Let the lady go, you guys, and just stand right where you are till a few of my friends get here.
Oh, Blackie,
Look, Mary, one of those guys has a gun. Look out, officer.
He's the one to look out.
Good shooting, officer. Now I'll get his gun.
Yeah, see that you do that, Blackie, while I keep an eye on my gun on these 2 bums.
Why don't you relax? I'm not going to move.
Here's our friend's gun, officer.
Okay, thanks. Hey, lady, you all right?
Yes, thank you, officer. I am now, anyway. Oh, Blackie. Do you know, I'm so glad to see you, I could give you a great big kiss.
Well, give the kiss to my friend, the policeman here. If he hadn't believed you were my dying grandmother, he'd still be bawling me out at the speeding.
I've got a gal who's a beautiful gal, but she ain't got a brain in her head. Come in.
Hello, Martin.
Well, Boston Blackie. Come in. This is sure a big surprise.
Surprise, Martin? Have you lost your memory? You phoned and asked me to come down here.
Yeah, I know, Blackie, but frankly, I didn't expect you to show up. Sit down.
No, thanks. I move faster when I'm on my feet.
Oh, Blackie, there's nothing to be afraid of. All I want is to ask you a favor. I I want you to lend me 10 grand.
Oh, that's nice of you.
Oh, what's the matter? You think I'm a bad risk?
No, a bad boy. Is that all you wanted to see me about?
That's all. You won't lend me the money?
How did you ever figure that out? Is that why you got me down here?
That's right.
That's wrong. So long. Keep your head underwater.
I've got a gal who's a beautiful gal, but she ain't got a brain in her head. She's the belle of the ball with no trouble at all, but up between the ears, she's dead. Hey, Tom, he's gone.
I know, Jim. I heard the door close.
Yeah. Did I keep him here long enough for you to get a good idea what his voice sounds like?
Look, why do they call me Tom Jenkins, the man with everybody's voice? I've been a stage headliner for 20 years.
Yeah, I know all about that, Tom. When you do Blackie, will you be good?
Good. I'll be perfect. Just before Blackie went out the door, he said, like this. So long. Keep your head underwater.
No. That's not quite right, Tom. It's close, but not close enough. Now, try it again.
Well, maybe a little lower, huh? More like this.
So long. Keep your head underwater.
Perfect. That was perfect, Tom.
Sure it was. I told you it would be. Now what happens?
Now what happens? Now we go to work.
And now back to Dick Calmer as Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy. Friend to those who have no friend.
I've got a gal who's a beautiful gal, but she... Well, did you find Mike's new phone number, Tom?
Yeah. Here it is, Jim. You want me to call him now?
Right now. Are you sure you remember how to do Boston Blackie's voice?
Just listen to this.
You want me to call Mike now, Jim?
Oh, that was perfect. All right, Dad, call him now. This is going to be something.
Here goes.
I got a gal, this beautiful gal. She's a real perfect model, you know. She looks good in ink, but when she starts to think, her mental control is remote. Oh,
Shh, quiet, it's ringing.
Oh, great. Make this good, will you, Tom?
Good? It'll be perfect.
Hello?
Hello. Let me speak to Mike Burns.
Speaking?
Mike, this is Boston Blackie.
Oh, Boston Blackie, huh? Well, what is it?
I got news for you, Mike. Jim Martin is out to kill you.
So? What's it to you?
A lot. I know you don't like Jim. Well, I don't like him either.
What's that make us? Fraternity brothers?
No, not quite. You see, I'd like to get Jim myself, but I think you have a priority. Now, if you'd like to surprise Jim, you'll find him hiding in that abandoned gas station on Route 20 at 9 tonight.
Are you leveling, Blackie?
Go on out to the gas station and see for yourself.
Thanks. Maybe I will. Bye.
Goodbye.
Well, Tom?
He thought I was Blackie, all right. No doubt about that.
All right. I get on that phone and make the second call, just the way I told you. You know his private phone number?
Sure. You gave it to me this morning.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I got a gal who's a beautiful gal. One look and you know she's perfection. She walks like a queen in the movies I've seen, but she thinks in just every direction. She's not the kind of... Well, is it raining yet?
Yeah, just started.
Well, make this good for sure. This is the most important part.
Good? It'll be perfect.
Faraday speaking.
Hello, Faraday, old pal. This is Blackie.
I know it. And this is police headquarters. Goodbye.
Never mind a goodbye just yet. Be a good boy right now, and you'll be a happy kid later.
I'll be a happy kid when they pass the law to keep you from bothering me.
Look, when I stop bothering you, you'll have to start thinking, and you're so out of practice, Faraday. Listen, you want to get hold of Mike Burns, don't you?
Do I? I'll say I do.
Well, I know where you can find him.
Yeah? Well, I know where I can find Lana Turner, but I can't get near her either.
Look, Faraday, I know you can't get to Mike in his hideout without losing 10 cops doing it. But I happen to know he's going to be at that abandoned gas station on Route 20 at 9 o'clock tonight. It's your one chance to get him.
I still think this is a joke. But enough people have died because of Mike Burns. And 2 of those people were policemen. So maybe I'll take a chance.
Do that, pal. That gas station at 9 tonight. You can set a trap for him. So long, Faraday.
Well, good.
Good, it was perfect. He thought I was Blackie, and he's going to have cops out there when Mike arrives.
Great. You begin to see what's going on now, don't you, Tom?
Yeah. This fellow Mike Burns has threatened to kill you, hasn't he?
Uh-huh. So, to save my own skin, I have to pickle his. All right. You go back to the theater, Tom. Thanks to you, I don't have to kill Mike myself. The cops are going to do it for me.
There's the gas station, Mike. The road past those bushes.
Yes, I know, Tony. I know my way around this place. I think I'll leave the car here. I'm getting out and walking the rest of the way alone.
You want me to take the wheel now?
Yes. You're ready to get going fast. Blackie said Jim would be here alone.
Hey, Jim, look in those bushes.
Where?
I caught the flash of something shiny moving up there.
Where?
Over there. Hey, over there, too.
All right, Mike.
What?
Look at the cops. Get going, Tony. Come on, get going.
There we are.
Ow! Mike, what's the matter? I snapped a slug. Bad? No, just in the arm. Keep this plate rolling.
Should be wide open in a second. Are you all right?
Yeah, sure. Takes more than a lame wind to bother me.
I'll get you to a dock right away.
Never mind the dock. Take me to Boston Blackie's place.
Blackie's? Why?
Why? Because he's the lowest, dirtiest rat that ever lived, that's why. He sent me up here to get Jim.
Yeah, I know, but what...
You see what he really sent me up here for, don't you? To walk me into a police trap. I get the whole thing now.
And those cops almost got you, Mike. I'll take you to a dock and...
Oh, no, you don't. I'll let the doc fix my arm after I fix Boston Blackie.
Hello.
Hello, Blackie. This is Mary. Are you standing me up?
Oh, no, Mary, I'm just a little late. In fact, I was just going out the door. Uh-oh. There's someone at the door. Come on in.
Well, how soon are you going to be here?
In 10 minutes, Mary, I promise. Put on your hat and coat and... Oh, hello there.
Hello, Blackie. Know me, don't you? Mike Burns?
Yes, sure. I'll be right with you.
Blackie, who are you talking to?
Just the maid, Mary. She wants to clean up in here, I think.
The maid has a very husky voice.
Oh, she's got a cold. I'll see you in 10 minutes, just as I promised. Bye.
All right, bye.
Well, Mike, as long as you're here, come on in. Only I have a date. Suppose I get a girl for you.
Look,
it'll be a nice...
The only date you're having tonight was with me and this. You see what this is?
Looks like a gun.
That's just what it is. And you know why I've got it on you, too.
Do I? Well, that's news to me.
Don't try to go innocent on me, Blackie. I don't like phonies.
I don't like them either, Mike. And I really don't like not knowing what you're talking about. What's this about a trap?
You know all about it. You sent me out to that closed-up gas station to get Jim Martin, the way you said on that phone.
The phone? I didn't say anything to you on any phone.
You called me at 4 o'clock this afternoon, you know it. There were cops waiting for me out at the gas station. You know that, too.
Oh, so that's it, is it? Mike, I think I know what's happened.
Yeah?
I was up at Jim's about 4 this afternoon, but it wasn't to call you. Jim said he wanted to borrow money from me. But what he really wanted to do was borrow my voice.
Look, that was your voice on the phone. I know it.
You think it was, Mike. But believe me, it wasn't. Somebody was imitating it, and there's only one guy around who's that good an imitator, Tom Jenkins.
I don't know anything about any Tom Jenkins. All I know is that you phoned me and told me to go out to that gas station.
Jenkins is on the stage at the City Theater, Mike. He's the one who talked to you. He's the one...
Oh, forget about Jenkins and everybody else. I know you made that phone call and set me into that trap. So come on. You and I are going for a little ride out in the country.
But, Mike, I have a date with my girl. If I'm not at her apartment in 10 or 15 minutes, she'll have the police out looking for me.
So what?
So unless you want to be followed out into the country, let me phone her and tell her I'll be delayed.
All right. One word about this, Blackie, and I'll blast
Don't
you.
worry, I won't tell her anything. In fact, you can stand right there and listen to me.
No, don't think I won't. All right, go ahead and pick up the phone and call your girl. And let's get out of here.
All right, I'll pick up the phone and flip you with it. So, I was saved by the bell. The Alexander Graham bell.
Jenkins is a marvelous imitator, isn't he, Blackie?
The best, Mary. That's why we came to this theater, just to see him.
Yes, I know.
one a little too easily. And I don't think you'll have much trouble with this one either. I know I don't.
Now listen, you guys and babes out front, if any one of you run into Bacall, I want you to tell her I was up at the theater tonight, not clowning around.
That was Humphrey Bogart, wasn't it?
Wasn't Shirley Temple. No wonder he could imitate my voice. He can do anybody's.
And then there's a fellow who isn't quite as tough, but is certainly just as unpleasant when he wants to be. He usually says to his frightened victims,
Don't worry, little girl. I'm not going to hurt you. I just want to give you this lollipop.
Oh, Blackie, that was wonderful.
No, it wasn't Mary. It was Peter Lorre.
Any time you want to apologize for that, it's all right with me.
Thank you very much, and good night.
Oh, shucks, it's all over.
Well, his ankle's finished, yes. Let's wait till he gets a chance to take off his makeup, and then we'll go back and have a little chat.
Blackie, please tell me why we're backstage to see Mr. Jenkins.
Well, Mary, it's not because I want his autograph, I assure you. Wonder why he doesn't answer.
Maybe he's not in his dressing room. Oh, Blackie, you're up to something. I just know it.
I'm up to something, all right, Mary. My neck in trouble. Oh, why don't he answer?
Well, I certainly don't know.
Listen, Mary, Jenkins imitated my voice and got me in trouble with Mike Burns.
Yes, you told me that.
If somebody would tell me why Jenkins doesn't answer my knock. I guess I'll try the door.
Well, nice try. It opened.
Let's walk in and wait for our friend.
Good enough. You know, I always... Blackie.
Yes, I see him, Mary. It's Jenkins.
Well, is he?
Uh-huh. He is.
Dead, huh?
Very.
Oh, the door slammed.
No, it didn't, lady. I slammed it.
Mike.
Blackie, is this Mike Burns?
Yeah, I'm Mike Burns, lady. Take a good look at me if you want to. Because as soon as I get through with your boyfriend here, I'm going to polish you off for good measure.
And now, back to Boston Blackie. Gangster Jim Martin hired a mimic to imitate Blackie's voice and trick another gangster, Mike Burns, police killer, into a trap set by Inspector Faraday and his men. But Mike escaped from the trap, and believing Blackie double-crossed him, he goes to Blackie's to kill him. Blackie, however, escapes and goes to see the well-known mimic, only to find him dead. Then Blackie and his friend Mary Wesley are both trapped by Mike. As we return to our story, Blackie tries to reason with the killer.
Look, Mike, use your head instead of your gun for a change. Do you know who this dead man was?
Yeah, sure I know who he was.
Who?
Tom Jenkins, headliner on the show.
You saw his billing, huh? Good. Now, what did Jenkins do?
He imitated voices.
Go to the head of the class. Jenkins could have imitated my voice, couldn't he?
Yeah, he could have.
He not only could have, he did. That's why he's dead. So put your gun away.
Not yet, I won't.
Oh, look, Mr. Burns,
quiet,
even
lady, will you? This is between Blackie and me.
You heard what the man said, Mary.
I'll be quiet.
Now, Mike, don't you see it was Jenkins here, hired by Jim Martin, probably, who made that call?
Yeah, it could have been at that, only it was you who crowned me with that telephone.
I had to do that. You wouldn't listen to me. Look, give me time and I can prove it was Jenkins here who called you and sent you into that trap. Give me some time, will you, Mike?
Wait a minute. Sure sounded like you're on the phone, Blackie.
Sure it did. Jenkins was good, Mike. The best impersonator in the business.
Uh-huh. Makes sense, all right. Okay, Blackie, I'll give you a chance to prove what you're saying, but listen. Wherever you go, I'm going too, see? And wherever you go, you're going to go in my car, see?
Fair enough.
And get this too, Blackie. First place we go is where I want to go.
Where's that?
Pick up my pal Tony. I think he ought to come along with us. He'll be insurance against you doing anything I don't like. You see, Tony likes to use a gun, and I kind of like to see him use it. Remember that, Blackie.
Come in.
Here's that report on the murder of Tom Jenkins, Inspector Faraday.
Well, it's about time, Stewart. Any dope on the gun?
Yeah, it's a .32.
Uh-huh. Anything else?
Two very interesting things, Inspector.
The doorman at the theater described the guy who came to see Jenkins just before his body was found.
Yeah?
Yeah. There's only one guy that the description fits. Guess who?
I don't want to play any games. Who was it?
Boston Blackie.
Blackie. I might have known he'd be mixed up in this somehow. Okay, send out an alarm for him. I want Boston Blackie picked up. And I don't care in how many pieces.
Look, Mike, you'll guarantee Mary will be safe if I leave her here in your car while I go in to see Jim Martin.
I'll be all right, Blackie. Don't worry.
You'll be safe, Blackie, as long as you play it safe and don't pull anything fancy while you're in with Jim. All right, here's his place. Pull up here.
I know where he lives.
All right, Blackie, get going.
Okay, relax, Mary.
I'm so relaxed I'm limp.
I'll be right back.
You better be. Keep a gun on the lady, Tony.
There's a gun on her, okay.
I'll be back. Don't let those two mugs scare you, Mary.
Okay.
She's perfectly swell, but I'm here to tell. Come in.
Hello, Jim.
Ah, hello, Blackie. Decided to lend me that 10 grand?
Not this time. I'm here because I got a tip that Mike Burns is looking for you.
I don't think I have to worry about Mike.
No? Well, go to the window there and tell me whose car that is parked just up the street.
Which car, Blackie?
That red sedan up there. Do you recognize it?
Yeah, it's Mike.
That's right. And in a minute, Mike will be coming in here to see you.
What for?
You know what for. To get even with you for a lot of things. If I know Mike, he'll come in the back way and through this door back here. You better get your gun out and be ready for him.
You're a nice guy for tipping me, Blackie, but I don't own a gun. How about lending me yours?
I'm not that nice a guy.
Well, maybe I can find one in a drawer over here.
You'd better hope you can.
Yeah. I got a gal, this beautiful gal. She's perfect, I gotta admit. There's gold in her hair, but just under there, there isn't one half of a width. Looks like a gun, doesn't it?
Yes, it looks like the one I want, too. Look, it's something like mine.
But you're gonna wait, Blackie, first.
I think not, Jim. I need it to help me get what I want. Your gun. In fact, that's the reason I'm here.
What? Mike's not on his way up here?
No, he's waiting outside for me. I'm going to prove something to him.
Whatever it is, I don't want any.
Drop that gun, Jim. Drop it.
Sure, I'll drop it, Blackie, as soon as...
Knocked it right out of your hand, didn't I? Don't ever try to outshoot me, pal. Just leave the gun where it fell, Jim. You didn't own one, huh? Well, you don't now, because I'm taking it.
Look, what do you want my gun for?
I think it's the gun you used to kill Tom Jenkins. So he could never admit he imitated my voice.
Oh, you figured out the Jenkins angle, huh? Try and prove it.
Oh, I'm not going to try to prove it, Jim. I'm going to leave that up to the police, but I think I'd better make sure that the cops will know where to find you when they want you. Come here.
What for?
I've got a present for you. Here.
Oh.
Sleep well, Jim. Because I'm going to put some rope around your hand so that later on the cops can put a rope around your neck. Well, Mary, I see your two boyfriends are still in the back seat.
Yes, Blackie.
Didn't they think you'd be lonely up here?
Oh, they reminded me often enough that I wasn't alone.
Start the car, Blackie, and start to drive. Slowly.
Backseat driver, huh, Mike?
Yeah. Well, Blackie, what did you get out of Jim Martin?
Enough to prove he killed Tom Jenkins, I hope. And if I can prove Jim killed Jenkins, won't you be convinced Jenkins was imitating my voice on that phone call?
Maybe.
Well, where do we go from here?
You tell me, Blackie.
Well, I got Jim Martin's gun. I'm pretty sure it's the gun that killed Tom Jenkins.
You got Jim's gun, huh? You hear that, Tony? Blackie took Jim's gun away from him.
Yeah, I heard him, Mike. Ain't that too bad?
You know, Blackie, your time's running out. You ain't convinced me yet.
I will. I have an idea.
Hey, what's wrong with his car?
I don't know.
Mike, we're running out of gas. We've been driving around a couple of hours.
What? Wasn't the tank full?
I ain't sure. Uh-oh. We're stalled.
Sorry, Mike, and right in the middle of a boulevard, too. Stop! Don't worry, Mike. I won't say anything to him except that we're out of gas.
Hey, what's the matter with you? Don't you know better than to park in the middle of the...
Put your gun away, Tony.
I got it.
I'll get out of the car and talk to the cop. He might recognize you, Mike.
Yeah, he might at that.
Mary, you better get out, too. We may need a little feminine charm.
Well, all right, but it didn't help any with those two.
All right, now, what's the matter here? What's the matter?
Come over here to the curb, and I'll tell you all about it, officer. Mary, maybe you can explain to the man.
Hey, what's the lady doing with the gun?
Hey, Tony, can you hear what they're talking about?
No, I can't, Mike. And I don't... Hey, Mike, look. Blackie left the ignition turned on. Look what the gas gauge says.
What? Hey, we still got half a tank. Blackie stalled his car.
Yeah. And I bet there's something wrong with what Blackie's telling that cop. We'd better get out of here.
And fast, too. Climb up in the front seat. Let's get going.
I'm practically in the front seat now.
Come on, hurry. Get this buggy going.
Hold on, here we go.
Hey, wait a minute, Mike. Push that pedal down and it goes through the floor. Keep it there till we get out of sight.
Attention all cars, attention all cars. Be on the lookout for a maroon sedan. License plates 7Y602. License number 7Y602. A maroon sedan. Driver is Tony Leeds, and other man in car is Mike Burns, wanted for murder. Approach vehicle with caution. Use extreme care. Burns killer. Attention all cars. Attention all cars.
Mike, what do we do now? Just drive around like this?
I'm trying to think, Tony. Maybe we did wrong. A wrong thing skipping away from Blackie. Maybe he wasn't crossing us when he talked to that cop.
No. And why did he say we were out of gas when he had half a tank?
He didn't say that, Tony. You did.
Hey, Mike, look, it's behind us, a police squad car. Look, we just pull out of that side street there. Another squad car.
Yeah, you're right, Tony.
Hey, there you all. There's a third one coming out of another side street.
There. There's a fourth, pulled away from the curb just behind us. Blackie's still that cop, all right?
That dirty double-crosser.
Never mind about that guy now. Drive. Let's get out of here.
Okay.
Turn the corner onto the speedway here.
All right. Forget Black if it is, huh?
Never mind about him. We'll get him sure, but later. Come on, faster.
She's wide open now.
Well, keep it that way. Those cops can drive almost as fast as we can.
Yeah, but not so good. They got to slow up to make the turn out of that bridge up there, but I'm not gonna.
Hey, take it easy, will you?
Sit still. I know how to make it without slowing down.
Tony, it's a sharp turn. Look out, you fool. Slow down.
Slow down, nothing. Hold on. Here we go.
Tony, we can't make it.
Keep your guns ready, men. They may not be dead.
I don't know why they aren't dead, Inspector Faraday. They hit that wall head on.
Yeah, I know, Stuart. But we don't want to take any chances.
We don't need to worry about chances, Inspector. Tony and Mike took one themselves, and look at them. They're both dead.
Too bad.
Too bad.
Yeah. The end for these guys should have come up the river, not on a bridge crossing it.
Yeah, I know it. Hey, look who's here. Hello, Faraday.
Beat it, Blackie. I can look at just one bad accident at a time.
Oh, now, Faraday, don't tell me that you saw because I solved the Tom Jenkins murder for you, too.
You didn't solve anything, Blackie. If Mike Burns killed Jenkins, he also killed himself trying to get away from me.
Faraday, you mean you haven't received the gun I sent you?
Sure, I got it. I sent it to the lab the minute it was given to me by the cop you gave it to. It's the gun that killed Jenkins, all right. But where did you get it?
From the killer, Jim Martin, and I'll tell you where you can find him all tied up and waiting for you.
Yeah?
Yes. But I've got to leave now because Mary Wesley's at home, all dressed up and waiting for me.
just highballed through Danville.
Oh, we're coming to that bad curve, huh?
It's not the curve that's bad, Tom. It's the grade crossing just around it I don't like. Hope they make an underpass out of it pretty soon. Where you been?
Back in the baggage car. And I've never seen so many armed guards in my life. What are we carrying?
Gold, and plenty of it. They gave it to us to carry because we go non-stop from the capital all the way to the city.
Gold, huh?
Yep.
Well, I guess if this was in the days of Jesse James, we'd be worrying about being stopped, huh? Hey, Bob, we're coming to that curve.
Yeah, and then that crossing. Better whistle for it.
Okay. Carrying a load of gold, huh?
That's right.
Boy, it must be some load. All the guys they got guarding it. Wish I had some of it. Hey, Bob, look.
Yeah?
There's a car still on the grade crossing.
I know, I see it.
Well, the whistle, quick, whistle. Bob, do we stop in time?
No, we couldn't see it till we rounded that curve. We're going to hit that curve. We're going to hit it hard. Hold on, Tom. Hold on.
And now on to Dick Calmer as Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy. Friend to those who have no friend.
Well, Harry, there she goes.
That's right, Peter.
And here he comes, walking towards us just as if he knew we were hiding here. Then again, why shouldn't he know? He had his instructions, same as we had ours. He knew we'd be in these bushes.
Yeah, I know.
This is going to give 100 people a headache. Wait till they try and find out what this is all about.
I got news for you.
Yeah?
I don't know either.
You don't have to know. All you got to know is you're going to get paid. You can't figure this out. Nobody's going to figure this out. But somebody is going to be very happy. Believe me, somebody's going to be very happy.
Hello?
Hello, Mary. This is Blackie.
Oh, hello, Blackie. Are you back in town?
No, Mary, I'm not. I'm still down here in Danville, and what a metropolis. It's nothing more than a crossroads with a railroad station.
You must love it down there, then. When are you coming back?
Well, that's why I called you, Mary. I've just finished my business here, but there's not another train out of here for 6 hours, so I won't see you until late tonight. Come in.
What did you say just then, Blackie?
I said come in. There's someone just knocking the door. I'll see you tonight, then. Late, Mary. Bye.
Bye. Boston Blackie?
Mm-hmm. Well, hello, beautiful. Are you Miss Danville or Mrs. Danville?
I'm Margaret Perkins, Blackie. I've heard about you, and I need your help.
That's what I like, the subtle approach. But I'm sorry, I'm a little out of my territory in this town of yours.
You've got to help me, Blackie. I'm afraid my brother is in some kind of trouble.
Sounds to me like he's the one who needs the help, then. Sorry, Miss Perkins, I couldn't.
Blackie, please.
That's the kind of logic I like. You think your brother is in trouble?
This note he left me when he disappeared yesterday morning.
What does it say?
Please read it.
Okay. It says, goodbye, Margaret. I'm leaving this town for good and with enough money to keep me going for a long time. Don't try to find me. You never will. Signed, Harry. Well, you noticed what this note was written on, I suppose.
Yes, the back of a railroad timetable.
Mm-hmm. And there's a ring drawn around a special train, the Metropolitan Flyer.
Yes, I noticed that.
Well, it's obvious, Miss Perkins. Your brother is going to the city. There's no point in looking for him around here.
Well, that's what I thought. Danville's too small for him to be here without my knowing about it.
I'll tell you what I'll do, Miss Perkins. I can't get a train out of here for another 6 hours. But I'm going down to the railroad station to pick up my ticket. Maybe that's a good place to pick up something on your brother, too. One-way ticket to the city, please.
Yeah, to the city, young fella. And a train out of Danville today again for another 5.5 hours.
Yes, I know that, but I'll get my ticket now. That is, if you don't mind.
Well, the only thing I mind is my rheumatism. One way, you say. That'll be $1.50.
$1.50.
Okay, here you are.
Thank you. And here's your ticket, young fella.
Thank you. Say, by the way, you didn't see this young lady's brother in here yesterday, did you?
Hello, Mr. Washburn.
Oh, howdy there, Margaret. Didn't see you. Looking for Harry, are you?
Yes.
Nope, I ain't seen him.
We think he took the Metropolitan Flyer out of here yesterday.
Flyer? You mean the non-stop from the capital?
Yes, I have an idea.
The idea's bad, Sonny. Flyer don't stop here. Never has in 50 years. Nearest it ever came was yesterday when it hit an auto up at the crossing, mile and a quarter past here.
Oh, how terrible. Was anyone in the car hurt?
Anybody hurt? Nope. And you know that was the funny thing about it. There weren't nobody in the car. There weren't nobody around even. This auto was just sitting on the tracks all by itself.
And no one ever claimed the wreck?
Nope. Guess whoever owned the thing just walked off and left it. Mighty funny place to leave it, though, on the main line tracks with the Metropolitan Flyer coming through.
Apparently it stopped the Flyer, though, didn't it?
Oh, sure did. Flyer was standing out there in the middle of nowhere for 20 minutes. But that don't have nothing to do with your brother, Margaret. I ain't seen him, not in a couple of days.
Well, thanks, Mr. Washburn. Thanks a lot.
Yes, thanks, old timer.
It's all right, young fella.
And say, Miss Perkins, is there a place in town where we can borrow a car?
Why, yes, we can use my uncle's.
Good. Let's get your uncle's car and go have a look at that wreck that stopped the Flyer yesterday.
Well, if you want to, but I don't
Miss Perkins, your brother put a ring around the Metropolitan Flyer on the timetable for a reason. I'd like to take a flyer at looking at that wreck for a reason, too.
There's the wreck, Blackie, in the ditch beside the track.
And what a wreck, too, Miss Perkins. Good thing there was no one in it. Well, let's get out and have a look at that car.
I don't know what it has to do with finding my brother, but if you say so...
I don't say so. I just have a hunch, that's all. Something very strange about an empty car being left on a grade crossing. If it were out of gas, it could have been pushed off before it was abandoned. Whew. Look at this mess.
It's hard to believe it was once an automobile, isn't it?
I don't think that it's been classed as much of an automobile for a long time. Must be 10 or 12 years old. Say, here's a door frame with a body number on it.
Does that mean anything?
It means I might be able to find out who owned this car. I think I'll write it down. 732.
Good heavens, what's this terrible mess?
That, Miss Perkins, was the engine. The motor number's still visible. I think I'll write that down, too.
Why, I thought license plates were the best means of a car identification.
They're fairly good, but not much help in this case. This car doesn't have plates.
Oh, so it doesn't.
That convinces me more than ever that... Say, look at this.
Look at what?
See this round hole in the motor block here?
Yes.
Well, that's where the carburetor belongs. And this engine had no carburetor.
Is that bad?
Well, it isn't good. If you expect to do any driving, an engine can't run without one.
Oh. Well, maybe it was knocked off in the accident.
Oh, no, this motor hasn't had a carburetor for years. The place it should be attached to is all rusted over here. This car was pushed or towed here and purposely left on the tracks.
Well, that means someone wanted it to be hit by the train. But why?
Why? To stop the train, of course. But why did someone want to stop that Flyer?
Well, I'm sure I don't know.
Well, I don't either. This might have nothing to do with your brother, but it has me puzzled. The first thing I want to find out is who owned this car. There's an automobile dealer in Danville, isn't there?
Yes, Mr. Boswell.
Well, Mr. Boswell knows a lot about cars, I'm sure. Let's go see how much he knows about people who buy them.
Yes, Blackie, I sold that car yesterday morning at 9 o'clock.
At 9 o'clock yesterday morning, Mr. Boswell. And the Metropolitan Flyer comes through Danville at 10.
Yes, sir, like clockwork.
That means the car was bought just 1 hour before the Flyer hit it and wrecked it. This is getting more interesting every minute.
Well, that means the car was bought to stop the train, doesn't it?
It wasn't bought for any cross-country tour. Wasn't even in running condition, was it, Mr. Boswell?
No, it wasn't, Blackie. The two men who bought it had to tow it away.
2 men bought the car, huh? Did you know them?
No, one of them. It was your brother Harry, Miss Perkins.
My brother?
Yes, he came in with a fella I've seen before, but don't know by name. I think your brother called him Skeet, though, or Pete, or something like that.
Well, so Harry and his friend bought that car to stop the Metropolitan Flyer. Okay, here's where I start finding out why that train was stopped.
Give me your keys, Miss Perkins. I'll unlock the door for you.
People in small towns never lock doors, Blackie. You'll come in a while?
Yes, it's still several hours before my train leaves, and there's nothing I can do about your brother till I get to the city.
You think that's obviously where he's gone?
I think that more than ever now. I think he used the car to stop the Metropolitan Flyer and got on it. Let's go in and talk this over.
Oh, yes, of course. Harry!
Oh, he's been shot several times.
Harry, what's happened? Who did this to you? Oh, tell me, darling, who did this? Harry! Harry, what is it?
I got to tell why we stopped the train. I got to... Oh.
Harry!
It's no use, Miss Perkins. I'm awfully sorry, but he's dead.
Yes, I know he is, Blackie.
Go ahead. Cry if you want to. It'll do you good. What's this in the shirt pocket here? Looks like a newspaper clipping. This is what Harry was trying to tell us. This newspaper clipping says the Metropolitan Flyer was carrying gold. $1 million in gold. I thought it was something like that.
Number, please.
Operator, get me Inspector Faraday at police headquarters in the city right away.
Faraday speaking.
Hello, Faraday. This is Blackie. I have the case you're working on solved for you already.
Oh, you have you? Well, what makes you think you've solved it? And how did you even know I was working on a case?
Oh, I didn't say you were working, pal. I don't expect miracles. I just said you've got a case that probably has you stopped.
Well, for once, you know what you're talking about. It's the toughest, biggest case I've had in years. And if I don't crack it soon, the commissioner's going to make a traffic cop out of me. Oh, who did it, Blackie?
Harry Perkins and a fellow named Skeet or Pete.
Perkins? A fellow named Skeet? Who are they?
The two men who robbed that shipment of gold.
Gold? What gold?
The gold that was supposed to come in from the capital on the Metropolitan Flyer yesterday morning.
You must be crazier than I thought, Blackie. That gold arrived on schedule yesterday, and it's safe and sound in the National Bank.
No.
Yes. I'm not looking for any gold, begged, borrowed, or stolen. I'm looking for the guy who killed Roger Lane.
Roger Lane, who's he?
He's the guy whose murderer you aren't letting me find. Because you're bothering me, that's who.
No gold is missing?
Oh, if you had any in your teeth, it'd be missing. Because I'd knock it out. Now hang up and don't bother me, Blackie. I got something on my mind.
On it, but not in it. Okay, Faraday. Maybe you do have a problem, but believe me, trying to figure out when a train was stopped has me stopped, too.
Harry Perkins and a man not yet properly identified bought an old automobile and placed it on a grade crossing, where it was hit and demolished by a non-stop railroad train carrying a shipment of gold. But though the train was stopped, it was not robbed. Later, Harry is shot to death by an unknown assailant. Boston Blackie, working on the case for the dead man's sister and searching for a reason why the train was stopped, comes to the city in search of clues. With him, as he knocks on Mary Wesley's door, is the dead man's sister.
Hello, Mary.
Oh, Blackie, come in. I'm so glad. Oh.
Oh, it's not what you're thinking, Mary. Miss Perkins, Miss Wesley? Well, I don't have to say it the other way, too, do I?
Oh, of course you don't. How do you do, Miss
How do you do?
Miss Perkins is the girl I told you about on the phone just before I left Danville, Mary.
Oh, I see. Oh, Miss Perkins, I'm awfully sorry about your brother. And I know that Blackie will find out who killed him.
I hope so.
Well, won't you come in, both of you?
We will. And, Mary, I'm going to ask you a favor.
Of course, Blackie.
I want you to keep Miss Perkins here with you for a day or two until I find out who killed her brother. I'm sure his death had something to do with the stopping of that Metropolitan Flyer. Harry and his killer stopped that train together for a reason I can't understand. Yet.
Well, maybe the train was robbed.
Well, that's what we both thought, Miss Wesley, until Blackie found out the gold it was carrying wasn't stolen.
Yes, I wondered about that. Maybe it was stolen and Faraday just won't admit it. Well, make Miss Perkins comfortable, will you, Mary? I'm going to make Inspector Faraday uncomfortable.
So you think the shipment of gold was stolen off that train, do you, Blackie?
Yes, Faraday, and I think it's such a big case the authorities decided to leave you out of it.
Oh, is that so? Well, let me tell you something, wise guy.
This afternoon I talked to the bank that was supposed to receive that dough, and they got it. You hear? They got it. Now beat it, Blackie. I got problems.
You always have problems. Now listen to me.
I'm not listening to anything. I've got a murder to worry about. Roger Lane was killed this morning at about 7 o'clock, and I know who killed him.
Well, that's fine. Arrest the killer, and then let's try to figure out the thing that's got me stopped.
Forget it, will you? I've got a killer, and I know his name, Sam Baldwin. I know he killed Roger Lane. Yet I can't break his alibi.
Maybe that's because he isn't your killer.
Oh,
look, Faraday. There was the Metropolitan Flyer standing out there in the country with $2 million in gold in the baggage car. It was stopped on purpose, but it wasn't for the gold. What was it stopped for?
I don't know, and I don't care. Maybe it was on the wrong track. All I know is that if you think that flyer was stopped for the gold, you're on the wrong track, too. Look, Baldwin, sit there and smirk till your face freezes in a grin if you want to. But I know you killed your partner.
You know it, huh, Inspector Faraday? Then why don't you arrest me?
Because I don't make arrests until I have proof. Until I can slap a charge on a man and make that charge stick.
Then why do you bother me? Can you prove I killed Roger?
No, but I can prove you had a motive.
No, can you?
Yes. Lane embezzled from the company. He stole plenty from you.
Mm-hmm, so he did.
I can also prove it was your gun that killed him, can't I?
Yes, you can, Inspector. I admit it was my gun that killed him. But does that mean that I was the one who fired that gun?
I say it does.
Oh, but how can that be, Inspector? You forget I was in the Capitol. Or I was on my way back from the Capitol when Roger was shot, wasn't I?
Yeah, you were. That's why you aren't under arrest. Yet.
And why I'll never be under arrest? Do you think a jury would believe that I shot and killed Roger Lane this morning at 7 o'clock when I boarded the flyer in the Capitol at midnight last night and arrived here at 11? Well, man, I was 4 hours outside the city when Roger was killed. You checked with the conductor. He told you when I got on and off.
Yes, he remembered you getting off. That's why... Say, Boston Blackie said something about a train that gives me an idea. You think you have a foolproof alibi, do you, Baldwin?
Well, it does prove I couldn't possibly have murdered my friend Roger.
Oh, it does it? Well, I'm going to find Blackie, and when I do, I think maybe I'll find a hole in that alibi of yours. I'll see you later, Baldwin.
Mm-hmm. You will, huh?
Hello?
Jeter Johnson, please.
Speaking.
Oh, Jade. Inspector Faraday was here again.
So what, Baldwin? What are you worried about?
Plenty.
But why? I took care of the only guy who could rat on us. Harry Perkins is dead.
Yes, I know you took care of him all right, and that was good work. But, Jeet, you're going to have to take care of somebody else the same way.
Oh.
Boston Blackie.
Boston Blackie? I don't want to mess with that guy.
Look, you want to go to the chair for killing Harry Perkins?
No, but what does Blackie know about who killed Harry?
Nothing yet, but he will pretty soon, because he seems to know something about why you and Harry stopped that train near Danville this morning.
What? He knows why we stopped it?
I think he does. And if he gets to the police with it, they'll be able to prove that I killed my partner.
Uh-oh.
And, Jeet, if I go to the chair for killing Lane, you'll go there, too, for killing Harry. I'll see to it. So, don't you think you ought to take care of Blackie? Huh?
I'll get it, Margaret. It's probably Blackie.
All right. You don't think he has any news, do you, Mary?
He might. Blackie solves very difficult cases awful fast sometimes.
Yes, I know. Hello, Blackie. Oh, hello.
Hiya. You're Boston Blackie's girl. Is he here?
No, he's not, but he's expected any minute.
Good. I got a tip if he wasn't home, he'd be here at your apartment. I'll wait for him.
Well, all right, come in.
Thanks. Hey, nice place you got here.
Why, Jeter Johnson, what are you doing here?
Well, Margaret, what are you doing out of Danville? I thought you weren't ever going to leave the place.
I'm here because of Harry. He was murdered this morning, Jeter.
Murdered? Oh, say.
I know how you feel, Jeter. You were one of his best friends. Oh, excuse me, Miss Wesley. It's Mr. Johnson.
How do you do, Mr. Johnson?
Jeter and I are old friends. He lives in Thomasville, just 3 miles from Danville.
Oh, I see. And you're an old friend of Blackie's, too.
Yeah.
Well, this is all very chummy.
You don't mind if I wait for him, huh?
No, not at all, Mr. Johnson. But do you have to wait for him with a gun?
A gun?
The outline of a gun is pretty evident in your coat pocket.
Okay. So what if I am packing a gun? Just stand right where you are, both of you.
Jeter.
I'm waiting for Blackie.
And what do you want with him?
I just want to find out what he knows. My boss thinks it might be too much. That's why I'm waiting for him with, like you say, Miss Wesley, a gun in my pocket. Now, if he doesn't know anything, the gun stays there. Simple, isn't it?
Well, what is it that Blackie is supposed to know about?
Why the Metropolitan Flyer was stopped.
Oh, I'm sure he doesn't know a thing about that. Now, believe me, he doesn't.
Sure, I'll believe you right away.
There's Blackie now. He'll tell you that
Miss Wesley, I'm getting behind that door in the other room. Let Blackie in, but don't say I'm here. I'll let all 3 of you have it. Don't forget.
Don't worry, I wish I could.
Okay, let Blackie in.
Yes, but in for what? Margaret, cross your fingers that Blackie doesn't know anything.
They're crossed.
Good.
Hello, Mary.
Oh, come in, Blackie. My goodness, you don't know...
Mary, I've got it. I've got the answer to the whole case.
Oh, for goodness sakes, you mean the Afghanistan case, don't you? That's wonderful.
Afghanistan? What are you talking about?
Afghanistan, Blackie, you know.
I do not, but I do know why that train was stopped just north of Danville.
That. Who cares about that?
Who cares about it? I do, and Faraday is going to care about it, too. Look at this clipping I found in the afternoon paper. It says Thomas Baldwin of the Capitol, brother of Sam Baldwin of this city, bought a small building today.
Blackie, that doesn't mean anything. It really doesn't, does it?
Mary, stop making those silly faces. I'm serious about this. It's a clue to the whole thing. I know why that train was stopped this morning, to let Thomas Baldwin get off and go back to the Capitol and let Sam Baldwin get on in his place.
Oh, but Blackie, that doesn't make any kind of sense. Don't you see that...
I certainly do see, Miss Perkins. Sam Baldwin phoned his brother in the Capitol to take the Metropolitan Flyer to the city at midnight last night.
Oh.
At 7 this morning, he killed Roger Lane.
Blackie, you don't know what you're saying.
Don't I, though? Listen, by 8:30 or 9, he was near Danville, 50 miles from here, where Harry Perkins and his friends stopped the Metropolitan Flyer with that old jalopy.
Oh, Blackie, I don't think my brother had anything to do with that.
Look, let me finish, will you? The whole thing works out perfectly. When the train was stopped and the passengers got out to look at the wreck, Thomas Baldwin got off and went back to the Capitol by bus or car. And his brother Sam Baldwin got on the train in his place.
That's right, Blackie.
Who's that?
Blackie, I tried to stop you.
Oh, a man with a gun.
Yeah, a man with a gun. And you're a man with no future.
You're the man who killed Harry Perkins, aren't you?
That's right. I bought the jalopy with him, only the dealer knew him, so I had to knock off Harry. The name's Johnson. Jeter Johnson.
Blackie, I tried to warn you that he was here and tell you not to let on you knew anything about that train.
Oh, that was the Afghanistan gag.
You're gonna wish you were in Afghanistan in a minute, Blackie. Come on, out the door. You gals, too. We're all going bye-bye.
No, they're not, pal. But you are, Johnson.
What goes here?
Drop that gun, you.
Oh, no, copper. Not without dropping you first. Why,
You both missed Faraday, but I've got Jeter.
Oh, no, you haven't, Blackie.
Blackie, look out, he's getting away.
Oh, no, he isn't.
Oh, Blackie, what a suck.
Mary, please, such language.
Woo!
Well, here he is, Faraday, all yours. And Sam Baldwin is going to be yours, too. You know that?
Yeah. I came looking for you, Blackie, to get more information about that train. I heard it all while I waited outside that door.
Then you know how Baldwin could have murdered his partner at 7 this morning and still come in on the Metropolitan Flyer at 11 o'clock?
Sure. But don't forget, you thought the flyer was stopped because it was carrying gold.
Yes, I did. And one of these days, somebody's going to mistake me for a train. I've been carrying you for years.
Well, hello and welcome to Hearth Home's OTR Visual Radio. I'm Mr. H. I'll be your host for this evening. Tonight's compilation is Boston Blackie, starring Richard Colmar. And I have to say, I think I say this every compilation with Boston Blackie, this is one of my favorite old-time radio detective shows. I mean, is it corny sometimes? Yes. Did they take some big leaps to solve the cases? Yes. And is there a lot of organ music? Yes. But to me, it just embodies like what these old-time classic shows sounded like. And all in all, we're just in for an evening of fun. So now it's time to put the cares of the day behind you. Travel back to 1946 with Richard Colmar in Boston Blackie. So sit back, relax, and enjoy the program. And as always, thanks for tuning in.